Typically, the only way that someone is going to cut open your stomach and rip out your unborn baby is if you're really, 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 really high. Welcome to a C-section. It is a highly orchestrated procedure. You've got to come in a few hours in advance before the scheduled C-section, or sometimes it is an emergency, but they will stick you with an IV. They're going to stick you with a urinary catheter because you can't even urinate on your own when you're numb. Then you crawl into this fetal position on the hospital bed. That's what they tell you to do. And this is the best and worst part. They're going to stick you with an epidural, which is a very, very long needle, and it's going to go straight around the membrane of your spinal cord. And within minutes, this is where it starts to feel a little better. You get a tingling, warm sensation that starts in your feet, and then it comes all the way up your legs and then your stomach. And then all of that pain and discomfort that you felt previously, you're not even going to feel it anymore. That is the joy of an epidural. You won't even be able to feel or move your legs after all of that. Some people will shake and shiver a little bit, but most people are good. And when you're ready, you'll see a bunch of nurses pull in this sterile curtain. Kind of weird. It's like a curtain that comes and it sits right below your neck, right above your chest. And it means that every time you try to look down, tuck your chin in like you're working out, and you try to look at your stomach, you don't see anything. You just see curtains. And then you see the doctor walk in, you see nurses, and you can hear them. You can see anything above the curtain, but that's about it. You cannot see, you cannot feel, which is probably a good thing because they're cutting open your stomach and taking out your baby. There are a lot of moms out there that have actually been advocating for clear drapes. They need to have drapes because it protects the sterile environment, but they want it to be clear. They want it to be transparent so that near the end of the C-section, the part where they actually pull the baby out, they want to see their baby. One mom said it was heartbreaking to know that she was the last one in the room to see her baby. Some hospitals have started like a live stream camera. So they have a camera that's live streaming the C-section, and then the mom can turn on the TV and watch what they're doing from the doctor's perspective. And I will say a small percentage of people with very strong stomachs want that. Wow. Most people on Reddit and online have said, I don't want any of that. I don't want to see anything. What are you talking about? Even the partners of those giving birth, there are a lot of stories, and the nurses will say it's specifically lots of dads. Dads who are allowed to stay seated next to their partner's head, behind the drapes. They're there to provide support. I know, they're the dad of the baby. No one cares when mom is giving birth, okay? They're nobody. They're told to just do two things. You're here for two things. Provide support for your partner, and since your partner doesn't want you to, and there's no reason for you to, trust me, sit in the dad chair and don't get up. That's what nurses tell the dad. Don't do anything else, just sit in the dad chair. Then the baby comes out, and they all get excited and they stand up. And because the drapes aren't that tall, some dads have reported seeing all of their partners' insides, their organs. There have been some reports of dads fainting or throwing up, which go ahead and make this about yourself, okay? Clearly, there are very strong reasons as to why the general population would rather not feel nor see their own C-sections happening in real time. Like, I'm sure it's a very bizarre feeling to see someone cutting into your stomach and taking the baby out of you. I feel like that borders on body horror for me specifically, especially if you're not even in a hospital and you're in a forest. It's dark, it's nighttime, and the only light that are being used are the headlights of this truck that you were kidnapped in. And the person performing the C-section is not a healthcare provider. It's not a happy camper who's helping you give birth because you're having an emergency. No, this is just a person with a hunting knife and a scalpel and a thing of dental floss to cut the umbilical cord.
Dental floss?
Dental floss. October 28th, 2025, there's a text message exchange amongst two sisters who both have very unique spellings of their names. You have Courtney without the U. You have Candace without the CE. Courtney texts her sister, asking her sister if she's got any leftover items that Courtney can use for an infant, a baby, which is kind of confusing. It's a very confusing question for Courtney's sister, actually. She just like, what? Courtney informs her sister in a matter-of-fact way, well, I just gave birth to a baby boy at 28 weeks old, so he's currently in the NICU, but once he's out, he's gonna need baby items, so if you have any, that would be incredibly helpful. Kourtney's sister, Candace, is like, no. The question isn't confusing because of the way the question is phrased. Candace understands the concept of that, like linguistically, semantically, okay? Logically, these are all words that make sense in anybody's brain. However, Candace had no clue. Nobody had a single clue that Kourtney was pregnant, let alone gave birth to a baby boy. His name is Ashton Lee Bartholomew. Kourtney texts her sister Candace, he's supposed to come home this coming week as long as he's doing good. Still, he will. And then nothing. Candace is like, okay. 6 days later, Candace with an S texts her sister, the new mom, Kourtney, asking her if her son's come home yet. No, he did a backslide, but still hoping later this week. Backslide meaning a dip in health, right? The message is sent afternoon of November 3rd, 2025. For the rest of the day, Kourtney and her sister Candace, they don't text because Kourtney has a very busy day ahead of her. By that night, though, close to midnight, new mom Kourtney texts her sister back, my son passed away. It's also kind of vague. Like, all of this is very vague. Kourtney's sister wants to know more. She texts, quote, was it just that he wasn't strong enough for being born so early, or was it that he had gotten sick? What happened? I don't know what happened. I just know that he wasn't getting air. Then another message is sent. All I know is I watched my child die right in front of me. Candace with an S will soon realize the same day that Kourtney's son died in the NICU, a 22-year-old pregnant woman in the area had gone missing. Nobody knew Kourtney was even pregnant. She mysteriously gives birth to a baby boy. Same night that the baby boy passes away, a pregnant woman in the area goes missing. I mean, it's all circumstantial, but it feels connected in some way, does it not? Especially that last text message from Kourtney to her sister. It read, all I know is I watched my child die right in front of me. Is she talking about the baby boy that nobody knew she was pregnant with, that she allegedly gave birth with, that was allegedly in the NICU? Or is she talking about her daughter, the missing 22-year-old pregnant woman? We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support Rebecca Park's GoFundMe for her surviving children. Links are going to be in the description. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. A few really big disclaimers. This case deals with third trimester pregnancy loss, alleged grooming, torture, as well as infertility. So please take care and please take breaks if you need to. On a smaller note, statements and quotes may be condensed for brevity. All the information is from court documents and publicly available information. If any netizen comment or speculation is unconfirmed, we will be sure to clarify it. Though almost everything mentioned has been pulled from legal documents and are the reported facts of the case according to authorities. So with that being said, we've got the wall back. The wall is back because this case there's too many people and all of the relations are very important. And I didn't want to just say, oh, this is her mom and she's connected to her in this way and that way and then connected to this person. So here is the wall. We've got Kourtney right here. This is Kourtney Bartholomew. She's a very important person. Her sister Candace is the one that she was texting. And then you've got Kourtney Bartholomew's husband, Bradley Bartholomew. And then you have her two daughters, Rebecca Park, as well as Kimberly Park. Now, with this, I do want to mention that neither of them are Bradley's biological children, and they're really only just Kourtney's biological children. Stephanie Park is the woman that raised both of them. She raised Rebecca since she was 1 year old. She is really the true mother of Rebecca Park and Kimberly Park.
I see.
The
but
biological
Kourtney
mom
is still in their lives?
So the bio mom, Kourtney, only came back into Rebecca's life maybe about 4 years ago. When Rebecca turned 18, she decided to reach out to her bio mom, and they reconnected.
Okay.
So I don't know if maybe biomom can get too lengthy every time I try to show the connection. I know a lot of people are like, well, then don't call Kourtney Rebecca's mom, which she's not. She's undeserving of the title. But I do think in this case, it's a double-edged sword because I think to point out the biological relation also shows you the intensity of the crime that's been committed by all parties. It showcases like, okay, this is not stranger to stranger or acquaintance to acquaintance type crime. This is there's a lot of interpersonal relations. So it's kind of tricky of like how to exactly describe Courtney in relation to Rebecca and to Kimberly. Also, Rebecca typically goes by Becca.
Okay.
So with that being said, we're just going to get into it. There are a few posts on Reddit where the original posters have decided to be fully transparent with the internet. One post reads, I am obsessed with my ex-girlfriend's new girlfriend and I can't stop stalking her. I dated a guy for 10 months last year. He broke up with me and I took it really, really, really hard. She states that after she's broken up with, they were both post-grad, he goes on winter break and then he meets her, the new girlfriend. I think they must have met a few days after our breakup on a ski trip he went on with the college. In February, I stalked his Venmo and I found him and the new girl paying each other for things. I looked her up on Instagram, Facebook, and this girl was everything I was not. She was gorgeous, social, and it made me feel like shit. I figured it was a rebound, but here they are, together 7 months later, post-grad, doing a long-distance relationship. What I don't understand is why he doesn't seem to care about me at all. We were so happy at one point, and he helped me through a lot of problems. I kept texting him and texting him and texting him this spring, hoping that he would just give me a sign of life. He stopped responding to me altogether. I feel incredibly abandoned. I keep blocking and unblocking them on social media. Whenever I see her post something with him, it sends me into this downward spiral. But I have this odd fascination with her. I stalk her pages daily looking for new pictures. I wonder what she's like. I wonder what they're like together. I wonder what she has that I don't have. I wish I was her. I wish she would talk to me. To the comments, they read, oh, girl. Or another one reads, just delete all social media if you can't keep them blocked. Or therapy, what you're doing is scary. You need to stop. He's moved on. It doesn't matter how or why or when, but you need to do the same. Others have more sympathy, saying that the original poster is pain shopping. It actually has nothing to do with the girl. It actually has nothing to do with the guy. She just wants to feel pain, and she needs to stop and go live her best life. A lot of Redditors claim this is much easier said than done, though. And Richard Fowler, aka Rich Fowler, his ex-girlfriend, is having a very hard time feeling any sort of happiness for him. Rich and his fiancée, 22-year-old Becca, are expecting their very first child together.
Wait, so that was a post from
No, these
case?
are just like people who have felt these feelings of like, I can't stop stalking my ex's new girlfriend. And that's the case with Rich's ex. Rich's ex is obsessed with the new relationship between Rich and Becca Park. Obsessed.
Okay.
And they're expecting their very first child together, a baby boy. Baby Park. Their relationship is alarming for some people. They have a 21-year-old age gap, Rich being in his 40s, Becca is in her 20s. Some say this is not the healthiest couple. Even Becca's biological mom, Courtney, wants to be happy for Becca. I mean, Becca's expecting a baby. What more can other people do than just support her? And it's not that Becca's mom wants to get in the way of Becca's happiness. It's just that she, as Becca's biological mother, knows that Rich Fowler is not a good person. Becca's bio mom would state, I'm just concerned for my daughter because he's abusive. Rich is abusive, Rich is aggressive, and she would know, Courtney would know, because she's also sleeping with him. Courtney is the obsessed ex. Courtney is sleeping with her biological daughter's fiance. Not every inheritance transfer is very dramatic like the movies. Not every will reading is like Knives Out, where all the strange relatives and their weird interpersonal backstories gather in a wooded office to be read a will by an old man with graying hair who reads too damn slow for anyone to even think. I mean, just reveal it already. Who's going to be a billionaire today? And then it all goes to the random girl in the back that has no blood relation to the deceased. Sometimes it's not that serious. Sometimes an inheritance transfer is just done over lasagna at somebody's house. Courtney Bartholomew invites her two daughters, Becca and Kimmy. So they're half siblings, by the way.
I see. But they're both raised by Stephanie Park.
Yeah, they're both raised by Stephanie Park. Both of them have the same biological mom, Courtney Bartholomew. Bradley Bartholomew is not their biological dad.
Okay, I see.
And
so
they're half
Courtney
siblings.
and Bradley are married.
Yes.
Richard and Becca are engaged.
Yes. Courtney Bartholomew invites her two daughters, Becca and Kimmy, to the house to give them an inheritance. This is money from when Courtney's mom passed away. She left money for her granddaughters. But first, they have to eat the dinner. It's a personal lasagna pan. Everything about this dinner is odd. Okay, maybe it is even stranger than Knives Out. Firstly, Courtney and her daughters are very tense. They never really get along. They never really do family dinners. There's tense energy. But on top of that, Courtney's husband, Bradley Bartholomew, the daughters hate him. So he's hiding in the truck outside. I don't even know if he's hiding well. That makes the whole thing even creepier and more tense, and the daughters really don't like him. They're also awkwardly eating their personal pan lasagnas, which is an odd element to all of this because who makes 3 separate pan lasagna dishes? The whole point of lasagna is like a one-pan meal, is it not? And then you break it up like a pie. But I guess this is a very special day for an inheritance, and maybe if at any point that you make 3 personal lasagna pans, it's going to be at an inheritance transfer. By the way, it is an overly prepared meal that does not taste great. Lasagna is great, but Courtney's lasagna is ass. Becca will later send this exact voice note about her biological mom's lasagna to a friend. It tastes like gluten-free fucking lasagna. It wasn't too bad though. I ate half of it. Meaning we had our own personal dishes, but I ate like half of it and that's all I could do. Becca tells her friend that after the lasagna, which felt like some sort of sick ritual to get the inheritance, nevertheless, okay, after that's done, both girls are handed checks. Courtney passes Becca and Kim a check to open up, and Becca is holding her check, and she watches her half-sister Kim open up her check, and inside, it's not a check. It's nothing, okay? It's an empty envelope. Becca opens hers up, and it's also empty. Nothing at all. So both Becca and Kim are looking at their biological mom, Courtney, and Courtney tells her daughters that she did this on purpose because she feels like her 2 biological daughters are only here eating this subpar lasagna with her, spending time with her, because they want a check. They want money. They want their inheritance. Becca and Kim tell her that's not why they're here. They're not here for the money, which Becca does confirm with a friend that it is the truth. She just didn't go for the money. She went to see her mom, her biological mom, Courtney, and her half-sister, Kim. Perhaps she's feeling a bit more sentimental. She's also 38 weeks pregnant. By the way, to give you an idea, 40 weeks is full term.
Yeah.
But it's not just about the money. So once Courtney feels reassured that her biological daughters are not just here to get some money, she tells them, fine, I'll give you the money, but not today. That night, Becca goes home with the empty envelope, and then within 2 days, she goes missing in the woods. November 4th, 2025, 38-week pregnant, 22-year-old Becca Park goes missing. Nobody has seen from her. Nobody has heard from her. Some of Becca's friends have come out to say what they think has happened to her. One of her friends even offered herself as an offering to be swapped by a potential kidnapper. It's just gotten really messy. A lot of people have been utilizing Facebook to really voice out things that maybe they shouldn't have voiced out. It's just a lot. But some people think...
What do you mean by that? They shouldn't voice out.
It's just gotten messy in the sense of like people will say, take me instead of Becca because I do the same drugs Becca does. Like, it's just like weird.
What?
Yeah, I think...
Is that like a joke? What does that mean?
No, I think they're just all very young. I think they're all young, and I don't think that they understand the implications of what they're saying online. And I think maybe I'm giving people the benefit of the doubt. Perhaps they're in such a state of shock that they're not understanding the impact of their words online, perhaps.
So how do you know how she was found missing or what happened? How was it reported?
Her sister Kimmy called the cops and was like, hey, my sister's missing. No one's heard from my sister. And this is unlike her.
Okay, so Kimmy is the one that reported it.
Kimmy's the one that reported it. But I will say, yeah, everyone... Okay, the thing about this case that everyone is thinking but doesn't want to say out loud, and perhaps I'll be the one to say it out loud, is kind of everyone has used Becca's disappearance there are a core group of people that care about Becca, including Stephanie Park's family, a lot of Becca's close friends, and even internet sleuths who don't know Becca like that, but have put a lot of time and effort in trying to locate her. They care a lot about her, and it's very sincere. However, there are also a lot of people who knew Becca that seem like they're using this as some sort of dramatic moment to make it about themselves. It's weird. Like the whole take me instead. It's a lot. It's kind of weird.
Yeah. I see. Okay.
So Kimmy calls in and reports that her sister is missing, and all of these rumors start. Some people are like, she's been kidnapped. I mean, it's so immediate, the rumors on Facebook. All of Becca's friends are like, she's been kidnapped. Maybe she's being held hostage somewhere until it's time to give birth. Some people were saying that she was being held hostage in a septic tank, and that's why nobody can find her. I mean, these are very strong feelings and speculations to have after a friend goes missing, but maybe it goes to show how not normal it is for Becca to go missing. She's not going to run away. She didn't just disappear. She's 38 weeks pregnant. I mean, you can barely walk. My sister had 2 kids. You can barely walk quickly when you're that pregnant. Where do you think that she could have possibly gone? Weeks pass. And at this point in the conversation, after the first week, the second week, the third week pass, the police still haven't found Becca. Nobody has confessed. Nobody knows what's happened. I mean, keep that in mind for later, okay? And the longer the time progresses that Becca isn't found, the more people start talking, which is unlike most cases. Usually, the longer it takes to find somebody, the case goes cold. In fact, with this case, nobody will stop talking. Everybody keeps talking, and they're talking too much. So let's run through the timeline. November 4th, 2025, Tuesday, 1 o'clock in the afternoon. 21-year-old Kimmy calls the police to report that her half-sister Becca is 38 weeks pregnant. She's about 2 weeks away from giving birth, and she's missing, okay? The Wexford County Sheriff's Office, they have about 26 sworn law enforcement officers in the main law enforcement division. 26, this is a small town. And about 3 of them are working on this case. So they're going to work the timeline backwards. They trace Becca's steps the few days before she goes missing, November 1st. That's lasagna day. That's weird lasagna inheritance dinner with her biological mom, Courtney, and her half-sister, Kim. Half-sister, that reports her missing to the police.
Yeah, and the husband, Bradley, sitting in the car.
Yes. So then November 2nd, Becca goes to the hospital. Becca thinks she's in labor. She's not in labor. The hospital sends her back out. She's only 1 centimeter dilated, I think out of like 10 centimeters dilated. But it's very interesting. People say the timing of the hospital visit right after a suspicious gluten-free, nasty-tasting lasagna is a little weird. Goes to the hospital sends her back home. November 3rd, 1 day before she's called to be reported missing, Becca goes out to get ice cream and run errands with her bio mom, Courtney. She disappears November 3rd that night. She's only reported missing the day after on November 4th, but really the last time anybody's seen her is November 3rd. And so everybody's got a different story of the last few days before Becca goes missing. And I will say, the more frequently someone or anyone involved with this case opens their mouths to talk, the more suspicious each one of them seems. Obviously, with a case like this, everybody knows the statistics. The statistics are much higher for a pregnant woman to be abused by her partner. Becca's partner, Rich, who is basically double her age and is also having an affair with Becca's biological mom, he's a very shady guy. I mean, that's putting it very lightly. He also deals meth. Okay, the police are definitely looking at him. But also to the last people who saw Becca alive. Deputy Reed is talking to the biological mom, Courtney. You were one of the last people to see Becca alive. Courtney doesn't disagree. She's like, yeah, she was. She was probably with Becca until maybe like 8:30 p.m. the night before. She picked up Becca from Becca and Rich's house to go get ice cream at Culver's, which is surprisingly an underrated spot for ice cream. Then Courtney states that Becca was interested in getting Tide Pods. They gotta go run errands to buy Tide Pods. Target, Walmart, Kroger, Ralph's, where to get Tide Pods? Bio mom Courtney is like, well, I had Tide Pods. So rather than going to the store to get some Tide Pods, as one would very naturally do, Courtney decides to drive Becca back to her house to go into her laundry room and fetch out some Tide Pods. Maybe she's a Tide Pod hoarder. Maybe there was a sale at Costco. Maybe she didn't want to disrupt the supply chain. I don't know why. Courtney is like, here, just take my Tide Pods. I mean, Tide Pods aren't even a thing that really expire. It's weird. Was there anything eventful that happened that day? Well, sure, okay. Becca was complaining about her fiance, Rich. What's new? He was just hounding her. This is like Courtney's perspective. He was just hounding her so that he could get money to fix his truck. But she's so pregnant. Where is she going to come up with this money? She doesn't have a job. Courtney is encouraging Becca. You gotta leave Rich. He's not even great. He's not even rich. But Becca seems scared, or at least that's what Courtney says. Becca said with her own words that she was very afraid of her fiance, Rich. Courtney pulls out an envelope to Becca that night. The night she was missing, yes. This time it has money. It has $2,000 of cash in there. And this is when, according to Courtney, she notices something so bizarre and so odd. She said, I saw Becca using 2 phones. I don't know why she has 2 phones. For what reason? But 2 phones. I saw 2 phones. I imagine.
So this is like a investigation from the police.
Yeah.
That's from their report.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, I imagine she states in a conspiratorial way, as she seems to do in lots of interviews, that she had gone into the house to get laundry soap, Tide Pods. Becca's outside, and when she brings them outside, quote, I noticed that she had deleted something. Courtney doesn't know what, nor does she know which phone she was deleting stuff off of. Anywho, don't ask questions. Courtney's like, moving on in the interview. She's just like, okay, well, I saw her delete something. And then all of a sudden, a mysterious black SUV with tinted windows pulls up. How do we know it's a mysterious black SUV with tinted windows? We don't know, other than the fact that Courtney is telling us this information. And it's a Chevy. How do we know that? Courtney told us that. She could just tell it's a Chevy. And then it pulls up rather dramatically. She can't even see who's driving inside the car. And Becca tells her, this is something I have to do. What does that mean? Courtney says she doesn't ask further questions. She doesn't press Becca on why she's being so cryptic because she doesn't want to push Becca away. She just watches as her pregnant daughter gets into the passenger seat of this black SUV, Mystery, and then they drive off. There is this brief idea, Courtney says she had, where she was like, I know. I'm going to get Bradley, my husband, who my biological daughter despises, to get in his car and follow the black SUV. But then Courtney decided, no, because if Becca ever finds out that we followed her, she would be so mad. Which one would imagine that if you feel the urge or the inkling to follow a black SUV, that you're suspicious enough to go chase after it. That's a pretty alarming thing. Like, you've got to have a very strong feeling about this SUV. But Courtney does not act. She does not call the police. She doesn't do anything. She just goes to sleep, and she realizes the next morning Becca had never gone home. The next morning, November 4th, everyone knows that Becca hasn't gone home. She's pregnant, and she's missing. Courtney says she gets a text message from her other daughter, Kim, Becca's half-sister. It's just coordinates. What do you mean it's just coordinates? Coordinates. Kim tells her mom, this is where Becca's phone is. Courtney types it into her maps, starts walking, and it leads her right.
So this is when they are like, where's Becca? Where's Becca? And Kim just sends a coordinate. That's it.
Yeah.
She has her Find My iPhone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it leads Courtney and her husband, Bradley, straight to a phone. Becca's phone. But no Becca.
Where was it?
In the woods behind their house. They live on the edge of Manistee National Forest.
Okay.
In Michigan.
Like really close by?
Yeah. I mean, you could pretty much walk into the national forest from their backyard. The national forest is not like the vibe of Yosemite or like Yellowstone. It's just like lots of densely wooded areas. And there are trails, but they don't live on the side where there's a lot of tourist groups and lots of scenic trails. So just think like densely packed woods.
Okay.
The police now have that phone, and they know that Becca wasn't using it to coordinate with some black SUV Uber driver or any sort of black SUV driving friend or anybody. There's nothing on that phone. So that means that this SUV driver just materialized out of thin air to take her on to a mysterious location. It doesn't make any sense. The biological mom, Courtney, tells the officer, well, that's because, like I said, she had 2 phones, maybe 3. So she could have been using her other phones to coordinate with the SUV driver to get picked up from my house that night. The police are confused by all of this. How would Kim have the coordinates to Becca's phone, and why was Becca's phone found behind Courtney's house if she was picked up in a black van?
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense. Courtney responds, I don't fucking know. Courtney Bartholomew is a woman whose explanations defy logic. She just has a tendency to say things. They kind of make sense if you decide to completely disregard any signals coming from your prefrontal cortex, but if you just think about it for a moment longer, it starts sounding weird. Courtney says before Becca is whipped away in a scary big black van, they were just having a normal bio-mom-daughter date. Like any good mother who is rarely present in her daughter's life until recently, 4 years ago, Courtney has this ingenious idea. She's like, I'm gonna plan you a baby shower for your baby, your son that's about to be born. However, she tells the police Becca was not interested. She said that CPS was gonna come and take her baby. Do you see why that's weird? Because your baby's not born when you have a baby shower. Maybe the fear is that people are going to post the baby shower on social media, thus alerting CPS that Becca is pregnant. But that doesn't seem to be accurate because when you go online, they're all posting frequently about pregnancy. It just kind of doesn't make sense. It feels like that story was thrown in there to be like, I'm such a good mom, I wanted to throw her a baby shower. And also Becca's bad because CPS would probably take her kid. That's the vibe it was giving. It's weird.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make any sense. Will there be a rare early spring this year? Or will the groundhog see his shadow and make winter last 6 more weeks? How does a groundhog predict the seasons? Don't ask me, because when spring is around the corner, the only season that I have in mind is tax season. Regardless where you are in life, regardless of your situation, tax season is an inevitable annual event that can grow bigger than you're sometimes even prepared for. You probably already know Credit Karma as the app where you check your finances. But even better, the TurboTax filing experience is now in Credit Karma, meaning you can file your taxes in the Credit Karma app knowing it's powered by TurboTax, one of the most trusted tax filing services around. But it gets better. This year, when you get your refund, Credit Karma doesn't just disappear, ready to come visit you the same time next year. It gives you personalized recommendations for what to do with that money based on your situation. Should you tackle the credit card debt, add to your savings, start an emergency fund? Credit Karma with TurboTax makes tax season feel less overwhelming and more like you're actually taking care of yourself. You file, get your max refund, and then you get a real plan for making that money work for you. Plus, everything's in one place. Your credit score, personalized offers. File your taxes today with TurboTax in the Credit Karma app. Now, Courtney thinks specifically, if she had to put her money on it, if she had to think about who had something to do with Becca going missing, it's probably a guy named Mike and a woman named Ashley. Who the hell are Mike and Ashley? Courtney says they were the ones that were going to help Becca run away from Richard. She could be in hiding right now. Who is Ashley? Quote, oh, Rich's other baby mama. So now she's saying, you gotta look into these 2 people. Mm-hmm. The police look into these 2 people, and they have nothing to do with it.
What do you mean? Like they're real, they do exist.
And they have nothing to do
Who is Mike?
with anything. Mike is friends with Ashley, is related to Ashley.
Okay, got it.
And it just leads them onto this wild goose chase, and there is nothing there.
Okay.
So the police think, okay, well, maybe we should just look into Rich then. Mm-hmm. Is Becca's fiance and the father of her unborn child, Rich, suspicious? By default, based on statistics, perhaps. I mean, amongst other very concrete reasons, but a lot of Becca's former classmates, family members, And more on her real family members later, like Stephanie Park. But a lot of Becca's friends, they don't particularly appreciate Kourtney's passionate story and pointing the finger at Ashley, Rich's other ex-girlfriend, mainly because, first of all, Ashley and Becca had a very close relationship. So it doesn't seem like Ashley would do anything nefarious to Becca. And Ashley would not just let Becca go missing and not inform the police if they're on this wild goose hunt for Becca. But also, a lot of people are mad because you've been in your daughter's life for like 2 minutes. Becca was placed in foster care at 1 year old, was adopted by a woman named Stephanie Park. That's her real mom. Becca only reconnected with her biological mom, Kourtney, at 18 years old. And now Kourtney is out here pretending like she's known Becca for her entire life and is supporting her and is fighting to find her. One of Becca's friends takes issue with this. And then Kourtney decides she's going to get mad at all of Becca's friends. Kourtney goes on social media and she gives a very important message. This is during the very critical time that her daughter is missing. She says, "F you, Araya." Araya is Becca's friend who has been trying to figure out what happened to Becca and has naturally become pretty suspicious of Kourtney because none of her stories are making sense. She's got 2 phones. She's got 3 phones. She didn't want a baby shower. It's just a whole bunch of nonsense that's coming out of Kourtney. Kourtney responds by going on live and screaming,
1, they have searched my property. 2, I didn't touch my fucking daughter. And 3, we already know the fucking info that you're fucking telling us, Araya.
Bradley, the husband, chimes in.
And we got fucking cameras watching the fucking road, you dumb bitch.
What did Araya before this?
That Kourtney is suspicious, that Kourtney doesn't want the cops to search her house.
And these are all happening on Facebook.
Yeah. And then Kourtney goes back to screaming, so you better fucking watch it. Rusty is Araya's dad.
Rusty, you better get your fucking child under control because she's taking a mother's pain and turning it into a goddamn circus. Fuck you, Araya. You don't have fucking kids that actually you take care of. I do, unfortunately, that you don't have yours because you fucking can't be a mom to yours. So you know what? Fuck you, bitch. You're getting an ass whooping, you keep it up. I'm not playing with you anymore. I already know the goddamn information. My daughter probably left Rich. Y'all can't accept it. Get over it. If that is what she fucking did, then I'm happy for her. I just want to know where she's at and that she's okay. That's all that counts anymore. And you know what? You ever fucking say I laid a hand on my pregnant daughter, Araya, so help me fucking God. You will not like me, bitch. Don't play with me.
But just because Kourtney hasn't been present in her life, her now missing daughter's life, doesn't mean that Kourtney is automatically the most suspicious one, right? In fact, Rich Failer, Becca's fiance, is a very shady person. I mean, that's just factually correct. The police questioned where he was when his pregnant fiance, Becca, went missing. And he explains from the top that the day that she vanished, her stomach had been hurting all morning. So it was lasagna inheritance day, hospital day, and then the next day, her stomach is still hurting a lot. She's not feeling good. So they spent the entire day laying in bed and watching movies. She wasn't talking to anyone. She wasn't texting anyone. I mean, she wasn't texting anyone particularly who drives a big black SUV, a Chevy SUV with tinted windows. But what does Rich know? Rich doesn't know a lot of things. Rich says he had no clue that Becca was even going to Kourtney's house. He thought that they were just gonna go get ice cream at Culver's because that's what Becca was craving. When Kourtney comes to pick Becca up around dinner time, he says, Becca gave me a hug. We gave each other a kiss, what normal couples would do when somebody's leaving. She said, give her about an hour and a half to 2 hours and then she'd be back. But then he falls asleep 45 minutes later after she leaves. He wakes up at 1 a.m. He tries to call Becca, trying to figure out where she is, but she's not picking up. He doesn't freak out because he just assumed that his pregnant fiance, who had been at the hospital the night before, is just at a friend's house. Even though she states that she's going to be home in 2 hours and it's now many hours, he doesn't think that this is alarming. And then the next morning, he starts calling Kourtney because he's like, wait, Becca's still not home. So like, where's Becca, Kourtney? Kourtney tells him that Becca was picked up by somebody in a black SUV, but Rich doesn't believe her. Yeah, and the way that Courtney says it is really bizarre. She says, your old lady left with someone in a black SUV. First of all, Courtney, you're 40. This is your biological daughter and she's 22. I don't know. It's weird. Rich does not believe Courtney. He goes from being so trusting. He goes from waking up at 1 a.m., I'm sure my 38-week pregnant wife is totally fine, to all of a sudden, hey, I am the most skeptical person on the block, and I don't believe that Becca would leave in a black SUV.
I tried to call her a few times because I didn't get no messages, call from her, nothing, and it's just not like her.
But nothing comes of any of this. I mean, this is no clue. There's no hint. There's nothing to lead the police closer to finding Becca. And as the days pass, Becca's friends start coming out to talk about how, hey, this guy sucks. He's not the amazing, attentive fiance that he probably wants everyone to see him as. He is straight up a creep. He admits on a podcast called Steph's Case Files, he's confronted about whether or not he cheated on Becca before, because he clearly did.
What's a Steph case file?
It's a podcast. I think Steph's Case Files is fine. No, I think they're really good. It's a podcast name.
And this is after this whole case has happened and they are doing interviews with Rich, right?
It's when Becca goes missing. But I will say the reason that I am having Stephanie Park along with Becca's family, her real family, have come out, like Stephanie Park's family, have come out to say that all of the internet rumors and speculations are getting out of hand and it's impeding with the police investigation before the case goes to trial. I will say that there are lots of different live streamers and podcasts where they'll all kind of dial in and call each other, and they will call in Courtney or Richard. And there's a lot of rumors that take place in the comment sections that are voiced out loud that then kind of become a life of its own. So I would just be careful with this case in regards to going to, but I will say it's complicated because at the same time that these are the podcasts that got the word out. So Steph's Case Files, I think, is doing a really good job, but there might be other podcasts that are not doing a splendid job, is just all I'm trying to say.
I see.
So it seems like Becca's family, her real family, are a little frustrated with that.
I see. Yeah.
Not saying that that's what Steph's Case Files did, but I'm just saying when you go down the rabbit hole of listening to all these live streams, because there were issues with live streamers then going to Courtney and Bradley Bartholomew's house and filming them from outside their house across the street.
Wow.
It's just a lot. He is confronted about whether or not he's cheated on Becca before, because clearly he did, with not just anybody, but with Becca's biological mom, Courtney. And Rich says, yeah, I never lied. Every time Becca came to me and asked me if I'd talked to a female sexually, I never lied to her about it, because why would she come to me asking me about it if she didn't know the truth?
Is Rich Courtney's ex? Or is Courtney Rich? So who was the ex, or was it cheating?
That is very unclear. It seems like he is probably Courtney's ex. They all kind of knew each other. And then he starts dating Becca.
That is crazy.
And then when Becca and Rich are on and off dating and back and forth, he would still be sleeping with Courtney.
I see.
So he's asked on the podcast if he was abusive or not to Becca, because there was rumors that he was violently abusive. And he says, verbally, yes. Physically, I never harmed her.
Is he proud? Is he like...
He's just like, he thinks it's normal, I think, to be verbally abusive is the sound.
Wow.
Is it true that you didn't want the baby at all? I wanted the baby. At first, before she got pregnant, I kept telling her, let's wait, because neither of us were financially stable and I wanted to have a full-time job. But when she came back with the pregnancy test stating she was pregnant, I always wanted it. When asked if he thinks Courtney would harm her own biological daughter, Becca, because, I mean, she's already harming her biological daughter, Becca, by having an affair with Rich. Well, Rich is asked about whether or not, and he says, I feel like Courtney wouldn't harm Becca until after the baby's born. Okay. Until after the baby's born? Does Courtney have a weird obsession with being a grandmother? Like, that's where she draws her moral line? Rich elaborates, a lot of it's got to do with the baby. I know when Courtney first found out Becca was pregnant, she sent threatening messages to Becca's phone. Rich is asked, I mean, I heard that Kourtney has a weird obsession with always liking to be pregnant, but do you think that she's jealous that Becca is having your child? Rich says, yeah. Because October of last year, when Becca was pregnant, she had a miscarriage, which back then I feel like it was mine, but there was a chance it was somebody else's because she conceived shortly before she quit cheating on me. We've been told that Kourtney was pissed off because Becca was pregnant. And then when she found out that she was pregnant, we both said it was mine. And it just so happened when she got pregnant this time, Kourtney threatened Becca a few times, stating she wasn't going to let Becca have my child. It's all making Kourtney look pretty suspicious. However, Kourtney tells the investigators that, okay, fine, she and Rich have been on and off seeing each other when Becca wasn't with Rich. It is bad, yes. However, is it the worst thing in the world? No, not compared to what Rich does. Kourtney is explaining to the officer, like she said, Becca and Rich are not the most stable couple that she has ever witnessed. They're on and off again. And one time earlier in 2025, when they were in their off period, which is a shame, but while they were broken up, Kourtney decides the best way to comfort her daughter Becca is to sleep with Rich again. That's not how she puts it though. She just states that they start dating. And it was evidently very serious because she decides that she is going to go through the logistics of divorcing her husband, Bradley. But then she gets pregnant and she doesn't know if it's Rich's baby or Bradley's baby.
Wait, when? What?
This is earlier in 2025.
But that's not the baby that she was telling her sister about,
No,
right?
no.
Okay.
So she says that she got pregnant and she didn't know whose baby it was. And because there was a chance that it could be her husband Bradley's, she decided to just stay with Bradley. That's just the plan. She's going to stay married. It's not like she can just ask her stomach, who's your dad? Although I do think that Kourtney would be the type to try. She's like diagnosed with the terminal illness of stupidity. I don't know how else to put it. Okay, she decides to put her family first, stay with Bradley. She's no longer going to get a divorce. And Rich is going to go then resume his relationship with Becca. However, everyone is on board except Kourtney says Rich was not. She tells the police, Rich doesn't want Becca. He wants her, Kourtney. He's so angered by the fact that he has to be with Becca while Becca's mom, Kourtney, biological mom, just has a child who may or may not be his, that he breaks into Kourtney's house to essay her, and that causes her to miscarry. Now, we are typically never ones to doubt someone's account of being essayed, but these people like to make up new things every 2 seconds, so I can't be sure of anything at this point. But Rich argues that is not at all what happened, and it doesn't even make sense because Kourtney has cameras inside and outside her house. If he did come in with a gun and essay her at gunpoint, wouldn't she just turn that footage over to the police? To which Kourtney then argues, well, it's only a live feed. I don't have money for SD cards, so it doesn't actually record anything. I can only watch live. Rich then argues, can you really believe anything Kourtney says? She's the one during Becca's first pregnancy. So Becca has 2 other children, 2 sons, before her 3rd pregnancy. She's pregnant with her 3rd pregnancy when she goes missing.
Okay.
But she has 2 other sons, and they are now being raised by Stephanie Park. They were actually being raised by Stephanie Park even when Becca, before she had gone missing.
How old are they? Do we know?
It's like, they're like 1 and 3, I believe.
Oh, very young.
Yeah, so they're being raised by Stephanie, and when Becca was carrying her very first child, so this is not Rich's child, Kourtney is still so upset at the idea that her biological daughter is pregnant with her grandchild. She tries to hit Becca on the stomach with a baseball bat.
How do we know that?
That's what Rich is saying.
So what is happening? Like, police is trying to figure out the backstory, and all Kourtney and Richards are doing just pointing finger at each other? Is that what's going on?
Yes, I will say that Becca goes missing, and the police, I don't know if they put a lot of effort into finding Becca. Mm-hmm. There are lots of things that they had recorded interviews with some of the people that seemed the most suspicious. Those interviews have not been released, but in an affidavit, their conversations were recounted in the legal document. But the video of like the interrogations were not released yet. So they're gathering a few things, but a lot of this is happening online. I don't know, maybe he also told it to the police. Maybe he didn't because it's not true and he doesn't want to lie to the police. I don't know. But now in Steph's Case Files, the podcast, Rich asked basically if Kourtney did want Becca's baby, her grandson. They're like, you think that Kourtney did something to her own daughter, Becca, for the child that she's pregnant with? And they're asking, so is Kourtney possibly trying to take this baby and maybe sell it? Or is she in like a financial situation? Or would she be trying to keep this baby herself? I don't know. I'm speculating, but I can't help it. Rich responds, it could go either way. Now, Rich points the finger at Kourtney, and sure, Kourtney has argued that there's no way she could ever feasibly do anything to Becca, considering she is missing one of her legs from the knee down, which she is missing. It is believed that she did use a prosthetic previously, but according to internet rumors, and again, these are rumors, I don't even know if they're verified, okay? She got her prosthetic taken away because she took off her prosthetic and then tried to hit some police officers with it. I don't know how accurate any of this is. However, that's the allegation online. But I do know she is missing one of her legs from the knee down. She does use crutches and she does use a wheelchair. But Rich says, that's not a valid alibi. He says, I've seen Kourtney and her husband Bradley go at it, and quote, I mean, it'll go both ways. There's times Bradley would overpower her and times she would overpower Brad. So this becomes like a battle of the who's the least trustworthy person. We are in a shitty situation, especially when you factor in Rich's criminal history. He has multiple charges against him for SA against minors, against a child who is 13 to 15 years old, against an incapacitated victim. He has committed at least 5 sexual crimes and he is on the sex offender registry.
Wow.
But if you ask Shady Rich who he thinks took Becca, his pregnant fiance, he will likely tell you it's going to be Kourtney and her husband, Bradley Bartholomew. The cold hard truth for Bradley Bartholomew, Kourtney's husband, is that nobody likes Bradley. Kourtney's biological daughters, Becca and Kim, don't like Bradley. And even Kourtney doesn't like Bradley because just earlier this year she was trying to divorce him and go run off with Becca's fiance, Rich. So it makes sense that everyone, if they had to point their finger at someone, that it would be pointed directly at Bradley Bartholomew's face. But everyone has problems with everyone. Bradley argues even Becca and her mom, Kourtney, had problems. They barely got along. Kourtney felt resentful of Becca because, you know, sure, it was Kourtney's decision and incompetency that caused her to not be able to raise her daughter, Becca, for the first 18 years of her life. But now that she suddenly is in her life, she wants to be treated with respect and be treated like a good mom. Becca won't even give her that chance. However, Bradley is adamant that he had nothing to do with Becca going missing. He wasn't even around when Becca was picked up by that black SUV and when Kourtney was inside getting Tide Pods. He wasn't even home the entire day that they were getting ice cream. He was out at his place. He's got his own place. He doesn't live with Kourtney. Where does he live? He does live with Kourtney, but he also has his own place out in the woods. This is not, it's not a shed. It's not a cabin. He just like called dibs on a spot in the woods.
Like camping?
I don't even know if he has a tent. He just has a spot in the woods that he really, really likes. And he spends a lot of time there. And sometimes he'll sleep.
Is it like in the back of Kourtney's house or no?
I think like further back. I don't think this is like backyard camping. I think this is he's walking to his place.
He just points at the forest and say, I sleep there. That's my house.
Basically.
But is there a spot or he's making this up?
Nobody knows.
Okay.
Yeah. But he says he's got a place in the woods.
And the police like, where is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There's no way to confirm that he was at his place in the woods because he left his phone at Kourtney's house. There's no way to track him through the cell towers. I mean, all you can take is his word. And someone's word in the middle of the woods, I wouldn't even take it if it were free. Anyway, he's at his place in the woods. When he gets back, he is told that Becca is missing. At which point, Kourtney sends him a coordinate and is like, you need to go find Becca's phone here. He's like, what? So Kim had sent Kourtney the coordinates.
This is next morning.
Yeah, November 4th. Kim sends Kourtney the coordinates. Kourtney sends it to Bradley. Bradley's like, I'm not going to go looking out there alone. The police are like, why did you not go alone? Quote, I'm not going to be accused of anything. So when Kourtney gets home, her and Bradley both go into the woods together and they find Becca's phone. Bradley has no clue how her phone got there. Mind you, he just got home. He was living in the woods, living off nature. He just got here. How would he know how Becca's phone got here? But if he had to take his best guess, and if he had to voluntarily tell the police, he said, Becca had walked that trail before. I don't know what that means. One would imagine that perhaps Bradley is the safer of the two to trust in this situation between Courtney and Bradley, because Courtney is Becca's biological mom. Rich is Becca's fiance. There's a lot of interpersonal relationships there and the potential growth of resentment and some nefarious plots. Bradley kind of has nothing to gain from lying to the police or doing anything to Becca. Well, there might be something to gain. Bradley Bartholomew, Courtney's husband, is also a registered sex offender. And just the year before, he was thrown into jail for breaking probation. And according to Courtney, the person who reported him, that sent him away, Rich Failer, Becca's fiance, sent Bradley Bartholomew to prison last year.
What happened?
He
What
broke
happened
his
to Bradley?
probation and he went to jail. He broke his probation because he's a registered sex offender. He can't be around kids. He can't do lots of things.
Yeah.
And he broke that probation. Rich allegedly turns him in, and he had to spend probably not that long in jail, but he spent some time in jail. I will say there's a lot of weird stuff about Bradley being a sex offender other than the fact that he's a sex offender. There's insane posts on Courtney's Facebook page that show her absolute lack of self-awareness being at its peak. She complains about how the county parole office won't let her husband Bradley take care of her. And you're like, that doesn't make any sense. Why, right? We can assume it's because Courtney actually has another son, another child, who's 14. And I want to put him on the map because he's not as relevant and his voice is out there, and that's like another problematic thing. But she has a 14-year-old son, and he cannot be in a house with a 14-year-old boy.
Right.
And she's complaining about the parole office.
Right. She's
Not
complaining
yeah.
about that rather than, wow.
Yeah, so she would write online on Facebook, so Wexford County Parole Office refused to allow my husband to care for me, so fuck. I'll sue them and have all of them fired. Spoiler alert, none of them were fired. Nobody was sued. When authorities ask Bradley Bartholomew who he thinks is responsible for Becca disappearing, he says that he didn't want to say anything, but, I saw Kim asking about the trails behind the house. I think it was Kim, basically, saying, I think it was Becca's half-sister. And he says, quote, I believe she's dead. Saying he believes that Becca is dead and her half-sister Kim is the one that killed her.
What a mess.
So Bradley is like, it's her half-sister Kim. What motive would Kim have in getting rid of her sister? Bradley says he heard Kim say once that she needs Becca out of the picture. Then he says something weird. He says, Courtney, she likes to sleep with scalpels next to her nightstand, disposable scalpels, to drain like some of the cellulitis markings. She has scalpels. And something interesting to note is that now one of them is missing. And guess who has access to those scalpels? Kim. There are a few ways to frame somebody for murder, and the easiest, simplest, fish brain one would just be take an item that belongs to the person that you're trying to frame and plant it at the scene of the crime. It's easy, it's simple, it's clean. November 25th, 2025. 3 weeks after Becca goes missing, civilians stumble upon her body in the Manistee National Forest. They find Becca, and they find what appeared to be remains, and when they walk up close, it was very clear that it belonged to a human and not animal remains. And it looked like someone didn't want Becca to be found. She was covered in leaves, and she appeared, quote, gutted. Deputy Jacob goes down into the wooded area, and he had seen this human body female with a tattoo above her left eye that matches Becca, and Deputy Jacob reports her stomach had been cut open. There are clear wounds to her stomach. The placenta was hanging out of her open abdominal wound with an attached umbilical cord that appears to have been cut with dental floss. There are stab wounds all over Becca, which later it's confirmed that she was alive when she was stabbed, and alive when later her stomach was cut open and someone forcibly ripped her baby out of her and cut her umbilical cord before they slit her throat and then dragged her. They hooked her up to a car and then dragged her into the woods and then left her for dead. Whoever did this, they wanted Becca's baby no matter what. They didn't care if Becca felt all of the pain of her baby being taken out. They didn't care if Becca died or lived, as long as they could take Becca's 38-week-old son, Whoever did this did not just kill Becca and steal her unborn baby. They wanted Becca to suffer. They essentially tortured her. There are two very important details about where Becca's body is found. One, she's found on Federal Forest Service Road 9784. And if you were to clear all of the trees and you were to walk in a straight line 2.5 miles, you would make it straight onto Courtney and Bradley's porch. And two, at the crime scene, there is a debit card that has been left behind. And that belongs to none other than Kimberly Park, Becca's half-sister. So was she framed, or was this the dumbest accident to leave her debit card at the scene of the crime? When Kim's mom, Courtney, finds out about this, Courtney mentions, you know what, I did see who was driving the black SUV, and you're never going to believe it, but I wanted to protect my daughter, and that's why I didn't say anything. The person who picked up Becca the night that she went missing was my other daughter, Kim. Does she drive a black SUV? Does she drive a Chevy? No, she doesn't, but somehow she got this car, and she was driving Becca out of my house. Kim is questioned, and Kim's version of events, they don't make any more sense than the others. She tells the officers that she knows who took Becca. She knows who killed Becca. It's not her, even though her debit card was there. It's that she was framed. The real killers are her biological mom, Courtney, and her husband, Bradley Bartholomew. Kim says she saw with her own two eyes Courtney and Bradley hit Becca on the head, causing Becca to have a seizure. And when they couldn't revive her, they frantically called a friend who lives upstate, took Becca's body away to, she thinks she heard something about a swamp, but I guess they never made it there because Becca was found in the woods. There are social media lives where people related to this case have been coming up, sharing information, lots of information. And at one point, someone who has spoken with Kim personally, Becca's half-sister, says on the podcast, I'm just going to paint the picture clear. This is on Steph's Case Files, and I don't care the repercussions. Courtney and Kimmy both talk about Becca like a dog. They say she's a whore, she's a slut. Kimmy's out here going around saying that she cares about her sister and misses her. Bullshit. I'm sorry, okay?
So Ken's statement is that she was there that night?
Yes.
But I thought there was only Courtney and Rebecca.
Yeah. But now she's saying I was there. And I saw them hit her on the head.
There's like so many versions now.
Exactly. And
Okay.
she's going around online talking about how much she misses her sister. Someone who's spoken with Kim allegedly says she's never liked her sister. She would call her sister Becca like all sorts of derogatory names. She doesn't care about her sister. Kim tells the officers that all of this is very complicated. I mean, obviously it's complicated. Her half-sister is missing, and then her body is found, and her baby had been torn from her. But it's more complicated because Courtney is having an affair with Becca's fiance. But so is Kim. Kim is also having an affair with Becca's fiance. Rich Fowler somehow is sleeping with everyone. He and Becca are expecting a child on the way. Rich is having an affair with Becca's biological mom. Rich is having an affair with Becca's half-sister, Kim. Kim says the weirdest thing happened though. Right after Becca went missing, Rich came up to her and informed her that Becca had been taken care of and she has nothing to worry about. But while they tried to cut the baby out of Becca, something went wrong. She's like, wait, what? Who's cutting the baby out of Becca? And then he wouldn't respond. So now Kim is saying, okay, Courtney and Bradley hit Becca on the head. She had a seizure. They had to get rid of her body. But then later on, Rich comes up to Kim and is like, hey, Becca's been taken care of. They were trying to cut the baby out of Becca, but then something went wrong.
So Kim told two different versions already.
Yes. So the police are like, is it Rich? Is it Courtney and Bradley? Is it all three of them? Is it Kim? Is it all four of them?
Wow.
The new year isn't just another date on the calendar. I feel like it's a fresh chapter just waiting to happen. And if you have been sitting on that brilliant business idea, waiting for the perfect moment, I feel like that moment is now. This is the year that you should stop dreaming and start doing. The year you go from employee to business owner, from idea haver to founder, from, I don't know, wondering what if to I tried it. I did it. The tool that makes it all possible with all of this, though, is Shopify. Everything you need to build your dream store is right at your fingertips. You can browse through hundreds of stunning templates and customize them until they are perfectly capturing your brand's personality. With Shopify, you're basically getting your entire business infrastructure in one place. When we first opened our small business, Grandpa Mango's Art Studio, Shopify was our guide on how to start. Grandpa Mango's Art Studio was only available for a limited amount of time and exclusively online. But if we really wanted to, Shopify grows with your business. Online, in-store, and pop-ups. Marketing is also baked right into the platform. You can launch email campaigns that land in inboxes. You can create social media promotions that catch eyes as people scroll through their feeds. And I just think the time is now. In 2026, stop waiting and start selling with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/rotten. Go to shopify.com/rotten. That's shopify.com/rotten. Hear the sound of your first sale this new year with Shopify by your side. Eating healthier always seems like a great New Year's resolution until it's late January and you have ordered out to eat more than you have expected. You see yourself spending more money on less healthy food. Here's the truth. You're not bad at eating healthy. You are just out of time. My Sundays used to be filled with meal prep and then hours of cleaning up. It just felt like a waste of a day and it wasn't worth it. Sometimes I'm in the mood to chef it up, but sometimes I simply just don't have the time. That's why I love Factor, especially their spicy jalapeno chicken. So good. It's one of my favorites. It has the right amount of kick and it doesn't get weirdly soggy. Factor meals are already made by chefs, designed by dietitians, and delivered straight to your door. 2 minutes in the microwave and then bam, you're ready. Real food, ready to eat. They're packed with lean proteins, vibrant vegetables, whole food ingredients, and healthy fats. Head to factormeals.com/rotten50off and use code rotten50off to get 50% off your first Factor box plus free breakfast for 1 year. Offer only valid for new Factor customers with code and qualifying auto-renewing subscription purchase. Make healthier eating easy with Factor. Stephanie Park is Becca's real mom. She is Becca's adoptive mom, but technically, Kourtney is just a birther at this point. Stephanie Park is the woman that raised Becca and Kim since Becca was a little baby. Becca and Kim have Stephanie's last name. Stephanie says that she spent a good part of her life trying to shield the girls away from Kourtney because just of how a negative experience and an influence that Kourtney is to be around. Even when Becca goes missing, Kourtney and Bradley and Becca's fiance Rich, her half-sister Kim, nobody seems to care about Becca truly like Stephanie Park and her family. Even Becca's 2 other children that she's had before getting pregnant with her third, they were being raised by Stephanie Park. Even Kimmy's daughter is being raised by Stephanie Park. Meanwhile, Kourtney is busy pretending to be a mom. She's like the type of person that has a very deplorable Facebook page. She primarily focuses her energy on reposting Minion quotes. They're not even quotes from the Minions, it's just Minions and then random quotes. Like one, there's a Minion quote and it reads, "I'm so good at sleeping, I can do it with my eyes closed." Another one reads, "Rabbits jump and they live for 8 years. Dogs run and they live for 15 years. Turtles do nothing and they live for 150 years. Lesson learned." She reposts a quote, "Until you've lived my life, walked my path, suffered my pain, and seen what I've seen, I could care less about your judgments." She writes exactly on the repost. She also posts things like, "I'm a proud mother. I gave my children life. They gave me a reason to live. I love my children." I mean, all she did was give her children life because they were raised by somebody else. And it's just ironic. I mean, Kourtney is not the brightest bulb. If you were in a room alone with Kourtney Bartholomew, it would be pitch dark. One day before Becca is last seen and goes missing, she has a milkshake date with her mom, her biological mom, Kourtney, at Dairy Queen. This is the day she goes to the hospital. So lasagna Inheritance Day. And then the day she goes to the hospital, she was actually supposed to get milkshakes with Kourtney Bartholomew at Dairy Queen. But she didn't because she ends up going to the hospital thinking that she's in labor, but she's not. And that whole thing has the police very suspicious. The inheritance date, it almost seemed like the idea of the 3 different lasagna dishes and having your own lasagna and Becca reportedly told friends afterwards her stomach was not feeling well. The next day, she goes to the hospital, and Courtney is so adamant, like, we have to get milkshakes and ice cream. She's like, we got to get milkshakes the next day. And then when she goes to the hospital, you would think the next day she'd just be like, okay, you should probably relax. But instead, she's like, we got to go get ice cream at Culver's. People think that she had maybe poisoned the lasagna. That's a big speculation that caused Becca to go to the hospital the next day. And then to finish the job, she keeps begging to take her out to ice cream. That's the speculation. And with that, the police decide to look further into, obviously, Courtney and Bradley. Everyone also in town thinks that the couple are weird. They would have this truck that's parked outside their house all the time, and it never really moved. They never drove the truck. It just kind of sat there at all points. But recently, neighbors report seeing that truck moved. And not only that, but it doesn't even have seats inside the truck anymore. Courtney says she moved it recently because she wanted to get access to the porch and the truck was blocking the porch. But why are there no seats in the truck?
What does that mean? They removed the chairs?
Yes.
They removed the chairs after she was missing, or it's always been missing?
It seemed like it wasn't missing until after Becca was missing. I mean, no one can really pinpoint the exact date that it went missing, but Courtney and Bradley confirmed, yes, we were taking the seats out. We took the seats out of the truck, but it was just because we were cleaning the truck. We're going to give the truck to Courtney's other son when he's going to turn 16. He's 14 right now. This is a 2-year-long truck makeover, which is, I mean, I guess normally fine, but Courtney and Bradley are not really the type to think ahead. Nobody would ever accuse these two of being forward thinkers. Then Bradley says that he has no clue about what happened because he was not at his place. He was out in the woods living at his other place that he called dibs on.
He calls dibs on?
Yeah, basically. He left his phone at Courtney's because Courtney's phone was about to be disconnected. And so he was going to let her use his phone because she wasn't paying for her phone. But when police look into it, there's multiple calls between Courtney's phone and Bradley's phone. So is she just calling herself? Or did you take your phone? Or maybe you didn't even go into the woods and you guys are calling each other. Which, what for would you be calling each other? Would these be butt dials? I thought you weren't even there. I thought you didn't even have your phone. Are we to assume that Courtney's butt dialing nonstop? It's all very strange, isn't it? But Courtney thinks, no, it's not. In fact, she states she has an alibi, an airtight alibi. She couldn't have killed her daughter Becca because she was at home with her son. And there is an audio clip that she posts onto Facebook where she forces her 14-year-old son to say that he was with her that night.
What does it sound like? Hey, just tell people we're with you?
Yeah, and then he was like, so my mom was with me at this time, at this point, and we did this.
Wow.
But by this point, the police know what's going on, that Courtney and Bradley are lying, and they are not the brightest and greatest and hardly the smartest. Even when authorities come to execute search warrants on Courtney and Bradley's house, the day that Becca's body is discovered, Courtney and Bradley conveniently have a conversation that the officers just happen to be able to overhear. And we don't have direct quotes, but I imagine it goes something like this. Courtney turns to Bradley, glances over at the police. You know the seat covers in our truck? In the driveway, the truck in our driveway, I had to burn the seat covers in our truck. Why would you burn the seat covers in the truck? Because I spilled something on it. That makes sense. If I spilled juice on the seat covers, I would burn it too so we don't get ants or anything. Yeah, I burned it in a bonfire.
Why are they saying that?
Because they want it to seem less suspicious that they burned it. It's like toddlers lying. They want to make it seem less suspicious that they burned the seat covers for the truck, but they don't want to tell the police outright we burned the seat covers for the truck. So they're telling the police that they burned the seat covers for their truck. That's how I imagine it going down. I cannot say with certainty that this is the exact conversation, but we do know that while the police were around, they're having this fake conversation of like, why'd you burn the seat covers in the trunk? Oh, well, because I spilled something on it. There are messages of Courtney sending her two biological daughters pictures of an $18,000 check, which she claimed was the inheritance that was going to be split and divided and then given to both of them. So both of them were going to receive half of the $18,000 at the lasagna dinner, but there is no such thing as that $18,000 check. So I guess it was photoshopped or it was AI generated or something. These are just imaginary checks. So they decide to bring both of them in. The police were like, bring in Courtney, bring in Bradley. And the couple come back in for second questioning. Even this, Courtney's trying to be slick. She tells the officers, according to the affidavit, wasn't the first interview enough? They bring in Bradley, and because Becca's body is found, the officer tells him this is a homicide investigation and there cannot be any more lies. Bradley admits, fine. I knew what was happening. My wife, Courtney, was going to get Becca and come to the house. I was there. I was at the house. She was going to come and get Tide Pods. I was at the house, but I lied. And I said that I was in the woods because I was alone with Courtney's son, who is 14 years old. And I'm a registered sex offender. And I can't be alone with Courtney's 14-year-old son because I can't be alone with children. That's why I lied to you guys. He says that when Courtney comes back alone to the house to pick up the Tide Pods, she tells him to go outside and clean up her car. There's blood on the dash. And he's like, blood? Courtney tells her husband that she got into a physical altercation with Rich and that there was blood on the dash. The dutiful, questionless, brainless husband, Bradley, goes out there and starts wiping the blood off the dash. But then he remembers that there was no blood on the floors or on the seats, just the dash. Like, he does point that out to the police. There was, however, paint spilled on the seat covers, which is why they burned it. Okay.
What?
So Bradley says that Courtney starts talking about how she and Rich did something horrible. What does that even mean? He's like, what do you mean? She won't elaborate. And then the news starts going around that Becca is missing. And Bradley, very slowly, maybe a little too slowly, starts putting 2 and 2 together very slowly. And then he's like, wait, I think they did something to Becca. So he confronts Courtney about it. Courtney freaks out on him and tells him, if you say anything, I will make your life hell. He states, I believed her because it wasn't that long ago that Courtney tried to stab him with a pair of scissors and was charged with assault. The case was ultimately dismissed, but still, he doesn't think that she's bluffing. She already tried to stab him with scissors previously. The only other thing that Bradley can tell the investigators, which he voluntarily told them, is that she's always talking to 2 people. What do you mean she's talking to 2 people all the time? I mean, I don't know. Neither of those 2 people are me, though. How do you know? I mean, she's always on her phone, click-clacking away, talking to Rich and to Kim, Becca's half-sister, and then Becca's fiance. He doesn't know what they're talking about, but they're always talking. How do you know they're always talking? They just are. He doesn't think that Courtney and Rich are still having an affair, though, because he says, quote, I just can't see them being together like that. They haven't talked in over 2 years.
Wait, didn't you say that you're talking?
Yes. So now I don't know if he means talking as in romantically talking, but you just said all they do is talk. But Bradley says But Bradley claims that he thinks if anyone did anything, it was Kim, because Kim was having an affair with Rich, and she would have motive to want Becca out of the picture.
But didn't he just say Courtney and Rich had blood in the car and did something horrible?
Yeah.
So where is Kim coming from?
I don't think he knows. I can't tell you.
So these people don't even think. They're just talking.
They're just talking. I feel like
they're just making up shit as they go.
Their thoughts reset every 5 seconds.
Because where is Kim coming from? What is he saying about Kim?
Yeah, he's saying Kim has the most motive because she was having an affair with Rich. He doesn't think that Courtney was having an affair with Rich because they haven't talked in a really long time, except all they do is talk, remember? All they do is text, but they haven't talked in a really long time. So we don't know a thing that this guy is saying. But then he goes on to later state, if I really had to answer questions, though, quote, he believes that Courtney is capable of slicing open her own flesh and blood and taking a baby out. It is a good possibility that Courtney could attack Becca and cut a baby out of her. He thinks that Courtney has more to do with it than what she wants to claim. He said that all the evidence does point to her. So basically what happens in these interrogations is that Bradley will decide that he's going to pin it on Kim, is the vibe that I get. And then the police will be like, well, remember the evidence says this? Remember when you said this? And then he'd be like, you know what? You're right. I think Courtney did it. And then he just keeps making up news stories. He's asked, well, what do you think happened? I thought Courtney was jealous of Becca. Courtney wants to have another child. And I think Rich wants to get back in a relationship with Courtney. But he leaves the interview with one big problem, a problem that is bigger than all the other problems, which is he has a ton of motive to lie. He basically admits it himself to the officer. He says, well, I do think if Courtney's in the other room talking to the other investigators, she's going to try to pin it on me. In a separate room, Courtney is talking to the officers and she asks, can Bradley hear me?
Oh my gosh.
No, he cannot. Well, I think we should back up. I think I need immunity. These are direct quotes. When she's told that the prosecutor is the only one that can give immunity, she's like, well, get him down here. The police are like, it's not that simple. The prosecutor isn't just going to come here because you said so. They're not going to come at the clap of your hands. They're going to want to know what kind of information you can provide for them. And then they'll think about if they want to grant you any sort of immunity. Courtney says she can tell them where the knife was that was used to kill Becca and where the baby is, all of it. She just admitted to being guilty. Yeah. It's not very bright of her. I think she anticipated this.
She hasn't got anything. She's already saying, I can tell you ABC.
Exactly.
Which... Okay.
She's like, I need immunity because I'm innocent, but I know some stuff. By the way, I must be guilty because I can tell you where the baby is.
That is crazy. So that was used against her then,
yeah.
right?
I mean, the police immediately, they don't call the prosecutor and they tell her, everything you just said in that one sentence, you gave us knowledge that you only have if you're guilty.
Did they point it out already?
Yeah. And Courtney says, well, no. So I've been threatened. Her child, her 14-year-old son has been threatened. Her home has been threatened. And she is done. She's officially done doing this. She wants immunity and she wants witness protection. Who does she think she is, ordering this? I mean, you cannot order officers around. That is strictly reserved for really wealthy pedophiles. Sergeant Voss informs her, look, we can't give you immunity. Is the baby still alive? Courtney shakes her head no. Did Bradley confess? He told us lots of stuff. I want to talk to a prosecutor. I want immunity. We need to know what you know to take it to the prosecutor. So, for example, you said you'll tell us where the baby is in the garbage in a blue cooler. Where?
Wow.
In the garbage cans. Bradley said he put him in a black bag. The cooler's gone. The cooler is Bradley's work cooler. He put him inside the cooler, drove up and down the road looking for a waste, like one of those residential trash cans that wasn't mine. And she refers to it as a GFL. But that's basically the company name, Green for Life. So it's just like a garbage can. Mm-hmm. He's just looking for a garbage bin that's not ours, you know? But she says that she's being set up by her husband, Bradley. She and Becca's fiance are both being set up by Bradley. She's saying her and Rich are the fall guys. Why would Bradley set up his own wife and his wife's daughter's fiance? Well, it has to do with the fact that one, Courtney and Rich were having an affair and Bradley is so jealous because everybody just wants Courtney. And Courtney explains that last year, remember, Rich sent Bradley to jail. So this is Bradley getting revenge on Rich. It's a retaliation plot. She says November 3rd, the night that Becca went missing, Courtney and Becca were in the house. Becca did not wait in the car. She came inside the house and they were chit-chatting. When Bradley asked Becca, can I step outside and talk to you for a second? They go outside. Courtney says, I didn't think anything of it. Bradley was supposed to be her stepdad. End quote. But she did ask where they were going to go, and he said he was going to get in the car. According to Courtney, Bradley shouts at her, don't worry about it and get your ass back in the house. So that's exactly what she does. She goes back inside the house and doesn't worry about it. Near midnight, Bradley comes back home without Becca. He says he dropped her off at home. Courtney, for whatever reason, suddenly feels this to be untrue information. No, you didn't. Bradley says, oh, yes, he did, and Becca is going to call her tomorrow. Courtney asks for her phone so she can call Becca and confirm that she got home safely. Bradley makes up this whole thing about how he left her phone in the shed. So he went to the shed, comes and gives it to her, and then he just admits when he gives her the phone, she didn't go home. Where did she go? Bradley tells her that he took her to a house. Wait, she told me to take her there. Becca wanted Bradley to give Courtney a message, though. I never want anything to do with you again. Courtney is so offended, she calls Rich, Becca's fiance, instead of Becca. And Courtney tells him, dude, your old lady left with some guy. So now we're back to the black van theory. So it went from a black van to Bradley did it. Now we're back to the black van because she was like, dude, your old lady was left with some guy, which Rich confirms is exactly what Courtney said. So she has to stick with this story. And it's such a bizarre thing to say in general, but also you're the old lady, whatever. Also, 40 is not old, but you get what I'm saying. Courtney claims that Bradley made her say that on the phone. And when she hangs up, Bradley, out of nowhere, backhand slaps her across the face. I think she watches so many Lifetime movies or something. I don't know. At this point, it is clear that Courtney is in version 15.9 of her account of events. What happened to the original black car that we heard so much about? The very, very specific black SUV, the Chevy with the tinted windows. What happened to that? I lied. I made it up. That never happened. No black SUV ever came to pick up Becca. It was just a lie that Bradley made me say.
Wow.
Courtney claims the day that after Becca's body is found, she confronts Bradley about what he did. And he gets in her face and he tells her, I'm going to tell you once, and I'm going to tell you, and you're going to fucking drop it, and you're going to shut the up. I'm the reason your daughter's not here, and that your life is upside down right now. Rich with the wrong motherfucker. It's like a D-grade movie that airs at 3 a.m. on Lifetime. Courtney says that she asks Bradley, "What did you do to my daughter?" He responds menacingly, "I slit her fucking throat. Rich deserved it. Rich deserved it. And it just happened to be your daughter that's going to pay for it. What about my grandson that she was carrying? Oh, I stuck him in a cooler, stuck him in a trash bag, threw him in the trash." Hold on. The officers are very confused. They stop Courtney in her story and they say, wait, hold on. If Bradley is just doing this to get back at Rich, just killing Becca and their unborn child seems to be the goal. Why cut the baby out of Becca, bring it back, and then dispose of the baby, leaving more evidence? Courtney responds, because if he would have left the baby in there and somebody found her before, the baby could have survived, he would have thought. So now we're just thinking he would have thought. I don't think any of them think much, but then why wouldn't he just take the baby out and kill it and then leave the baby? Why go through the trouble of taking the baby? He told me that the baby wasn't breathing when he pulled him out. Again, why did he take the baby? Because he didn't want Rich to see they were together. Like, he didn't want Rich to see them together in death? What does that mean? The police literally ask her, what does that mean? And the affidavit writes, quote, "She admitted she didn't know what that meant."
This is unbelievable.
Like, what does that mean? I don't know. You're the one that said that. Later, she tries to state that the baby is Bradley's. That's why he took the baby out of Becca, because Bradley and Becca were having an affair. But straight up, the police were like, wait, so did Bradley essay Becca? Because you've been telling us that Becca hates Bradley's guts.
Yeah.
And then she's like, yeah, they do hate each other. So the police just ignore this whole plot line because they know it's not true. And they know that she's just lying out of her butt. So then they just continue asking, well, where's the baby now? He put him in a blue cooler, in a trash bag, and then into the trash. She says that she knows that he used a trash bag from their house because she likes to count their trash bags. And the police are like, what is happening? Why are you counting your trash bags? Courtney clarifies that she never went to the location that Becca's body is found. She has no clue how often Bradley had gone back to the location where Becca's body is found. She's kind of insinuating something there. And they ask her, you said you knew where the knife was used to kill Becca is? Yes. He threw it in a dumpster at Cadillac Shores. When? It's my hunting knife, but probably like a week after he put the knife in the dumpster. What happened to the scalpel you said he used? I had no clue. I wish I knew. What are you looking for in an immunity agreement? What are you afraid of? You know, you've provided us with a lot of information that's not true. I reassure you that I will cooperate the whole way. Ultimately, Courtney states that it was all Bradley, her husband, and she had nothing to do with it. Rich has nothing to do with it, and as for Kim, she just wants to be involved because she wants to feel important. That's what Courtney says. She just keeps getting involved because she wants to feel important.
Oh my God, I don't even know what to think. This is...
Yeah.
What a mess.
Courtney is the one that alleged that Kim was the one driving the SUV. Bradley told me to say that. He came up with the story. And then the police are like, okay, well then how did Kim's ID or debit card end up at the scene of the crime? Like, what's happening? She states that once Kim went on social media to say that Courtney and Bradley were responsible for Becca's murder, because Kim had gone on some lives and was like, you know what? I think they might be responsible. Bradley went back to the crime scene and planted Kim's debit card for the police to find for the purpose of framing her. Oh, and 2 months before all this happened, Courtney did remember seeing Bradley suspiciously look up online how to perform a C-section. So I don't know if she thought that he was suddenly going to go into med school with his criminal record and history, but she doesn't think anything of this afterwards. And one of her scalpels is, of course, missing from her nightstand. The police are very messy. And I don't mean like disorganized, but like messy. Because after this conversation, they immediately run right next door to Bradley. And they do a second interview with Bradley. And they essentially tell him, guess what Courtney told us? Like literally, that's what they tell him. And the investigators tell Bradley that Courtney says the whole thing was a retaliation plot, that Bradley is mad that Rich turned him into the police last year. Oh, that's bullshit. You know, but her story doesn't make sense, Bradley. If you were just trying to get revenge on Rich, why would you cut the baby out, right? Bradley is not picking up what they're putting down, at least not quickly, or really at all. So they spill it out for him. And you know, it's odd because Courtney was the one who told her sister she had a baby in the NICU that she was waiting to bring home. Right. And she's the one that kept trying to get custody of Becca and Kim's children. I'm sure Courtney stabbed Becca because she did have a hunting knife. That knife was dumped, but it might still be in a trash can. And this is where we get what seems to be so far the most believed and the clearest version of events.
Hold up. Clearly, the police is almost trying to get Bradley to switch his finger from Kim to Courtney.
Yeah, so the police know, they have a good idea that it was Courtney and Bradley, so it doesn't seem like they're trying to get a false confession, although maybe their defense attorneys will use it against them. But
yeah, but why Bradley was so adamant on Kim? Like, why?
it seems like he still wanted to protect his wife to some degree. And Courtney didn't care. She was like, take my husband. He's the guilty one. So the police come in and they're like, Courtney said it was you, just like you expected it to be. And then they're trying to tell him, but we know that's not the truth because Courtney's also weird.
Okay, I mean, well, they are weird for
Yeah.
sure. That's for sure. But it's just like, okay, yeah.
So then Bradley starts telling the police, Becca was in the truck with Courtney and Bradley. So after ice cream, I don't even know if they went to get ice cream. It seems like they were just in the truck. He doesn't clarify. I don't think they went to get ice cream, but they're in the truck, all three of them.
This is the final story from Bradley.
Yes. And Bradley says that they were going to go drive to get Tide Pods. But before they can leave, he looks and Courtney just starts stabbing Becca in the truck in their driveway. What part of Becca's body did Courtney stab? I don't know. I jumped out the truck. What? They're like asking him, like, can you explain a little bit more? Courtney just grabbed the knife and started stabbing her. This is a direct quote. Just stabbed her in the chest as far as I know, but I can't be sure because I jumped out the car when Courtney started swinging, so I'm not sure. Eventually, another door to the truck opens and he sees that Courtney brought Becca out bleeding and starts making Becca walk. Becca is stabbed and she's 38 weeks pregnant. She cannot run away and she walks her into the woods essentially. He says that Courtney stabbed Becca and in the woods took the scalpel that I guess she had already prepared and cut the baby out of Becca. He confirms that Becca is alive when all of this is happening and she's actually begging them to hurry up and take her baby out and save her baby. Once the baby is out, he says that Courtney tries to do CPR on the baby while Becca is, again, still alive. And Bradley walks over and slits her throat. Bradley claims the whole time he's screaming at Courtney, this is not right, this is not right, which is like a very bizarre understatement that I've ever heard. Bradley says instead of calling 911, he and Courtney take the baby. They do hook up Becca onto his truck and they drag her further into the woods. So they like hook her body onto the truck as if she's like an object of that you would move, I don't know, a tree log or furniture in that sense, or like a trailer.
Hook her up on the truck, like the
I guess like the truck
thing?
attachment, yes.
Oh my god.
And they drag her into the woods and they cover her with leaves. He says that he has no clue if Becca is alive or not, but they just leave. They take the baby into the house, and that takes approximately 5 minutes, at which point Bradley doesn't hear the baby breathe or cry for the entirety of the 5 minutes it takes to get back into the house. And when they get back into the house, Courtney walks in, goes into their bedroom, puts a towel on their bed, places the baby down, continues CPR. That goes on for about 15 minutes before she walks out with a trash bag. And the baby is in the trash bag. And she just puts the baby out on the porch for the rest of the night because they want to get rid of the baby right before trash pickup day. But she does make one comment the rest of the night that Bradley claims he remembers, which is, that bitch killed my baby. And she seems to be referring to her biological daughter, who is the mother of the baby.
That she
Killed both of them.
tortured.
And killed both of them, yeah.
Wow.
He says that
This is like the one of I don't even know. This is so, it's so cold-blooded and she is so blatant about it.
It's so, and they're on live streams and they're talking and she's saying like, shut the f up, Araya, like how dare you say I would hurt my child. She even tells the police, according to the affidavit, quote, something along the lines of like, why would I could never do that to my child. Yeah. They were also on live stream saying crazy things like, who could do such a thing to a pregnant woman? He claims that he saw Courtney put Becca's baby into a cooler and then into the trash bag, and they left the baby out on the porch the rest of the night before trash pickup day. Bradley says that he's not the one that burned the seat covers, but it's probably because there was Becca's blood all over the seat covers. He thinks that Courtney is the one that burned it. He did, however, clean the rest of the inside of the truck with bleach and water. So, okay. The officers ask him, do you think Courtney planned this? I have a feeling she did, but she never told me any of the plans. But why would Courtney kill her own daughter and rip out her unborn child? Is it literally just because of Rich? Is she jealous that Becca is pregnant with Rich's baby? Bradley tells the officers that Courtney just loves having kids. She loves being pregnant. She loves, I guess, the feeling of everyone saying she's pregnant. I could just tell from her Facebook, she loves being a mom in the sense of like moms have the hardest jobs in the world, which is accurate if you're a good mom. You're not a mom. Mm-hmm. All you did was give birth, which like is very annoying because also like out of all the people in the world that want to have children and want to give birth, like it's always like people who don't deserve children that are giving birth. And Bradley tells officers that Courtney was really into the idea of adopting a baby. So it does seem like she miscarried a few times and she is incapable of becoming pregnant. It doesn't seem like it was, I don't know if it was a health thing or she's just 40 and sometimes age does play a big factor, but they can't adopt a baby because he's a registered sex offender. So they're not going to just give them a baby on a silver platter. She can't get pregnant. And so she thought that this was probably, this is what Bradley thinks, and everyone's connecting the dots, the easiest way to get a baby. I don't know why she wants a baby.
Yeah, but not only that though. Like she did that to Becca while she was alive.
Yeah.
Wanting a baby, she couldn't even give her the mercy of.
Yeah.
Right? See, that just.
Because I think.
That's not just you want a baby then.
Yeah. I mean, I think some people would. I guess logically, maybe Courtney was thinking that if Becca was dead, the baby would die. But I don't know. There's also people speculating that they were both high on meth when this happened. And meth can, I guess, allegedly make you more cruel. But meth does not make you kidnap your own biological child and cut her unborn baby out of her stomach. So I don't even like to really mention if they were high on drugs. Because first of all, it's speculative. We don't know. We do know that they were frequent users of meth and that Rich Failer was a meth dealer at one point. So there is a lot of that. But I don't think that that is any sort of explanation. But ever since then, it seems that Courtney can't stand the idea of anybody else getting pregnant. Because even when Becca was pregnant with her first child, remember Rich claimed that she was trying to hit her with a baseball bat on the stomach? Because she just doesn't like the idea of anybody else being pregnant except for her. She needs to be the one being a mom. She needs to be the one having a kid, but she's married to a registered offender, so she can't adopt and she can't get pregnant. Courtney is confronted with Bradley's new version of events, and this is like the version that most people believe happened. Courtney says she tries her best to lie again, and she says, that's not true. Bradley just killed Becca in front of me. He was stabbing her, so I had to cut the baby out because Becca was like, save my baby. So I cut the baby out because that's my grandson. She said she cut Becca's baby out of sympathy, out of honor, out of familial ties, out of that was the right thing to do. And she conveniently had dental floss in her pocket to cut the umbilical cord.
So she did confess to.
Yeah.
Okay.
At this point, everybody is arrested. So Kim is arrested. This is her mugshot for tampering with evidence, lying to a police officer because...
But why is she part of this? How is she part of this?
She kept lying. It seems like at one point she finally knew what happened, but she was lying. So she would point the finger at Rich, then she would point the finger at Courtney and Bradley, and then she was sending people on a wild goose chase.
Why is that?
I think that she didn't know the smartest move for her to make. She claims that she was being blackmailed by Courtney and Bradley, that they told her that we have your stuff, we have your debit card. If you don't make everyone believe it's Rich, we're going to plant your stuff at the scene of the crime.
So she claimed that she's been blackmailed.
Yes.
So she started lying about.
Yeah.
What? And she was arrested for tampering with
evidence, lying to a police officer, and filing a false police report.
What do you mean?
Because they're assuming that she knew that Becca was not missing, that she was dead.
Oh, already? The second day?
So like her police report that she probably filed out was probably full of lies.
Because I don't know what's going on with the cell phone too. She's the one that gave them the cell phone?
Yeah.
Pin?
She says that she got it from Rich, but no one really knows.
And how is Rich
yes.
connected now? He's also arrested.
Rich Failer is arrested, but then he's subsequently let go. He has no charges right now against him related to this case. I think he has a separate domestic violence charge that's open that has nothing to do with Rebecca, but he was briefly arrested.
Okay, but how does Rich, like, when did he find out, or how did he
The
find
general
out?
consensus is that Rich has no idea what's going on.
Really?
The general consensus is that Rich is a shit person, but
Really?
netizens are actually really mad because they're saying out of everyone in this entire story, minus obviously Stephanie Park, her adoptive family, and all of the kids, out of everyone, Rich is the best person?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I find that so hard to believe.
Yeah. It seems like he is a shit person, but probably not guilty of Becca's murder.
He had a version of the story, correct?
Yes.
Did that story line up
Yeah.
with what they're saying?
So Becca was picked up. He went to sleep. He woke up. He doesn't care that Becca's not home at 1 a.m. Then the next morning he gets a call from Courtney and she's like, your old lady left with some other guy. He thinks it's weird. He starts investigating and like all this stuff is weird. He goes on live streams. He's like, hey, everyone says that I hit Becca. I didn't hit Becca. I only verbally abuse her. He's like a sex offender, a registered sex offender with multiple criminal essay charges against minors. But ultimately, it doesn't seem that he was involved in Becca's death.
Wow. Okay.
But I mean, who knows? Maybe he will be charged soon. I don't know.
Yeah.
And then yeah. Courtney and Bradley are arrested for first-degree murder, torture, conspiracy to commit torture, assault of a pregnant individual causing miscarriage or stillbirth, conspiracy, unlawful imprisonment, and removing of a dead body. I don't know how it's going to go if they're going to charge for 2 counts of
Which
first-degree
state are
murder.
they in?
They're in Michigan. So I don't know. But I just don't think that the assault of a pregnant individual causing miscarriage or stillbirth, people have qualms about that charge because they want it to be like a full separate murder charge for the
yeah.
baby. And
Yeah, that is.
yeah. So now, I mean, they're arrested. They did have a brief court hearing. It doesn't seem like, I don't know when the trial's going to be. I imagine that they're going to be represented by public defenders. I imagine that the trial will be, I mean, I don't like to say a slam dunk case, but I do think it'll probably be a slam dunk case, just the way that they've incriminated themselves thus far, and then everything that will come up in discovery. I don't think that there will be a world in which something unexpected happens during the trial. But we are left purely to speculate. I will say, I don't know if the trial is going to uncover the real reason why these two allegedly killed Becca. Is it really just because they want a baby? Is it because they don't care? Is it like a torture
Yeah.
element to it? Like, it doesn't make sense.
Exactly.
And I mean, I don't have answers for that. I don't think we'll ever get answers for that, even if there is a trial.
Wow.
But with that, I will leave you with netizen comments.
What is
Yes.
Stephanie Park's?
Stephanie Park's family have started the GoFundMe for Rebecca's sons. Stephanie Park is raising Rebecca's 2 sons and Kimberly's daughter. We reached out, so the GoFundMe, we wanted to verify it's the real GoFundMe, but a lot of the pictures that people have been using for Becca, it's like very heavily filtered photos. I mean, she looks stunning, she looks beautiful in them, but they were using a picture that we hadn't seen circulated a lot. So we just wanted to verify that that is the right GoFundMe and that is a picture of Becca. And Stephanie Park's family emailed us back and said, it's a picture of Becca from high school. And they really like remembering her in that way because she was like a natural blonde, and that was when she still had her blonde hair. So this is the picture. Yeah. And it seems
But she hasn't made any comment about
no.
anybody.
The only comment that has been made now from the family is that they just want a lot of the internet rumors to slow down because it's interfering with the police investigation and maybe the way that the trial will resume. I can see where it's coming from. It did come one of those cases where the live streams took on a life of its own. I think it has the element where Rich would just call into a live stream. So of course, like a lot of things are developing very quickly. And I think when you're in a live stream asking questions, especially when you're dealing with such a sensitive subject matter where there's an active police investigation and an active missing persons case at that time, I think it's really hard to on the spot ask questions that you think are helpful but not damaging to an investigation. It just got really messy.
This was before they're
Yeah.
arrested. Right, okay.
And I will say there are a lot of rumors about Becca as well. I think maybe the family is referring to that more than anything. There were rumors of, I don't know, alleged drug use during pregnancy, this, that, and the third, which I don't think really have anything to do with the case.
Yeah.
So There were people talking about how she was cheating on Rich. And I just think it's like, I don't know how that would even help someone find Becca. I mean, I guess at the time it was under the thing of, oh, well, if she was cheating on Rich, maybe there's a different guy that she would have run off to. But yeah.
Yeah, I hear you.
We still don't know where the baby is. It's unlikely, I think, that his remains will be recovered. He is presumed deceased and probably in landfill if he were to be placed in trash. One netizen comment reads, "What's the most shocking is that her fiance isn't even the worst person in her life." Another comment reads, "I can't imagine the terror this girl went through. Knowing her own mother was doing this, not only to her, but her grandchild, beyond horrifying." And everyone just hopes that the criminal justice system, if they don't do anything, then hopefully all of this is settled in prison for Courtney and Bradley, is the sentiment. I'm not saying that, but what are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments, and stay safe. I'll see you in the next one. SJ is going to be the next to die. That is the most likely, reasonable conclusion that everybody in his life is coming to. He's going to be next. He's going to be the next one to die. Especially right now, because he's just wandering around this empty, strong, disinfectant, chemical-scented hallways of the morgue. Everybody that knows SJ is growing concerned. They're getting nervous. Somebody needs to stay with him. Hurry, I'm worried he's gonna die too. I'm anxious. This is a direct quote from one of his family members. Wherever SJ goes, there is an anxious family member sitting next to him. If he's in the hallway outside the room, there is a family member sitting right next to him, also exhausted, leaned back against the chair and staring into the abyss of the bright office backroom lighting morgue hallway. And it's very understandable that SJ is distraught. SJ's wife is laying on a steel table in the room right behind him, right next to all of his family members, and they're about to cut her open to see how she was killed inside of their house, inside of their newlywed home after they had been married for only 3 months. She is killed in the middle of the night, and because SJ is drunk and passed out on the couch, he has no clue what happened to his wife inside the master bedroom, the primary bedroom. It could have been an intruder. It could have been a medical anomaly. I mean, that's highly unlikely, but we don't know. SJ is sitting next to his wife's sister. So this is his sister-in-law. I mean, she's also grieving. She would more so be in a state of shock staring at the hallway in front of them. She's probably in more pain about losing her sister than SJ is about losing his wife. They've only been together for like a year and a half, but still, the whole family is worried for SJ. He probably feels all this guilt of not having been in the room with her, but outside on the couch, leaving for work in the morning, thinking she's asleep in the bedroom when in reality, she was dead in the bedroom. He's probably hit the hardest, at least right now. I mean, it's his wife after all. And then SJ turns to his sister-in-law. So this is the deceased sister, you know?
Yeah.
The wife's sister, and she just distinctly remembers how odd this was. He turns to her in the hallway in the morgue when they're performing this autopsy, and he states, "You know, I'm someone with really strong sexual desires."
What?
She's tilting her head. She's looking at him like this is unsolicited, unprompted information that she doesn't even know if she heard this correctly. What do you mean? I'm a person with strong desires, you know? But your sister would never let me touch her. She's sitting there trying to understand what he's telling her. Her sister is dead, most likely murdered, and being autopsied in the room right there. And her sister's husband is telling her that he has a lot of needs. What the hell is going on right now? We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the National Network to End Domestic Violence, a nonprofit organization whose mission is to eradicate all partner relationship, workplace, and stalking violence. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team. We'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. A few disclaimers for this case. There are mentions of SA and a lot of mentions of pregnancy loss, so please watch with caution. This case also takes place in South Korea. We had our wonderful Korean translators help us with this case. However, if anything ever gets lost in translation, just please let us know in the comments. And with that being said, let's get started. How do you know Satan's not your neighbor? I think it's a good question. Okay, perhaps one that is never asked and only ever answered in typically a life-threatening manner. There is this tradition, though, in South Korea where if you live in a big apartment building, every now and then you will get a ring on your doorbell. You look at the intercom screen, because a lot of these apartments will have a screen even if someone's right outside your door. Or sometimes you look through the tiny little peephole and you have one eye open and you'll usually see one or two people that you have never seen in your entire life standing outside your apartment door very awkwardly. You don't know how they got access into the building, let alone why are they standing at your door? You don't know. But you look down and they're holding a paper bag with stripes. It looks festive. It looks like a gift bag. You look back up and they're now staring directly into the peephole with this awkward, polite half smile. They know you're on the other side staring at them. You know that they know. And so now you've got to open the door. So that's what you do. And they let you know, hi, we're the new neighbors upstairs. We just moved in. We wanted to bring you rice cakes. The tradition lives on. It's not as big as it used to be, I will say. The apartment buildings in Korea have gotten much larger. It would just not be fiscally responsible to buy rice cakes for all 132 neighbors of the building. But in smaller communities, people have stopped doing it too. I mean, it's a shame because the tradition isn't just about meeting your neighbors and being cute and being polite and bringing them rice cakes. It's to drive out evil spirits. That's the symbolism behind the rice cakes. If Satan were to live next door to you, you drive them out the building like a mass exorcism via a red bean rice cake. That's the meaning. Satan notoriously doesn't like rice cakes. Who would have known? I mean, obviously, it's an exaggeration of a tradition, but you get what I mean. There is a meaning behind it. And so that's why December 2024, Haeyoung and her husband SJ, they are distributing rice cakes to everyone in their building. They just got married. Neighbors in the building are actually kind of stunned because usually it's high schoolers who will come distribute the rice cakes because their parents are forcing them to do it, or it's elderly couples. But you never get two young couples who willingly, on their own accord, decide that they're going to pass out rice cakes. It's a tradition that's dying in the younger generations, so it's actually very cute. Haeyoung and her new husband are doing this, and if you ask anybody about Haeyoung, if you ask anybody about SJ, they're gonna say, if anyone's gonna pass out rice cakes to their neighbors, it's gonna be them. Haeyoung and SJ got married December 2024. One of Haeyoung's friends had stood up during their wedding to make this toast, and this is verbatim. Finally, a man worthy, a man with a big heart to embrace our Haeyoung. Seeing the way you look at Haeyoung, the way you talk to her, your tone of voice, the way you take care of her so attentively, I think as friends we realized maybe it's okay to let Haeyoung get married now. I hope you guys live happily. Maybe it has to do with the fact that they're 34 when they get married. It just feels like they were waiting for the right person. And because they're more established, they know what they want in life, they find the partner that fits perfectly. Haeyoung's older sister, Mimi, this is a pseudonym, she's very happy because she says, I mean, it was the wedding that Haeyoung always wanted. It was her dream day. It's her dream wedding venue. It's her dream wedding dress. She was just so happy. I was just so happy. And her husband, SJ, is calling our parents mom and dad. And it's just like one of those wholesome relationships. They kind of stand as an example for maybe why people should wait until their 30s to get married, because it feels like that's the time that you find your partner and everything is just kind of working out. They're both incredibly polite. They're diligent with work. They're very traditional when it comes to following customs. Example, the whole rice cake thing. Haeyoung's friends say, okay, sometimes it's awkward when you're hanging out with couples and then a wife or a husband snaps at the other party and now the whole entire table is uncomfortable and it just feels like, ooh, someone's ego's getting hurt, someone's gonna get into a fight. It's a whole thing. But they say with SJ, he would just make it less awkward even for the whole friend group. He would just talk back lovingly even when she's snappy and say things like, see, are you guys seeing this? She has me totally wrapped around her finger. These are real messages between the couple. Haeyoung is asking about a gift that SJ had given her. And she says, what is this? Thank you, heart. He says, it's from my heart. Heart emoji. I love you, my woman. I love you too. Heart emoji. I miss you already. Me too. Like, it's just they text like they're still in the honeymoon phase. It's like they're obsessed with each other. And then 2 months into being what people would call, maybe even jinx, the perfect marriage.
So like February 2025?
February 19th, Haeyoung texts SJ. I think divorce is the answer. Let's get divorce papers in the morning when we wake up. Exactly a month later, so now 3 months into their marriage, they are still not divorced, and Haeyoung's mom gets a phone call from SJ. Hello? She just hears him crying on the other end, and this is again, verbatim. Hello? What's going on? Why? What happened to Haeyoung? He's not responding. He's just dry heaving, sobbing. Talk to me. Tell me what happened. Another man clearly takes the phone, and his voice, I mean, this is a stranger, at least to Haeyoung's mom. She's never heard this man's voice before in her life. Ma'am? What happened to my Haeyoung? What's going on? I'm a police officer. Your daughter passed away between early yesterday morning and this afternoon. What? What is my son-in-law doing right now? Can I talk to him? He's completely out of it right now, but you guys will need to discuss having Haeyoung's body moved to a morgue to potentially be autopsied. Haeyoung's mom hears SJ in the background, and he's just like asking in a small voice, what do I do? What do I do? And as she's listening to SJ and this man have a conversation, she starts coming down. A lot of that earlier hysteria starts slipping away because this is not happening right now. I mean, none of this is real. And she's not disassociating, at least not in this moment. She thinks this whole thing is ridiculous. She's thinking, they're getting so fucking good at this.
Like a prank?
I mean, she's heard all of the news about it. Yeah. And she has to go from her hometown to Seoul to see Haeyoung, and she says, quote, I thought it was a voice phishing scam, really. I didn't shed a single tear until I got to Seoul because I couldn't believe it.
Wow.
People are getting calls that their elderly parents have been kidnapped and the hostage taker needs $500 to set them free, which is an insanely little amount of money for, I don't know, your mother-in-law dying. And so a lot of people will pay it. Or older parents are posting $9,000 bail amounts for their 20-something-year-old college-age child who somehow landed themselves in jail, except they didn't. They're actually just at a frat party and they're not picking up their phone. Others are a bit more unsettling. Parents will tuck their 10-year-old kid into bed for the night, and an hour later they get a phone call that their kid has been kidnapped. And naturally, they will rush into the room to check up on their kid, who is blissfully unaware and asleep in this little bed, but you can hear their exact screams through the phone. The child is asleep. You can see that with your own two eyes, but you can also hear someone who sounds exactly like your child screaming through the phone. But with all these phone calls, there is a pattern. Everybody wants money. That's it, money. There was not a single mention of money in the phone call that Haeyoung's mom received. Haeyoung's older sister, Mimi, and her mom, they start rushing to the apartment that Haeyoung had just moved in with her husband, the newlywed apartment where they just passed out rice cakes. And it's not a scam. Her daughter, Haeyoung, is dead, and nobody knows why. I mean, it doesn't make sense. She's 34 years old. She's healthy. She has no prior medical conditions. She has no ailments. She just dies in her sleep in her bed. What about SJ? He says he was sleeping outside on the couch outside of their bedroom and then left for work in the morning. He had no clue what happened. Just 3 months into their marriage, he's a widower. The most important role at a Korean funeral is the chief mourner. This is the person closest to the deceased. They will wear the white armbands, and this is the one that everyone sends their condolences to. The chief mourner has to greet guests. They have to lead all of these various ceremonies, and they just have to make all the hard decisions. In Korea, it's a huge emotional burden. Everyone is throwing their sadness at you. And you have to make sure that everything is done perfectly to make sure that your loved one passes on to the other side peacefully. So everything has to be in order, and you have to almost put your own sadness to the side. I mean, it's such a laborious position that a lot of funeral homes will have a small resting room for the chief mourner, because it's like a multi-day affair. It's just all day long. People will go to funerals and there's food served at funerals. I guess kind of like a wake in America. And people will bow and you have to stand right next to the casket as people are bowing and saying their goodbyes. It's just emotionally draining. People will walk into Korean funerals and before even saying anything, giving condolences, they will ask first, who is the chief mourner? You're getting all of this exhaustion and emotions thrown at you. And Haeyoung's older sister, Mimi, again, this is a fake name, Mimi is at the funeral. She's not the chief mourner. SJ is, the husband. But she's just distraught because she's like, I saw my younger sister a few hours before she died in bed. It doesn't make sense. If they go by the time of death on the autopsy, which is like maybe 6 a.m, she saw her at like 3 a.m. So it doesn't make any sense. Haeyoung, her husband SJ, they had met up with Haeyoung's older sister Mimi and Mimi's friend. So it's the 4 of them. They're out at a restaurant drinking until 3 a.m. and she's explaining to everybody, asking questions. She's like, just a few hours earlier, we were having such a good time drinking together. So when I heard the news, I couldn't believe it. Well, did she notice anything weird about Haeyoung the night before? Like, she can't just be happy, healthy, and then suddenly pass away, right? Her sister says, quote, I was sitting right in front of her, face to face. If there had been any sort of injury or anything that seemed like she was sick, I would have asked her about it. She didn't even seem ill. She just said that night, oh, I'm tired, I'm on my period, but it's really heavy. So my body feels just exhausted and tired. And this is like a really weird period. That's it. Which, again, is not like the most alarming thing. Lots of people will say, oh, I don't know I've said that a million times. I don't know what's going on, but my cramps are like the worst this month. She did look tired, but not abnormally tired. Nothing that would be alarming where Haeyoung's older sister would say, oh, don't, like, go home early. Don't even drink with us. It was just, oh, I'm just a little under the weather.
So at this point, there's no cause of death?
No.
Okay.
And SJ, I guess, is trying to lighten the mood that night and make his wife feel better because he's like, okay, well, everyone, let's eat, let's drink. Interestingly, he's not particularly a big drinker or someone who likes to stay out and get drunk, so it's rather surprising. But they did stay out for 3 rounds of drinks. They don't get back home. So Mimi and her friend actually drop off Haeyoung and SJ. Because Mimi's friend was the DD. She's the designated driver.
Okay.
Haeyoung and her husband, they get home at 3:10 a.m. Haeyoung's sister says, I was too drunk to even remember getting home. My friend was the DD. We dropped off Haeyoung and SJ first. And then around 4 a.m., I know this, because the next day, Haeyoung had sent me a bunch of text messages. So Haeyoung is joking, kind of joking. Okay, it's like very sibling. But she's texting her a picture of Mimi, the older sister, passed out on the street. And with a message, you're so annoying! Exclamation, exclamation. Ugh, get some sleep and just get to work safely tomorrow. Still, you're so annoying. It's likely that people asked Mimi about SJ too, who is obviously the chief mourner at the funeral. But how was he? How is SJ handling all of this? Well, when I went to my sister's apartment, he was just sitting in the living room staring blankly. I kept asking him what happened. And he wasn't in a state to talk. He just kept crying and saying, I don't know. In the midst of the funeral, a group of men walk in and they take SJ, the chief mourner, to the corner, which is kind of odd. Okay, usually you say your condolences just like where the chief mourner is standing, which is typically right next to all the flowers and the casket. But they take him to the side. And someone out of the like 5 guys surrounding the chief mourner, someone out of that group reaches into their pocket and takes out handcuffs and handcuffs SJ in front of his wife's family, his friends, his wife's casket. I mean, the minute it registers, everybody jumps up and they're just staring. They're not really sure what to do because also this is reminiscent of a very famous K-drama, Marry My Husband, where after the wife is deceased, the husband gets arrested at her funeral.
Right.
Before she's reincarnated. So, I mean, I don't know, but everyone is just, this is a thing that is said in hindsight by a lot of people. So everybody is jumping up, they're staring, they don't really know what to do, but they're panicked. These are detectives. You're being arrested on suspicion of murdering your wife, Haeyoung. The people interviewed at Haeyoung's funeral would say It felt unreal. It felt disconnected from reality. It almost felt theatrical in a weird way because SJ instantly, as he's being dragged out of the funeral home, he's screaming, "It's not me! Mother-in-law, like, 어머니, you have to believe me, it's not me." And then with his hands cuffed behind his back, he does a 90-degree bow to Hae-young's father. And he's like, I'll be back, it's not me. And then his eyes are wide open. He looks hysterical. He looks bug-eyed. And then Hae-young's sister, Mimi, and her friends notice the corner of his lips lift up. Like he can't help but smile.
What?
There is a website that talks about how to have the perfect marriage, how to satisfy both partners in the union. And it reads, a wife cannot flatly refuse her husband. She may only ask for a rain check, and then she needs to make good on that rain check as quickly as possible. A husband has the right to confront his wife's sexual refusal as a sin, not only against him, but also against God. A husband ought not to feel guilty for having sex with his wife when she is not in the mood if she yields, even grudgingly. A husband needs to use prayerful discernment to discover if her reasons for, quote, not being in the mood are for legitimate physical or mental health reasons, or if the problem is wrong thinking and wrong attitude on the part of his wife. Listen, I'm not a religious person, nor do I think the blog author of this website is a religious person either. However, with an appropriate amount of common sense, I can easily tell you that if you have to ask God why your wife doesn't want to sleep with you, the problem is within. But because this man knows how to write words and string together somewhat grammatically correct sentences, he wants the world to see and applaud his very mediocre grasp of the English language. He continues, if her reasons are legitimate, then she needs to seek medical or psychological help as soon as possible. Most people think of sexual immorality as only someone having sex outside of marriage. But remember that when something is immoral, that means it is a sin. And we know that sexual denial in marriage is a sin. Therefore, it is accurate to call willful sexual denial in marriage an act of sexual immorality. Intelligence is not a requirement to have access to a working keyboard, to clickety-clack. And unfortunately, stupidity is something that some people, like this author, can work towards being the best at, truly excel at. After all, it is a man's prerogative, right? He continues, biblically speaking, the husband is the spiritual authority in his home, and he has the biblical obligation to first attempt to discipline his wife, as she is his responsibility. Only when he has exhausted all forms of discipline and she remains defiant and divorce is looming should he approach a counselor to act as a witness to her sin. It goes on to say the forms of discipline a husband should use if the wife does not want to have intimate relations with the husband is not to take a shower, to take a self-help class, not to get your own ducks in order because something's probably wrong with you. They say, stop taking her on dates or trips. Another step includes, those dinners that you cook or the vacuuming you do? Just like basic chores of someone who lives in a place of shelter and they should be doing. Those things that really she should be doing, but you have simply been trying to be nice and doing for her? Stop doing them. Stop giving her those nice back and shoulder massages she loves so much. And then it says, if she is financially dependent on you, remove all funding for her aside from food and shelter. And if she still doesn't listen, the last few steps are rebuke her before witnesses and bring her before the church. They end it with a good old, why buy the cow when you can get the milk for free? Well, once you bought the cow, you are supposed to get the milk for free. I fear that this website is not reflective of Christian values or Christian husbands or happy husbands. However, it is reflective of people who do exist in the ether. There are married partners out there who firmly believe that after marriage, they are entitled to sex. There is a whole subreddit that you can go on called r/changemyview, and we've talked about this forum before, but people go there to never change their view. Like, nobody ever changes their view on there. They go to get off on the arguments in the comments. I don't know why this sub even exists, okay? But it is interesting to read. So I get the appeal. However, views are never changed. And the way that the posts are written, you start thinking, How could you have a separate view aside from this one? That doesn't make sense. One Reddit post reads, change my view. Marriage does not entitle anyone to sex. In the old days, men were legally allowed to R-word women within marriage. It was not considered R-word at all. It goes on to continue and argue that in order for R-word culture to be undone, we are going to have to reconceive marriage utterly in such a way that nobody will ever be under pressure to give up their rights to their body and let their bodies be taken in marriage, which I don't really think is a hot take. I mean, there were some arguments for like semantic interpretation of the post, but one person, probably a guy, responds, how far does your view extend? Does it say extend to marriage doesn't guarantee you access to a man's wealth or resources? I love when people just like have imaginary money that they're hoarding from like potential gold diggers. What are we talking about right now? Just like make-believe stuff? But they go on, or is it just your view that sex is the only place you get a choice? Another person has a less polarizing yet differing viewpoint, writing, depends on what you consider entitled to. Everyone is entitled to be in a relationship that meets their emotional and physical needs. This includes sex. If the relationship doesn't meet said needs, whatever they may be, then a person has the right to complain, to discuss it, to work it out, or to leave if the needs cannot be met. So while you are correct that marriage does not give you the right to R-word someone by forcing them to have sex, you are entitled to have your emotional and physical needs for intimacy and sex met by your spouse and to be disgruntled if they're not doing so. Another one responds very weirdly, I agree, but I must ask, why the hell would you marry or stay married to someone who doesn't want to have sex with you? Another person writes, I would say sex is basically part of the marital contract. I mean, you're basically just friends or roommates otherwise, which you wouldn't need all the legal complications of marriage for that. So yeah, you are entitled to sex from your partner. With the holiday season behind you, your wallet is probably feeling the strain of all of those festive expenses. Even though you treasure every single memory, it does add up so quickly. And fortunately, Mint Mobile can ease the burden by helping you reduce your phone bill costs this January, offering half-priced, unlimited, premium wireless service. All plans come with high-speed data and unlimited talk and text delivered on the nation's largest 5G network. I left my old provider a long time ago, and the transfer to Mint it was probably the easiest resolution to knock off the list. I was able to keep my old number. I kept all my contacts. My physical phone was the same, all while saving money. This January, quit overspending on wireless with 50% off. Unlimited premium wireless plans start at $15 a month at mintmobile.com/rotten. That's mintmobile.com/rotten. Limited time offer, upfront payment of $45 for 3 months, $90 for 6 months, or $180 for 12-month plan required. $15 per month equivalent. Taxes and fees extra. Initial plan term only. Over 50 gigabytes may slow when network is busy. Capable device required. Availability, speed, and coverage varies. See mintmobile.com. And then you click on like a suggested change my view. A woman who expects her husband to completely devote himself sexually to her, yet refuses to have sex with him, is both selfish and cruel. If a woman refuses to have intimate relations with her husband, the husband then has every moral right to check out women, flirt, view videos, and even in certain cases, cheat. A woman has every right to refuse sex if she doesn't want it, but freedom to choose also means a prohibition on a man from having any sexual outlet whatsoever is very wrong. Cheating is a violation of exclusive sexual intimacy, but in a sexless marriage, there is no sexual intimacy had. I will say that aside from people having medical conditions or some sort of psychological reasoning of not wanting to be intimate with their partner, typically your partner not wanting to be intimate with you is usually something wrong with you, if that makes sense. Like these husbands, I would say that this is not the majority of married couples or reflective of husbands or anything like that. It's just such an odd thing. It's weird. But there are people that are very serious about it, not even just on r/change my view. There are people that will write things on Reddit like, if you get married, you are essentially signing away your sexual consent in exchange for financial and emotional and relationship stability. If neither party is ready to give up on their autonomy, then they shouldn't get married, because breaking those technically voids the marriage contract. Saying no to a husband simply isn't an option unless you're physically incapable, which might be the case after an argument or if you're sick or whatever. With a boyfriend, all bets are off. You didn't say any vows. Do what you want. Remember when, honey, I have a headache, used to be something people joked about? That was back when the marriage commitment was taken more seriously, and that was only 10-ish years ago. Nowadays, you don't even need an excuse to turn your husband down, and it's disgusting that this has become acceptable in society after people have made marriage vows stating the opposite. The more alarming part is there are a lot of women who agree with this viewpoint, and there's a Reddit thread where one woman writes, I told my friends I never say no to intimate relations except for serious illness or injury, which my husband wouldn't ask for intimate relations if that were actually painful or dangerous. But there are times when I'm tired and technically not in the mood, sure, but I would never say no. My friends felt like that was horrible and degrading. I think a lot of couples are in the never say no camp, not because they're not allowed to say no, but just because people have good times with their partners, and usually your partner will know when to initiate, and by that point, everybody's in the mood, everyone's excited, so you don't really end up saying no. But the reasoning that she gives for never saying no, this is her life, it's her dream, but it's interesting. She writes, the way I see it is before marrying my husband, he could have sex with so many women. He made the choice to marry me and just be with me. As a good wife, I want him to feel I'm available to him whenever he wants and needs. Even if I'm tired, I put in effort. If he's in the sauna and the other men are complaining about their sexless marriages, I want him to be able to say, oh, my wife never says no. A fake, imaginary, steamy, hot, sweaty sauna session between a bunch of dudes is like the strangest thing to revolve your life around as a wife, but here we are. Unfortunately, this seems to be a much bigger sentiment than I thought. SJ falls directly into this group. His friends say, SJ had some unique outlooks on marriage, relationships. He would say to us all the time, if I can't have sex with my wife, where am I supposed to get it? Should I go pay for it? But he was drunk, or he would say things like, look, if I want to, she needs to do it. That's what marriage is. But again, he was drunk, so maybe he didn't mean it. 4 months before getting married, Haeyoung and SJ are on their way back from a big group friend vacation in Vietnam. This is August of 2024. They land touchdown at Incheon Airport in South Korea. Haeyoung feels odd. She goes to the restroom, and within minutes, there are ambulances outside of the airport. She is being rushed out. There is blood everywhere. It is so much blood to make any sense, because it doesn't make sense, because she's miscarrying. 6 months into dating Haeyoung, SJ and Haeyoung had gotten pregnant. They actually found out a few days before going to Vietnam. This is a trip that they had planned for weeks with their friends. But Haeyoung, who has always wanted to start a family, she's so happy about being pregnant. She even immediately asked, so in Korea, you get the pregnant woman badge, and you can use it at subway stations or on the train or in public transport, because a lot of women don't show immediately, or during winter, you don't see it. And in Korea, it's a big deal. You do not sit in the pregnant woman section if you're not pregnant. So that's why they hand out these badges. Wow. She even got that. She got all these pamphlets about her pregnancy, and she keeps asking her doctor, are you sure I'm safe to travel? Just to give you some context, I think she found out a week before, a few days before she's set to go to Vietnam. The doctor is you're gonna be fine. I mean, everybody is different. However, you're gonna be fine. You're cleared for travel. This should not be alarming. You're very early into your pregnancy. You're gonna be okay. It's not even that long of a flight. Haeyoung dots all of her I's. She crosses all of her T's. And then when she touches back in Seoul, the baby that she had wanted so badly, she ends up miscarrying. But this is the part where it's just odd. There is a text message from SJ to Haeyoung the day after she miscarries, and it reads, "It's fine as long as you and I are healthy. We can make another baby. I feel so inadequate and foolish. I'm so sorry." Why would he need to apologize? Is he just apologizing because she's going through something so traumatic?
Right.
Haeyoung's friends say, when she was pregnant, he wanted to do it. They did it once after she found out she was pregnant, and there was a little bit of blood, and so she was really worried for the baby. So she kept refusing to have intimate relations after that. They fought about it, and she told us that she ended up having sex again, even though she didn't want to. And then she ended up miscarrying. Nurses see a lot. That's an understatement. Nurses have probably seen more of me than my own husband, which sounds crazy, but my husband has never pried my mouth open, shoved a flashlight down my throat to see if there is like a foreign body lodged in my throat after a particularly intense meal. Okay, so these nurses, they see a lot, and they see a lot about people's personalities, especially couples. One Reddit thread from a nurse writes, husbands in the delivery room often do more harm than good. In my view, the husband in the delivery room often can't provide meaningful support and may even create more stress. Many people frame fathers being in the delivery room as a romantic or heroic act, as if witnessing every moment is required to be a good dad. In reality, the practical benefit to the mother is often minimal. A husband who stays outside, handling logistics, communicating with family members can actually provide more meaningful support. Which you have a lot of people disagreeing. I would also disagree, stating that women are the most safe in medical situations, especially childbirth, when they're relaxed and comfortable and feel supported. However, there are a lot of nurses fighting back saying, yeah, in a perfect world, but most husbands, they're on their phones the entire time while their wife is in labor, or sometimes they're causing more distress, making their wives feel more pressure, or they're not being helpful with other family members that are hounding, giving their 10 cents to the wife about how they should approach childbirth. One woman writes, my husband went downstairs to charge his phone and call his mom from the car. When I called him an hour later because I was 9 centimeters dilated, he said that he was at Sam's buying Tupperware.
What?
Tupperware. Another wife writes, my husband asked if he could borrow one of my pillows because his back hurt and I had too many. The nurses see it all. And for Hae-young, it's not just a miscarriage, which is already very traumatizing. Hae-young actually suffers from a very rare condition that only 1 in 30,000 women have, where she has a miscarriage, which a miscarriage is when you have a fertilized egg in the uterus. And the pregnancy is not going to come full term, so you miscarry, right? She also has an ectopic pregnancy at the same time. So Hae-young's ectopic pregnancy goes unnoticed for a while because this is really rare. So if you don't know, an ectopic pregnancy is when you have a fertilized egg, but it doesn't end in the uterus. It's outside the uterus. A lot of the times it's in the fallopian tube. And this is very dangerous. You can die. You can very easily die if you have an ectopic pregnancy because that fertilized egg is gonna start growing. And a fallopian tube is not like a uterus where it's meant to bear a child. It's not going to stretch. So what it'll do is it'll burst and then you will be heavily internally bleeding until probably you die unless you get emergency help. It's very dangerous. So she has an ectopic pregnancy outside of the uterus and she had a miscarriage inside the uterus. So with all of that, a lot of the symptoms of the ectopic pregnancy, she thought that it was from the miscarriage. So it goes for a very long time that she doesn't realize that she has this life-threatening condition, and eventually, once it is realized, there has been so much damage done that the doctors tell her that they need to have emergency surgery and remove that fallopian tube.
When was that surgery or?
This is before the wedding, so this is like a month after, so around September.
There's so much happening. Like they came back from Vietnam, she miscarried, and then the surgery, and then the wedding.
Yeah.
And then 3 months later, this is just like
in 6 months. So Hae-young is texting her sister about what's going on. I had surgery with 1 fallopian tube removed. There were also 2 uterine cysts when they opened it up and they were black and about to burst. So in Korea, it's not as common in the United States. I think in the US, they'll probably charge you $5 billion for it, but a lot of the times the nurse's duty to feed patients who cannot eat by themselves. In South Korea, unless you're in very specific like intensive care units, a lot of the times, it's up to the family members to feed the patient. So the nurses, they will bring all the nutritious hospital meals that have all of the requirements, and they'll make sure that you're eating and they'll check up on you. But a lot of the times, unless you're in like the ICU, a lot of the nurses depend on the family members to provide care. So family members will do shifts. If you've got work, then someone's doing like a breakfast shift. If someone's doing a lunch shift, someone's doing a dinner shift. It's just a thing that happens in Korea. I don't know if it's embedded in the healthcare system or if it's just like a societal thing that is built into the communities and the families. I don't know, but it's a thing. So every time Hae-young is recovering from the surgery, she's laying there. Every time the nurses bring food, Hae-young doesn't want to eat. She has no appetite. She doesn't want to do this. She's exhausted. And it's up to the family member to airplane that spoon, to beg, to plead, to negotiate that your loved one eat the hospital food. SJ's supposed to be spoon feeding her, but because she doesn't want to eat, he is sitting there eating every single meal that gets delivered. And every single nurse that walks by is judging the shit out of him. Hae-young has no appetite. She feels too weak to eat. And eventually she's getting annoyed by him. She's sick of seeing his face and she tells him, you know what, go home and just feed the dogs. He ends up going home. She checks the home camera, and he's not just feeding the dogs. He ordered himself a pizza, plopped on the couch, and is watching TV and munching while she's recovering from this ectopic pregnancy, which he got her pregnant. And he's just at home eating pizza. So understandably, with all of this like trauma and pain and the emotions, Hae-young tells her friends she just feels really disappointed in him. Like, she just doesn't like this. But worse is that 1 month after this, so this is again still before the marriage, 1 month after, there are text messages between the two where Hae-young is telling him, ever since the pregnancy and the miscarriage, my body has been so weak. Everything changed suddenly. It's been hard to adjust. I'm just exhausted. He responds, when we're tired, we should support and lean on each other. Yeah, what you're saying is right, but you only want one form of affection expression, and I only have one body. So he's saying, you and I are both tired, and when couples are tired, we need to depend on each other. And she's like, the only way that you think you can depend on me is for sex, and I can't have sex right now.
That's crazy. So he's asking for sex.
Yes.
Basically.
1 month after the surgery, she texts him, if we tried it once and it hurts, shouldn't you think that maybe my body hasn't recovered yet? It hasn't even been a month yet. The scar on the outside of my body hasn't healed. How could the wound inside my uterus be healed? SJ responds, well, the doctor said we should return to daily life in a month.
That is crazy.
Which, by the way, that is a suggestion. Doctors are all over the place. Some doctors, I was on Reddit of women who were recovering from similar surgeries. They say their doctor said 2 weeks you can return to normal life. Some people said a month, 6 weeks. And these are guidelines. Usually the rule of thumb is when you want to return to normal life, especially when it comes to sex, because it's not like, oh, my arm broke, I can't have sex for a month. It's like you're talking about the exact same body parts. Hae-young feels like this is happening because of an act we did together, but alone I have to suffer, and yet my body is still an object of desire for you. Like, it doesn't make sense. She's texting her friends in frustration. After the miscarriage and the fallopian tube removal, it hasn't even been a month, but the doctor said it was okay to have intercourse after a month, so he keeps whining, and we did it, and I didn't say anything, but it just really hurts my feelings. Her friends are upset. Why didn't you say anything? Someone else is responding, God, this must be really hard for you. Hae-young texts SJ, stop whining. And like this, I will say, okay, usually there are different Korean words. Sometimes there's not like the exact word that you can use in English. When you have someone who is complaining, like a husband who is complaining, it's a very different vibe. But the word she uses is like, 찡찡. 찡찡거려. It's like, very much like, like when kids are like, 찡찡, like I want to do this, I want to do it. Like
that was his energy.
That's the word she uses. Otherwise, you could use stop complaining, stop nagging. Like there's other words you could use. But 찡찡거려ing is very infantile. It's like what kids do.
Yeah.
Like you really only use it. I would say that my parents treat me like a giant child still, but they still don't tell me don't 찡찡거려 because it's such a specific thing.
Like, yes, stop being a baby.
Yeah, it's very like, it's not just whining. It's like very,
yeah, that's so weird.
It's like that rhythmic tantrum usually. Because 찡찡, it's almost like an onomatopoeia. It's like a sound. And he responds, if I don't initiate skinship first, we never have skinship. Skinship, by the way, is like the Korean term for touch and sexual activities. They call it skinship. I'm just asking you to love me as much as I love you, or even just a little. There's a famous Pilates studio in South Korea called Diana Pilates. It's a 6,000 square foot. It uses the entire 9th floor of a glass down building. I mean, you see the whole view of the other buildings, the mountains in the back. It's beautiful. A lot of good K-dramas were filmed inside of this studio. I feel like it was really popular during the Pilates hype during COVID. And then they started doing some reinvention. Once the reformer Pilates started slowing down, they went into flying Pilates, which is when you put on the bungee cord and you just...
Oh, yeah, the one that you hop around?
Yeah,
right?
I mean, I don't know. I think it was really popular in Korea. I think that it's probably not a tried and true tested form of working out. In the sense of, I'm sure you get a lot of results, but it becomes like a thing where people don't know about it or they have to find out about it. It almost feels like a trend. You know how there's always trends for workouts?
Yeah.
So they switched to this, a lot of the flying Pilates, and eventually the membership does take a dive with Diana Pilates. And then this definitely makes it worse. There's a new notice on the front door that reads, following the traffic accident, the director, SJ. His spouse has passed away, and SJ remains in critical condition in the ICU. The current owner of the building, who knows of the director's sincerity, has arranged it so that the members can continue using the facilities without any inconvenience or charge. Members may rest assured and continue using the premises as usual. We will continue to repay you with a better environment and service. We ask for your attention and your support.
Wait, is he the owner or he's the...
Yes, SJ is the owner of this Pilates branch.
Interesting.
Yeah, and this notice goes up after Haeyoung dies, but there was no car accident.
Right.
Haeyoung did not die in a car accident. SJ is not in the ICU. In fact, he's getting arrested as the main suspect for Haeyoung's murder.
Oh, so they're trying to hide it. Hide the fact. I see.
SJ is defensive. He's asking the officer, what are you saying? That I did this? We didn't say that. But was Haeyoung sick? And these are direct quotes. Why are you asking me? What did I do wrong? SJ tells the police, I have no idea what happened that night. He explains they came home after drinking, and even with drinking, Haeyoung has really intense insomnia. So the typical routine is that he sleeps outside on the couch until she can fall asleep inside the bedroom, and then he'll quietly go into the bedroom and sleep. She has trouble falling asleep, but once she's asleep, she's not a light sleeper. He goes into the room a few hours later, and he knows for certain she's knocked out. He's like, which by the way, I'm not like awake for all of this. I fell asleep with the TV on outside in the sofa. I woke up early in the morning to go use the restroom, and that's when I was like, oh, she's definitely asleep. Let me go sleep in the bedroom. I moved back into the bedroom. I lay down next to Haeyoung, and then I wake back up to go to work, and she's still asleep, so I'm letting her sleep in. He explains that when he gets to work, however, normally Haeyoung will wake up a little bit after that, even if she had been drinking the night before, but she doesn't text. He calls her 4 times around 2 p.m. She doesn't pick up. How are you still asleep till 2 p.m.? He's like, this is weird. He runs home. She's dead on the bed. He calls emergency services, and that's all he knows. He doesn't know anything else. I mean, to some degree, this is all very trackable. There is CCTV footage of him leaving the apartment to go to work at around 10 in the morning. His body language looks nonchalant.
10 a.m. in the morning, he goes to work?
Yeah.
But she was... she has passed since 6.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
And he looks really relaxed. He starts walking in the direction that work is. But when the police ask his employees if he got there as he normally does, they say, well, no, March 13th was weird. He didn't come in. He usually comes into the studio by 11, but he wasn't there. He did text me though. So one of the Pilates instructors is like, he texted me around like 1:30 asking me about my paycheck. It was just like a normal conversation about the pay stub. That was it. Then he calls his wife 4 times. She doesn't pick up. He rushes home and then calls emergency services. Haeyoung's friends have problems with this because it's very nonsensical. What do you mean a completely healthy 30-year-old woman who, by the way, she has been very health conscious. She's not the type to notice something wrong with her body and hope for the best. She's getting a checkup. What do you mean she just passes away in her sleep? She didn't drink heavily the night before. And when it's not like she threw up. There's no evidence of throw up. There's no evidence that she was so drunk she couldn't get up and she choked on her vomit, which is a very real concern. She just passes away peacefully. There's just no way. Looking at the autopsy results, she has a bruise on her upper lip on the left side, a faint, very faint bite on her lower lip. So again, these are all things that she could have self-inflicted as maybe she's choking or asphyxiating. But one thing you can't explain is this very faint red line around her neck. Are we supposed to believe that she was wearing a scarf when she went to sleep? Or that there was a random string on the bed that she laid in, rolled over, somehow tied it around her neck to asphyxiate on by herself? It doesn't make sense. One of the neighbors in the building, the one right below Haeyoung and SJ, they say that night they did hear something weird. So much so that they even reached out to Haeyoung the next day to make sure everything was okay. What did you hear? We're light sleepers, pretty sensitive. So we normally actually just block out normal life sounds. So if we hear someone thumping or it sounds like someone dropped their phone or stomping, you kind of learn to disregard it living in an apartment. But that night, it was a strange and unfamiliar sound. It felt like something dragging, like heavy, like if you were to drag furniture, but it doesn't make like you know how furniture legs will make like the squeaky sounds?
Yeah.
It's not that, it's like if you were to drag a mattress. It's like fabric or like just something heavy and soft.
What?
And then we heard this really weird flapping sound. It was kind of like 파다거리는 소리, like 파다거리는 like a bird. Okay, so the word is like the bird wings trying to flap, but you're holding onto the bird. That's kind of the feeling. It's like a flapping noise. It's not like a thumping noise, it's like a flapping noise. It's like a very specific noise. And like that you just don't expect that to hear from a neighbor in the middle of Seoul. And then a strange like noise. Like almost as if someone is like breathing out. Like
That's really like clear. They
Yeah.
can hear very clearly.
And it sounded like a woman, it didn't sound like a man. And that lasted maybe about like 30 seconds. They didn't think much of it. They might have thought if it was something else, maybe. But the next morning, they see a bunch of police officers, so they start freaking out. And that's when they text Haeyoung, and they find out that she's gone. Yeah.
The flapping noise, how long did you say it lasted?
That they don't know. But they said it lasted a while, like all of this. And then it sounded like choking for like 30 seconds. Yeah.
Okay.
This is where it gets weird. There are home cameras inside the house, which is typically odd. People don't really like to have home cameras inside, especially with a lot of recent developments. So this was earlier in 2025, but recent developments of a lot of South Korean home cameras getting hacked for intimate websites, like illegal websites. But Haeyoung had these 2 dogs. And they were 15. She's had them for 15 years. So she just wanted to make sure they're okay when she's out at work. Her family is like, we gotta look at the house cameras. If we don't know what happened in the house, just look at the house cameras. They get Haeyoung's phone. Not only is the footage gone, the app for the house camera is gone. It's like if someone has a Ring camera, you get their phone and the Ring app has been deleted.
Wow.
What do you mean? So eventually, SJ changes his story because none of this is adding up. The asphyxiation, the way that she died, the evidence, there's no evidence that an intruder had entered the home. The home cameras had been deleted. He is the only one that could have done something. He changes his story and he says, fine, I killed my wife, but it was an accident. He says that they had gotten into a drunk fight. And all he did was push her because she was trying to get physical, and that led to her hitting her head and passing away. The injuries don't line up with that story. She doesn't have any lacerations on the back of her head. How do you explain the marking around her neck? How do you explain the fact that her cause of death was manual asphyxiation? And what's crazy is he starts blaming Haeyoung. He says that she was looking down on his family. So he actually got upset, not because he is a volatile, violent man, but because he had to defend his family. This is like family honor. He had to stand up for them. SJ will later try to claim that he had read messages on Haeyoung's phone where she is talking to her girlfriends about his disabled mother, and that because of his disabled mother, Haeyoung did not want to have kids with him because she was concerned this is a condition that could be passed down to their child. Authorities go through their chat logs. This is what they find. Haeyoung texts her friend. So he's saying she's like a filthy person. She's evil. She was shit-talking my disabled mother. She texts her friends. My mother-in-law can hardly speak or walk. When I go there, I just end up sitting with her for a while before coming back. But SJ says he's happy that I talk to her and I make her smile. Then later in the group chat, Haeyoung texts her friends, why did I marry this piece of shit? So it's like no one really responds. And then she texts this.
Yeah.
He's trying to argue it's because of his disabled mother. She's texting that. But just listen to the rest of the messages. Why? What happened? I'm not getting pregnant by this motherfucker. I'm not going to have his baby. Huh? Actually, I would rather get pregnant and not have to have sex with him for a whole year. He actually argued with me saying, you promised twice a week. Why aren't you keeping your word? Wait, but it's not like you guys aren't doing it. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. It's not like I refused for a whole month or anything. We did it. And then the next day, the shithead just keeps starting again. He's just completely obsessed with sex. I feel like he's lost his mind. Why did you even marry him then? Another friend chimes in. I mean, you must have married him because there was something good about him, right? I thought he would be a good husband. I didn't know he was sex obsessed. Clearly, she still wants to have children with him, though, because later she writes, the doctor said it would be better to remove my other fallopian tube too, but they told me that they could go ahead in the surgery and get rid of both, but I told them I would discuss it with my husband first and then get discharged. Either way, I think I'm going to try IVF. But as the police go further down into their text logs, they find more messages from Haeyoung to SJ because, I mean, none of these motives make any sense. It's clear that he did not accidentally kill her in a drunken fight, which, not that that would absolve anything, but it just doesn't make any sense. Haeyoung's messages to SJ read, but we always end up fighting because of physical contact. He responds, I want to be close to you because I love you. If two people love each other and feel good together, isn't it natural to have sex? I don't want to right now. If this keeps happening, we really can't keep seeing each other. Okay, I won't push you anymore. Then right before they get married, SJ texts Haeyoung, why do it if I'm the only one who enjoys it? It should be something that we both want. Fine, from now on, we're not going to fight about sex anymore. Haeyoung is upset by this. She's like, we already had this conversation before about the same exact thing. Then another from SJ to Haeyoung. Don't say that you want to break up. There's nothing wrong between us. Haeyoung is agitated. You know, this is the first time I've ever told you that I want to break up, right? It's because I don't respond to your physical affection the way you want, and I can't match the level of affection that you expect. Let's just stop here. Honestly, it would be better for you to meet someone who fits your needs because I can't do it anymore. The police investigate and they find that in the toxicology reports, there were sleeping drugs in Haeyoung's system when she died. She would never take these drugs, these sleeping medications after drinking. She was really big on that. She thought that any sort of medication mixed with alcohol was like a surefire way to die. She would tell her sister, like, if you drink and take anything, like any sort of medication, you will die. The prosecutors believe that SJ approached Haeyoung in the morning, asked for intimate relations. She is having a very heavy period. So it's kind of complicated in the sense of she was not actively miscarrying when she passes away, but it seems like there are lots of complications that were occurring after the miscarriage, after the ectopic pregnancy, after the surgery. And this period, it wasn't just like I'm just having a rough menstrual cycle this month. It seems like this is the after effects of everything that's happened. She's having really heavy bleeding. She's feeling unwell. He approaches her in the morning, asks for intimate relations. She denies it. And then he decides that he is going to impulsively kill her. That's how he describes it. But that impulsion lasts 12 hours later. So that's in the morning. She denies having intimate relations.
Oh, that's after the night out.
No.
Oh, wait.
So earlier, before the night out, he asks for intimate relations.
Yeah.
She says no.
Yeah.
So then they go out, they have a good time, and then he's very upset. He ends up killing her that night.
She come back, fell asleep. Oh, that night.
Yeah.
This is premeditated.
Yeah.
So is that what they...
That's what the police come to, and there is a whole, like a behavioral psychologist that works for the police. They stated, I don't think this is a matter of sexual desire. So a lot of people are saying, okay, is this like a sex addict that is mixed with someone who has murderous tendencies? Not that we're finding excuses, but we're just trying to understand the concept of this, because how does a husband murder his wife because she doesn't want to have intimate relations? Usually you hear of husbands who are having affairs. You hear of husbands for A, B, C, and D, E reasons. This feels a little out of the norm. The behavioral psychologist says, I don't think this was a matter of sexual desire. If it's just really high sexual desire, he could have been sexually obsessed with other women as well. But that doesn't seem to be the case. This seems to be about control.
Always.
Yeah, they found other messages where he would text Haeyoung like, don't ever think about cheating on me because I will track you down and I will kill you. Now, I know a lot of people love to victim blame and they're going to be like, oh, well, she should have left and not gotten married if he threatened to kill her. But I will also say that even in English, I think that there's miscommunication of like, I'll kill you. Like I'll kill you if you do something. Like, I guess some people could think it as cute, but in Korean, it's even more so because, like the term.
Is it like 죽을래?
Yeah. Or like,
You wanna
oh,
die?
죽여버려. It's like people say that a lot. Like if someone is late for something, it's very common for family members to be like, oh, 죽여버려. It's like, I'm going to kill them. Like, I'm going to kill them. It's very like, it's very,
Yeah.
so it was probably texted in that format. But I mean, there were some alarming things about him. And again, this is not me saying like, oh, she should have left. He's the problem, clearly. But there is one time where Haeyoung's friends said they were in the car driving, and this is in Seoul. They get into a fight. He just stops the car in the middle of the road. There's cars honking behind him. And if you've ever driven in Seoul, if you've taken a taxi in Seoul, I mean, it's like New York City. People don't play.
Yeah.
They're honking and he will not stop. He just stopped and will not stop fighting. The psychiatrist comments, from the perspective of someone like the perpetrator, the victim leaving and becoming another man's wife was unimaginable. So it seems like she had brought up divorce in February. They don't end up getting the divorce, but things are progressing worse and worse. She rejects his advances. He decides, okay, she's definitely going to leave me then. And then decides, with the lack of control, the anger, and his bizarre feelings towards having intimate relations with his wife, he kills his wife. And they write, in other words, if I can't have her, I will destroy her. The case goes to trial. He's sentenced to 25 years in prison because it's Korea. A lot of people think that there could be more to the case in terms of he was alone with his deceased wife's body for hours. People are suspicious of what he could have done. Yeah.
And what are those sounds?
Him choking her. And I don't know where the dragging noise is, though, if she was fighting and then she ended up on the ground and they're dragging in a tussle. I don't know if maybe he choked her somewhere else and then dragged her to the bed. But Haeyoung's mom still keeps photos from the wedding day in her house, but she has cut out SJ out of all of them. And Haeyoung's friends say it's been really hard. And also, this is a thing with SJ, we don't know his name. We don't know what he looks like because of the identity protection rules in South Korea. In fact, we weren't really supposed to know who Haeyoung is, what she looks like, or anything about her, but her parents wanted her to be revealed because they said, you will never understand what was taken from us if you don't see like the beauty in our girl, if you don't know who she is.
That's so rare.
Yeah, and I think a lot of Haeyoung's friends see this as a way to prevent. I think it's different. So I think everywhere, but especially in places like East Asia, marriage is seen as like you have to get married. It's the next step of your life. And so a lot of people are using this case amongst other cases to be like, hey, you really don't have to get married because if you marry the wrong person, you could also be dead. Haeyoung's friends say, whenever I'm struggling or I'm frustrated or I'm happy, I want to call Haeyoung and I can't call her. And I think about her every single day of my life. And that is the case that recently went viral on Instagram, where it was just like a headline of like, husband in South Korea kills wife because she said no to sex during her period. But it's just there's so much going on aside from that. What are your thoughts in this case? Let me know in the comments. Be safe, and I will see you in the next one. You know that very famous saying? It's typically used against Nepo babies. It's not what you know, it's who you know. Well, Facebook, they want to know exactly who you know. They want to know all of them. Every single person that you might have even just glanced at on the bus, that you walked by in the office hallway. They want to know, and they want you to confirm through a feature that they call People You May Know, which gives you a suggested list of people that, well, you may know. And it's actually one of the lesser known but creepier aspects of the Meta algorithm. There was this alleged incident years ago where you have this psychiatrist and her patients, they all have the psychiatrist's phone number. But perhaps because they all have the psychiatrist's phone number, maybe Meta thought that they're all friends or they're all 1 degree apart from one another. So Meta starts suggesting to all of her patients the other patients as people you may know. Like people that you have run into in the therapist waiting room as people you may know. In another alleged incident, people part of an anonymous addiction group who don't share numbers with one another. They don't share phone numbers. They don't even share each other's names. They start getting people you may know suggestions, and it's just other members of this anonymous, not so anonymous group anymore, which the theory to the psychiatrist incident. Well, they have the psychiatrist number. So maybe if Meta has access to the contacts, they cross-reference and then suggest people you may know, and it's only 1 degree apart from each other. However, with the anonymous addiction group, if this really did happen, they don't know each other's names, they don't have each other's phone numbers, which makes netizens theorize, okay, maybe Meta is tracking users' locations. If you go to the same location once a week and you stay there for 45 minutes with the same phone numbers and the same users that are also at that location, Meta just assumes that you all know one another. Meta claims that they don't do that. But I guess the argument is, Facebook has over 3 billion monthly active users. How do they know which 20 or 160 out of the 3 billion that you may actually know? And even if you do know them, there is the argument of who really cares? I mean, who really cares what anybody is posting on Facebook? It is not that far-fetched to imagine that nobody cares until something happens to you. And if that's the case, suddenly family, friends, people you may know, even strangers on the internet, they're gonna start dissecting everything that you've ever posted on Facebook. Such is the situation in Vietnam. June 10th, 2025. A small personal account on Facebook in Vietnam posts a new status update. From today, I'm logging off this account for good. Okay, it's a little mysterious, perhaps even a little melodramatic, and at the risk of sounding cold, unless you're this man's personal friend and you care deeply about him, it's not fascinating enough to warrant a whole global hunt for what happened to this guy, why he's logging off of Facebook. This post in Vietnamese has been translated into various other languages, including English. This Facebook post goes viral because it'll be discovered that when this man posted this on Facebook, he had already been dead. He had been dead for 6 months. We know this because videos have been circulating of his murder online. There is this widely seen photo of this man's killer holding up his severed head to the mirror and taking a selfie. How do you post on Facebook 6 months after your own video recorded murder? Is this post going to help people find the killer? And most importantly, who the hell posted that? We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support children of Vietnam. They're a nonprofit focused on wraparound services for low-income communities. They've provided over 4 million nutritious meals annually. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we would also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Huge disclaimers for this case. I don't know why I always have to do these disclaimers for any other case that is outside of probably the Western nations. It's always the disclaimer of don't get racist. Like, just because there is one incident or one crime taking place in a country does not deem that country to be dangerous, does not deem that country to be off the travel list for tourists. It's one crazy person, a few crazy people. There are crazy people everywhere. Obviously, evidently, there are a lot in the United States. Another huge disclaimer is this episode is so graphic. There's no way around it. Please watch with extreme caution. In the interest of full disclosure, there are just in-depth descriptions of injuries as well as conversations of some very extreme interests that people have developed that revolve around self-exit. There are also elements of cannibalism. And at any given point during the research of this episode, we thought, okay, surely we have reached the rock bottom. Like it's not going to get deeper from here. Then it would just progress into more depraved activities, and then it would just progress even more. So I would just be careful. And speaking of research for this case, none of this research would have been possible without a massive online anonymous group of internet detectives. They go by OSINT on Facebook and on Twitter. They have compiled a 100+ page dossier PDF document detailing every aspect of this case. That document was then translated into English, and it is a really well done investigative piece that I think is a pretty exhaustive overview of everything that has transpired thus far. And I would say they may be the only reason that this case got so much attention on a global scale, and perhaps they may be the only reason that there was an arrest made recently.
Oh, arrest was made.
Yeah. So with that being said, let's get into it. July 2025, a collection of 3 videos goes live, and each one of them is intentionally titled. It's a collection of 3 videos, and the collection seems to have, it appears to have been thought out, prepared, uploaded with the intention of being consumed by an audience. It almost feels like a trilogy. Like it has a sick form of artistic expression embedded into it. You have to start with part 1, then 2, then 3. These are not standalones. When you click on the first video, it's about 3 minutes long. The camera angle is unflattering. It's unique. It's almost on the floor, angled upwards. If you were to prop your phone up behind, like put it on a book on the floor and then prop it upwards, you're looking up. It's very unflattering. No one's gonna look good from that angle. It's very much a homemade video. No edits, no intros, no color grading, no edited music. It's just a grainy phone camera. And it's 2 guys in an office. We don't get introductions. We don't know these people's names. We know nothing about these people. There's filing cabinets that take up 80% of the screen. They're not even lined up. No one thought, hey, before we start the video, let's just make it less crooked. It's completely misaligned. There are 3 depressing plastic houseplants on top of the filing cabinets. The only thing that's in view other than that is this wooden block just near the phone. So I guess it's on the ground. It's like a chopping block. And there are 2 guys standing on opposite sides of the screen. So you have a man on the left and you have a man on the right. On the left, you have a man wearing a blue-collared dress shirt and a pair of trousers. He looks like he came into work. This looks like an office, and he looks like an office worker. The only odd thing about him is the last 2 buttons on his shirt are either broken or just left unbuttoned. It looks a little messy. The shirt itself doesn't fit perfectly, so there is this weird feeling of like, is this guy's shirt? Is this a shirt that he's never worn before? Did he borrow this shirt? He looks maybe in his mid to late 30s, but the shirt is just so ill-fitting it doesn't make sense. He also looks very uncomfortable. On the right, you have a man wearing a dark athletic tracksuit with 3 neon yellow stripes running down the sides. So it looks like an Adidas tracksuit. The most notable thing about him, though, is that he's wearing an anonymous mask. The money heist mask.
Mustache.
Yes. Now, contrary to the other guy, the masked man's body language is very confident. He looks like he's in his element. Like he looks like he's been in this office for a lot longer. The masked man is messing around with some rope, and the office man kneels down right in front of the camera, in front of the wooden block. So he's facing the camera, facing the wooden block. And the masked man walks behind him, fussing with this rope. And it looks like he's tying the rope around the office man's ankles, and the office man is just letting this happen. He's not fighting back. He does look nervous, but he's not saying no, stop. He's not even trying to move away. He's just letting himself get tied up. He doesn't look like this is surprising.
Like no communication, no talking?
Yeah, I mean, at certain points, they do eventually start communicating in Vietnamese. It seems like they're just giving each other instructions. The office man that's getting tied up, he keeps closing his eyes and he keeps swallowing, and he does rub his Adam's apple a lot. At one point, he's just staring into the depths of our souls, into the camera, rubbing his neck. Now, this hand gesture, I was trying to figure out a way to precisely describe to you the feeling of it. It doesn't look like he's nervous and rubbing his neck. It almost looks like something is bothering him about his neck, or he's thinking about his neck in some way. It's not like the anxious, like, oh, I'm so stressed, I need to rub myself and self-soothe. It's like he why. He keeps looking at his neck, extending his neck, touching his neck.
I see.
The masked man finally gets up and starts roughly unbuttoning Office Man's dress shirt from the back. The masked man is fumbling a little bit, but it doesn't seem like it's because he's nervous, but more so he's just got big fingers and maybe he's not used to it. He's unbuttoning the dress shirt. Office Man's interactions and reactions are weird. He glances down and he almost like flinches at the sight of his own body. And then he keeps doing this thing where he closes his eyes and looks away, almost like, oh, I don't want to look, I don't want to look. It's weird. It's really difficult to read the expression on his face. He doesn't look scared, he doesn't look sad, he doesn't look contemplative, but once he's shirtless, he waits for the masked man to tie his arms up behind him. He looks briefly annoyed that it's taking so long. That's the feeling. He looks annoyed at the masked man. Like, why are you taking so long to tie my arms up? And then he just waits. He's closing his eyes, he's squinting down, he's looking at the camera, and then finally, the masked man slowly, gently pushes Office Man's head onto the wooden block, adjusts his head so his cheek is on the wooden block and he's looking at the camera directly at us. Masked Man grabs something off screen and it's a giant meat cleaver. He brings it up into the air right above Office Man's neck and slams it down. And stops right before it makes contact. And then right, left, he starts doing a sawing motion, but just in the air, half an inch above Office Man's neck. Then he lifts it up once more and then he brings it back down, stopping again, right before making contact. I don't know if there is like a viewfinder on the camera where Office Man can see what's going on, but he's looking towards the camera lens, almost looking at whoever is watching. He kind of closes one eye, like he's winking at us and he's like focusing, but the rest of his face, he doesn't seem to be having a good time. He doesn't look like he's enjoying this. He's just watching with this very contemplative look on his face as Masked Man over and over and over again just brings the meat cleaver up and then slams it down before making contact. He never touches him with the meat cleaver. He just does it again and again and again until finally the Office Man, still shirtless, he gets up, he's still on his knees, he lifts his head up from the chopping block. The masked man is standing right next to him, and he just leans his head against the masked man's stomach. And the masked man starts comforting him, kind of
just
rubs.
touching his head?
Yeah, kind of rubs his head, almost in like a little hug, and they embrace a little bit. And that's it. This Office Man is embracing the masked man who just 2 milliseconds ago was pretending to chop his head off. And they're kind of caressing each other, but I will say, the way they caress each other does not feel familiar. It doesn't feel like two people who are very knowledgeable about each other's bodies, who have intimately been together. It just feels slightly awkward, which perhaps makes this entire situation even more strange. And then the video ends. That is the very first video in the trilogy. And it is titled Rehearsal. Rehearsal as in when you really want something to be done right, you do a practice beforehand, like a wedding rehearsal. Then what are they practicing for? The second video in the trilogy will be named The Execution. And this time, the meat cleaver will not stop before making contact. There will be no comfort, there will be no caressing because one of the two men will be dead. Which begs the question, this rehearsal video, is the Office Man being forced into filming it? Is this part of some sick murder where the victim has to practice being killed? Like how some people have to dig their own graves before they're killed? Does the masked man get off on this? Or is the victim performing a genuine practice round for his own murder? Have you ever seen something and you thought, okay, that's probably illegal? That's what I thought about most gore websites. I mean, it sure is a lot of things, but apparently illegal is not one of them, unless it crosses into the territories of involving children, terrorism, propaganda, or real life depictions of intentional homicide, like first-degree homicide. Technically, if you have a drunk driver killing someone on the street and you upload that as gore, a lot of that is going to be protected by protected speech. But if you have a knife-wielding man intentionally murdering someone, that is iffy territory. It falls into protected speech, which is why at one point there was this massive subreddit called r/watch people die, where you don't just watch someone die, you watch someone get mauled, crushed, exploded, disemboweled, and then die. and at least 500,000 people were subscribed to this subreddit. They wanted to, watch people die. They wanted to see criminal organizations skin people's faces off. So that was another weird thing. For some reason, just first-degree homicide, where you are in a room with someone, I guess decapitating them, that is considered typically illegal video. But if you were to film a terrorist organization skinning someone's face off, or like a cartel killing someone, that is typically protected speech.
Wait, why is that?
Nothing ever gets done about it. I guess you could argue it's political. I guess you could argue it's news. I don't know. Because you do see a lot of murder, but it's not the personal, interpersonal murder that a lot of people think is the only way to kill someone, like a couple killing each other. It's always some sort of organization.
Right.
People like to see it. I mean, some people like to watch people die in explosions or being slowly crushed by a massive crane, or terrorist attacks from at least 50 different angles are on there. You can see everyone's faces pretty clearly, and it's very graphic. Nothing is censored. And in 2019, the subreddit gets banned. Interestingly, people were upset. They argued that okay, fine, the subreddit is bad. This is their argument. The subreddit is bad, but not as bad as other subreddits that actually radicalize people with hate. Some people say, hey, I was on that subreddit out of morbid curiosity, and I actually think that it helped save lives. Because some people would be on that subreddit and they would be planning some crazy violent things, but they would see violence in real life and not in a video game and not romanticized on movies, and they would see real depictions of violence and decide maybe that's not what they want anymore. Others say, no, I skipped all the terrorist videos. I would just watch the ones involving car accidents or work-related accidents because I'm a blue-collar worker, and I feel like it's a good reminder once in a while to, stay safe, not drink and drive. It just reminds you that you're blessed and you can have deep introspections about life while you watch somebody else get crushed by a Cybertruck. That was the argument. I don't know if that argument is sound and valid. Some say it was more like a challenge, see if you can handle it. It's a little strange, but I just want to know if I'm capable of doing it. It does seem like there are levels to people who watch gore. You have the casual gore consumers, which I don't even know if you could call it that. It's probably everybody watching this video, myself included, in the sense of you see something blurred on Reddit, the accompanying post title is something graphic, and for some reason you're like, I really should not click on this, but why is it blurred? And I can see some of the shapes in the blurring, and now I feel like I need to see it. So then you quickly click unblur, and then you regret it for the rest of the week. That is the casual gore consumer. Then you have the more seasoned gore consumer. They're subscribed to subreddits with gore. They will seek out gore. They'll think about it once in a while and they'll go Google it. Then from there, you start getting into very scary waters. People who need gore, who get off on gore, or a lot of the times the gore threshold starts getting elevated. They need more and more to reach whatever point that they're trying to get to, whatever thrilling point of ecstasy that they're trying to reach. These are people that are willing to pay and test the limits of the legal system for their pure consumption of gore. These are the types of people who would willingly join the forensics group. The forensics group is probably the least visually graphic of all of the groups on Telegram. Let me break it down for you. You have the regular group. This is a very famous Chinese Telegram group that Vice News infiltrated. The regular group and the premium access group. The premium access group has been around for 4 to 5 years. So that's the thing with Telegram group chats where you're sharing illegal videos, is that a lot of the times they'll disappear, they'll make a new one, they'll disappear, they'll make a new one. But if you already paid for one and then it disappears a month later, then you're shit out of luck. That money is wasted. Now you got to go pay to join another group. So this premium access group, they brag about the fact that it's been up for 4 to 5 years. So it's very stable. That's how they market it. Stable premium access group. There's no reason to believe that that group will be shut down anytime soon. Then you have the Ice Love group. What's the Ice Love group? Anything related to dumping bodies, body detachments, necrophilia, that's in the Ice Love group.
Why is it called ice?
We don't know.
Oh.
Yeah. But if you want to skip out on all the blood, if you don't like all the gore and you just like dead bodies, the forensics group is where you want to go. It's, quote, pure, clean bodies, mainly mortuary footage. Welcome to an underground snuff film Telegram group in China. This is where the Vietnamese butcher videos start circulating in early 2025. Pay per view in the form of an extensive video package, photo package, 11 separate videos, 98 separate photos that you can either purchase limited access for around $100, or you can get the full package, unlimited access to all 11 videos, 98 photos for $600.
So you mentioned 3 videos. They have more videos that they're posting. I see.
11 videos. It's not until 6 months later that the shortened videos, just 3 of them, start circulating online on a public website called Watch People Die. Not the subreddit, but there's a whole website where you can see things that your brain probably never will be able to forget, and then you'll have random thoughts of the imagery out of nowhere when you're trying to enjoy it like a nice sunny afternoon. That's that website. So they start posting 3 of them. The disclaimer on this website, watchpeopledie.tv, is when you enter, this website is exactly what it says in the name. This is not a pleasant website. The content is tragic things happening to real people with no filters. This is horrific to see and frankly should not be seen by anyone. However, it is legal and we believe in allowing it to be seen and shared by adults as a result. It goes up and the 3 videos, the first one being rehearsal we talked about, and the caption along with the videos, the 3, just reads, "Man has his very last before he dies." Then you click on part 2 of the trilogy, arguably the most viral part, the execution. So you have rehearsal, execution, and the 3rd installment is titled The Butchering. Execution, the 2nd video, starts in a bathroom, not the office, but a random bathroom. You start with the opposite angle as the first video. So instead of the phone camera being placed on the ground looking upwards, you have the camera looking downwards, getting a top-down view of this entire bathroom. The bathroom itself is not particularly a Zillow-worthy room. It's just a toilet on one side, a sink on the other side. There are tiled floors that look like they have not been cleaned in a very long time. There is a sheet of plastic tarp laid out, and the office man, it's the same man because he wasn't wearing a mask. We know this guy's face. He is laying on the plastic tarp and on his back, and the similar looking wooden chopping block is now underneath the back of his head. He's using it almost like a pillow.
So this is like a different date?
Looks like a different day. Could be later in the day. It's hard to tell because he's completely unclothed. He has not a single piece of clothing on him. We can't cross-reference with the pants or the dress shirt that he was wearing in the office. He's fully naked, flat on his back, laying down in this bathroom. And this time he doesn't look like he's contemplative or touching his neck or stressed or deep in thought. Instead, he is in the throes of ecstasy. He's like fully aggressively self-pleasuring. And right as he's about to get to where he has been working so diligently to get to, another man, who we can assume to be the masked man from the first video, comes into the frame fully nude as well. He brings up a similar meat cleaver from the first one, except this time the meat cleaver does not just hover over the office man's neck. It doesn't stop. Instead, it comes down with a clean chop at the office man's neck. Now, I don't know if it's the sharpness of the meat cleaver or the way that our bodies are built. The masked man has to make a few more precise, powerful chops before he then just takes it upon himself to fully drag and rip off,
Oh my gosh.
All while there's just like so much blood under the office man on the plastic tarp. It's incredibly graphic. The only saving grace, if there is any to any of this, is that the camera is further away. It's a top-down view, and if you really try to convince yourself, you may or may not be able to successfully convince your brain that this is just another horror movie. This is like a gory horror movie. This is CGI. This is not real blood. It's something else that's happening. But then the video cuts to another angle, and this time it's like a B cam. It's off in the corner, and it's like you're laying next to Office Man. And he's still alive. And it's a full replay, but from a close side-up angle, very close to the office man's face and neck. And you can see every single bit of it in replay. It almost feels slowed down, even when it's not, because of the graphic nature and just how up close things are. And then the camera goes back to the top angle, where you see the masked man that now people have dubbed the Butcher. And he starts dissecting the office man, cutting straight down the center vertically. And he just starts methodically disassembling a human body bit by bit, piece by piece. I mean, body parts are being taken apart like a Lego, just chunk by chunk. Organs are transferred into buckets that are put into like a water bath. Limbs are placed into pots. You can see pictures of small pale body parts arranged on plates with chopsticks resting on the side. There are other pictures showing full-on cooking. The creation of a human soup finished with healthy superfoods like goji berries, red dates. There's another dish that resembles curry. Part 3 is the butchering. It shows more in depth of the disassembly process. The private parts of the victim are arranged on a fresh, clean plate like a Thanksgiving dinner. The centerpiece is the decapitated head. At one point, the victim's private parts are inserted into the victim's head. It just, along with other general depraved acts. There are some people online who state that they saw a video of the butcher placing the victim's head into a boiling pot of water like a giant meatball. However, that video has not been widely circulated, so at this point it's debatable if it exists, but I don't think that it would be surprising if it did. The way that this victim is meticulously taken apart, and the way that even the execution is carried out, it does not feel like someone's first time, which makes people suspect initially that this butcher is a butcher. That turns out not to be true. So who the hell is this butcher? And who's the office man who is self-pleasuring before death? Who's the victim? What's happening? Is this even real, or is this like a fake video? It would not be the first time that a fake snuff film circulated, tricking the initial set of viewers online when it goes public of thinking that this is a real murder, which would make sense. I mean, considering there was a whole rehearsal video, like you have a table read before a movie filming. Maybe that is their acting before the big act. The collection of videos gets heavily studied by the internet, and they come to the conclusion that no matter how cynical, no matter how skeptical, there is no way that these videos are fake. These videos are very much real. There are all these other details that start getting noticed as people are combing through to even just verify that these videos are real. The minute that people start analyzing the footage for what it is, there are so many things that come up. Firstly, you can hear in the video pretty clear noises of motorcycles passing by, dogs barking, which would suggest that whatever is taking place in this bathroom, this is probably in a relatively busy area. It does not appear to be in the middle of nowhere. Are we to assume then that this is taking place in the middle of a busy residential neighborhood? One comment online reads, "I've watched this video over and over, and when I listen, I could hear the motorcycle was really loud, and it wasn't going slow either. It sounded like it echoed quite a bit. I think this is someone's house." Or maybe this is, I saw someone else online say that this was a restaurant owner and this is a restaurant bathroom, which would make sense because they would have big buckets and basins and iron tables and bowls and chopsticks. So is this happening in a restaurant in a busy city area? So far, the theories are that the butcher is either a real-life butcher or a restaurant owner. A restaurant owner would also make sense because they would be proficient in disassembling chunks of meat. But that means that people are under the impression that this is not the butcher's first time butchering large quantities of meat. Then you have another group of netizens that wonder, what if it's not the butcher's first time butchering humans? What if they're not proficient at butchering large animals, but what if they're just good at butchering humans? If that's the case, how many times have they done this before? And are they the only ones doing this? Like, are there others? One of the more distinguishing physical traits of the butcher, the whole time, a lot of the times he's naked and he's wearing a face mask. So instead of the anonymous full face mask, he's wearing, one of those COVID face masks, a medical mask. And you can see a big part of his body. There is a tattoo on his arm and it reads, "That day, 139.
What does that mean? Do we know?
Is that just a random number? Is that some sort of initiation? Is that some sort of code? Perhaps that's the day that he's initiated into this line of work, when this life begins for him. Some say it's shorthand for 13K, which 13K somehow relates to the price of butchered pigs on Vietnamese social media. So perhaps he is a real-life pig farmer, pig butcher. Others say this could be an identifying number for his videos. If this video has been circulating on Telegram group chats and there's an organization of people who kill people and create snuff film video content, how do you know who's the killer in each one? Because they need to get paid. So this tattoo, 139, maybe he's killer 139, 139. Because this could just be a giant snuff film ring that the internet just uncovered. There is something so exciting about January, that spark of ambition that you have been carrying for months and maybe years. That business idea that keeps you up at night and you're like, oh, this is such a good idea, but someone's probably gonna do it first. You should just do it now. And the most powerful decision you can make is launching your business with Shopify. Shopify delivers a complete toolkit for selling wherever your customers are, online or face-to-face at markets and pop-ups. You manage everything from one central hub. No switching platforms, no painful migrations, just seamless growth. You're joining millions of entrepreneurs who have already taken this leap, from recognizable brands to people who are exactly where you are just months ago, including us. Our first launch with Shopify was for Grandpa Mingo's art studio, and it was basically our first small business experience, and Shopify made it so beginner friendly. So much so that we do have something that's coming out in maybe like a few weeks, hopefully. But we're really excited to share that we're working with Shopify again for it. Your future is waiting. Make 2026 the year that you claim it. In 2026, stop waiting and start selling with Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at shopify.com/rotten. Go to shopify.com/rotten. That's shopify.com/rotten. Hear the sound of your first sale this new year with Shopify by your side. A very strong argument could be made that one of the most disturbing ways to start a book is you flip open the page and the main character is talking in depth about how she watches JFK's assassination footage over and over and watches the part where Jackie Kennedy is having the worst day of her life, scrambling to pick up the pieces of her husband, and how the main character thinks about this every day in order to reach the pinnacle of pleasure. Like, that would be a really good argument if you told me that is the worst way to start a book. I would not argue with you. That's precisely how the Japanese manga Applicant for Death starts. Main girl spends multiple pages describing how much she likes the idea of basically being murdered. At one point, another woman appears. I don't know who this woman is, but she starts rehearsing how it will be done. And the main girl reaches the point of sheer happiness that none of us could probably relate to. And eventually she is shot, but she's still alive. And she is playing with her brain matter while the other woman is playing with other things, and she reaches her destination before finally arriving to the point of no return: death. However, that is where the video ends and the manga cuts to a guy watching the computer screen. He's getting off on this. And the female executioner tells the audience, and she's breaking the fourth wall mid-murder: "We only sell the rest of the footage to people who can keep quiet and pay enough. We'll check up on you. Even if you order, we'll just send you a generic video. This video is not for sale to the general public."
Wait, I'm so sorry. We're still in the manga right
Yeah.
now? So in the manga, a guy is watching this girl doing all of this on his computer screen. And
Yes.
in his computer screen, they're talking to each other.
Yeah.
So it's okay. Wow.
And the guy behind the computer screen is getting frustrated because he wants to see the rest of the video. But the female executioner continues, "Depending on the results of our investigation, we may give it to other people free of charge." She continues that the people in the video are not leaving this world because of illness or pain or debt. They're doing it for pleasure, for desire. She says, "We can give you the experience you long for. I'm waiting for your call." And the guy starts fantasizing about it. And it's somehow his sister gets involved, who they start having relations. And then eventually he calls the executioner to come and kill him. And he just, the whole setup is he wants his sister to watch him die. And he's going to have intimate relations with the female executioner. And right as he's reaching that point, his sister, who is on standby with a giant sword, is going to cut his head off. And this manga and the rules of human anatomy and the limitations of modern medicine do not apply, because once his head is cut off, he's still alive. So he's like watching his body still finish relations with this female executioner, and then his sister decides that she's going to have relations with his body, and the female executioner is now holding the sword, and then kills his sister. And so now she places the brother's head and the sister's head next to each other, apart from their bodies, and their bodies are still doing things, and the heads are making out. This is like a 40-page manga. I didn't know so much could happen in 40 pages. It started progressing into more and more alarming territory, and to my amazement, it never ceased to just stop being disturbing. This was translated into English. This was also translated into Vietnamese. And we know this because there's an online content forum that primarily focuses on posting brutal sexual content. And it had posted Applicant for Death. The manga gets translated from Japanese into Vietnamese, and the poster writes, "Translated per the request of Mr. Dat, D-A-T, beheading. The internet will soon uncover that Mr. Dat Beheading is the office man in the Vietnamese butcher videos, the one who was killed." So he specifically asked for this Japanese manga to be translated into Vietnamese.
Okay. Do we know if it's real? That was a real thing before this whole thing blew up. I see. So people went to the backlog and found this history.
He has an extensive history we're going to get into. And I think a lot of that begs this big question in this case that I don't necessarily think is a question, but a lot of people have posted, which is, what exactly are we allowed to give consent to? What if someone wants to remove their leg in a safe manner? There is a real condition called BID. It's where someone with healthy limbs feels a profound feeling and belief that they need to amputate, typically a leg or both legs or perhaps an arm, in order to feel whole. They feel that these limbs are healthy, yes, but they're foreign. And every second that they live with this foreign limb, it drives them insane. But you can't just amputate your leg in the kitchen and hope for the best, which is where the debate comes in. How much are we allowed to have control over our own bodies? How much are we allowed to go to a doctor and say, can you please cut off my leg? Can you consent to that? Can the doctor do it? Do the rules apply? But the doctor is not supposed to cause harm, and objectively, they could argue that this would be causing harm to your life, but you could argue, no, in fact, having this leg is causing harm to my life. There's a lot of debate on this. I mean, it's a very rare condition, so the debate is not extensive. I will say some really messed up people have extended this debate to include transgender community members. I don't think that applies. For this, it's specifically, there is a huge argument of, well, if you lose a leg and you choose to amputate your leg, then you are now viable for disability checks. Now the taxpayers are paying for something that you have to live with for the rest of your life, and you have to continue getting probably in-house care for an extended period of time. So there's like all this debate along with that. There's just a lot in that. It's completely separate from any other debate. It's just that. How much can you be in control of your own body, and to what extent? And then how can you say it stops there? What if you take it a step further? What if you just don't even want your leg to be gone? You want someone to eat it, and you consent to it, and you find someone who also consents to eating it. Is that a crime? What if in a hypothetical world, there are no quote unquote victims? You sign a waiver that you will never sign up for disability checks. You sign a waiver that you will never ask the government or the community members for assistance. And you consent that no one will ever see this footage. No one will ever know what happens. You are privately in your own personal home. You cut off a piece of your thigh and you give it to your beloved significant other for them to consume for dinner. Is there a crime that is committed? Yes or no? Because is there a victim? Can you have a victimless crime? That is the whole debate, and we can probably go on for the next 24, 48 hours, the next 5 business days, and I don't know if everyone is going to come to an agreement. There is a post on an online forum, though, where you can ask people to solve your life's biggest problems. The post reads, how long does it take to fatten a long pig? Months? Years? I'm interested in fattening a long pig, right now 125 pounds to eat. How much should I fatten her for the best eating? And what do I use to fatten her? I didn't know this, but apparently some Europeans call humans long pigs because we are longer than a pig, but we apparently taste like pork. Humans. That post was on the now defunct Cannibal Cafe forum, which I'm sure if you've been interested in any sort of true crime cases for a while, you know about the very infamous Cannibal Cafe case of the German cannibal who murdered and killed his victim to be eaten. I mean, this is a forum where half the people want to be eaten and the other half are very, very hungry. Another post reads, anyone need a blonde girl for the main course dish to eat? See my email and write. I will show you my delicious meat. Another one rants about how men just aren't cannibals anymore. The post reads, looks like these aren't real cannibals on here. The kind of cannibal that would actually go for a hunt for a female captive to capture and prepare and roast and eventually eat. Probably some male cannibal wannabes on here, but they're held down by the leashes of their wives and kids and girlfriends. The website Cannibal Cafe is now down after, like I said, the very famous German cannibal murdered and cannibalized his victim in 2001. That's where they met. But one would have to assume that this has to be a very small portion of the population that's interested in this. But it's a lot more than you would think. One post on Reddit reads, I'm a girl with cannibalism fetish. Ask me anything. The top comment is, so is it you eating other humans or being eaten by other humans or both? She responds, good question. It's primarily me eating other people. The idea of other people eating me is pretty unsettling. Or I'll oftentimes fantasize about feeding my boyfriend to other people, and occasionally it'll be me cutting off his limbs and forcing him to eat his own limbs. God damn it, he's probably gonna read all of this. On a separate Reddit thread, Someone writes, I get the idea of someone wanting to eat human flesh as a specialized interest, like a fantasy, imagination. I mean, I get it. I mean, I don't get it, but I get it. Quote, I understand the appeal. Like, I don't like it, but I get where it's coming from, just like any other crazy thing, okay? So anyway, I made a post about cannibalism some time ago. I deleted it, but I got a DM from a really weird guy, and he somehow assumed that I had a cannibalism fetish from the post, which I don't have. And he said to me something like, he's so unlucky because none of the women he meets likes cannibalism, and he would be willing to travel to me to be cooked in an oven and be eaten by me. He even described how he wants to be served and what foods he wants to be paired with. He said that he wants to be a human pig and cooked like a pig. He eventually started sending me pictures. I didn't even want to look at all of them because I was disgusted. Anyway, is that not fucking weird? I just don't get what could be the possible motivation or appeal of being eaten. That is a post on Reddit. One response puts it pretty simply. It's just about being predator and prey. That's it. But that doesn't stop people from looking into this Vietnamese butcher case. Like I said, the Facebook group called OSINT and Cyber Investigations in Vietnam, they kickstart this entire investigation. And the only other clear indicator in these videos that made public was that it was most likely filmed in Vietnam. The language being spoken is Vietnamese between the victim and the butcher. And they take it upon themselves, this Facebook group, to investigate. At this point, the police are not investigating. Nobody is except OSINT. And they're the ones that released this 100-page document into the whole world that's translated into English. So the first order of business is finding who the victim is. That's probably easier because somebody is gone. That means there must be others who are looking for that person, posting missing persons flyers. It's harder to find a killer. It's easier to find a missing loved one.
His face is out there, right?
Yeah, that's the logic. So OSINT starts looking into forums in Vietnam that have to do with wanting to be consumed, wanting to be killed. Yes, they went through the missing persons thing. They didn't find him. No one was actively searching for him. So they start going into these beheading forums with extreme interest. And in one of them, they find someone that looks like the victim. And he gives his phone number. And using that phone number, they're able to find different accounts on different platforms. And one even lists his birthday as March 10th, 1989.
Whoa.
So now we know that this victim is 36 years old, which tracks with his appearance in the videos. And all of his accounts have some variation of the username DAT, DAT, and beheading. And out of all the websites that we've talked about in this episode, Motherless is probably one of the worst ones. You can't even link Motherless on Reddit. It's banned. It's not just a shitty place to go. There's speculation that because of the sheer amount of illegal content that was allegedly posted on there, that the FBI actually uses it as a honeypot, meaning the feds are most likely monitoring it, and anyone who visits too often and searching the very specific videos are potentially being tracked by the feds. It has been uncovered that the victim had a Motherless account where he would share a bunch of photos and videos that revolve around the themes of cannibalism and being beheaded. AI generated clips of hooded masked men tying up women and using sharp objects on them to eat them. And from there, the online detectives just continue to dig and they find out the victim's full name is Nguyen Xuan Dat. So Dat is DAT. So it's not like in English where it's like that beheading, but instead of THAT, you use DAT. It's just part of his name.
Wow.
But Nguyen is what we're going to call him. Nguyen goes on to create multiple different accounts to join forums to talk about this final fantasy where he is going to be beheaded. A lot of his accounts were created back in 2019, so this is like a 6-year endeavor that he's been on. One of his accounts just read, I love beheading. I also want to lose my head with an axe or a sword. And there's also indications that this probably was way before 2019 his interest started. There was this online group called Girls Beheading Lover, and they post in 2018, anybody like role-playing about beheadings? Inbox me, only girls. Nguyen responds, can you connect with me? Are you a male or a female? I'm a male, but I want to have my head beheaded by a female executioner. Nguyen responds to another post in 2022 that reads, is anyone in Hanoi interested in the topic of beheading? Looking to chat with someone about it. If interested, please inbox me. Another person responds to that post, I want to die, seriously. Nguyen responds, are you for real? If so, please inbox me to discuss. It would not be an over-exaggeration to say that Nguyen seems obsessed with the idea of being beheaded and killed. He even requested the Applicant for Death manga to be translated into Vietnamese enemies. I mean, this manga is very interesting because it could more or less, the fantasy that the victim ultimately settles on feels very reminiscent of this manga. Even having the head pulled and then placed to watch the rest of the body kind of mirrors the manga.
By the way, you say one of the person online posted say, I wanted to die, and he responded, oh, please email me.
Yeah.
So he's interested in...
No, he's only interested in being the victim, but he likes to connect with people with like minds so that they can talk about their fantasy together. And a lot of the reason that this case gained traction in uncovering details was friends of Wen, online friends who had similar interest, would share messages that they had with Wen. Like one from 2023, his post reads, offering my head, but no one is taking it. And then the next year in 2024, he posts again, offering my head, waiting for someone to take it. So for years, since at least 2019, he has been begging for someone to partake in this final fantasy of his. But it's not until January of 2025, this year, he gets someone, last year, he gets someone to do what he's hoping for. Wen posts on Facebook, 3 hours left until the execution. So yes, the internet, the netizens, they find the victim, but that's not enough. They need to find the killer because the killer could be finding their next victim. They could be doing this for money. There could be multiple people who have gone missing that nobody is looking for that they have done the same exact thing to. So even though they found Wen, they still have no idea who the masked man, who the butcher is, and they need to comb through all the evidence. He's wearing a blue face mask in this photo where he's holding up Wen's head, severed head in the mirror. And you can see his eyes, eyebrows, his forehead that's showing. He looks middle-aged. He clearly has a receding hairline. He has distinct scars on his eyebrow area that netizens have pinpointed, analyzed, stared at, studied. He's also shirtless. You see that a good chunk of his torso, he has a very stocky build. He's got a birthmark that goes near his armpit on one arm. Then on the other arm, you have that tattoo, the distinctive, that day 139. That's it. How are they gonna find the butcher with just that? And they need to find him quick because it seems like the butcher has taken over Wen's account on Facebook and is looking for new victims, is now messaging Wen's friends who have shared interests, asking them questions about their fantasies.
Oh, so now he's active.
He's active.
On Wen's account?
Yes.
Huh.
And other people are coming forward saying, hey, yes, Wen had this fantasy, but he was not doing well. Like he was clearly a victim. One alleged friend of Wen's, we're gonna call them friend number 1, posted a screenshot of messages that they had with Wen before his passing. And Wen is messaging, not only am I ugly, but I'm also full of diseases. I can't afford to live freely like a normal person. I have to depend on my parents for the rest of my life. I mean, I'm completely useless. What other choice do I have? I truly am a prisoner of my own fate. If it wasn't because of God, I would have met the end already. I just want to meet someone that once we become close enough, they would just kill me. Wen writes again, I want to meet someone who can f me and then kill me right after. Which has netizens thinking, at this point, the butcher should have just helped Wen. Instead of killing him, he should have just gotten him help. But the most interesting thing to come out of this, the most valuable piece of information, is people start messaging this person asking for more information about Wen. Like, if you were that close with Wen, can you tell us anything else? And they state, well, Wen was pretty normal. We only met once, maybe for like 30 minutes. Really? When was that you guys met? Was it a long time ago? He just was spending the 30 minutes to talk about how he liked having group activities with other men. He showed me a video of himself performing oral on a man. I mean, I can say this though, Wen's fetish for wanting to be beheaded is very real. But the most valuable piece of information is this anonymous friend tells the OSINT, the online investigators, I know the name of the butcher. He goes by the name Chung.
Wow.
C-H-U-N-G. And as the investigators are getting closer to figuring out who the butcher is, a post pops up on their Facebook group. I am the executioner. Who can catch me? Then another post from a different account. So now this is a different account and it's a picture of someone's meal and it appears to be a plate of meat and some soup and some noodles. Come on, it's just a few pieces of human meat. It's unclear if this is real human meat. It's unclear if anything, but within an hour of this picture going up, it gets taken down. So is this really the butcher? Is the butcher scared? The netizens, are they getting closer to figuring out who the butcher is so they're freaking out? So in the final installment of the snuff film trilogy titled Butchering, it looks like it's being filmed in a kitchen. And on one side, you have half of a plastic water bottle. It's called La Vie. So at this point, the online netizens are like, we know for sure this is happening in Vietnam. These are not Vietnamese like diaspora in other parts of the world, because yes, in the video they're speaking Vietnamese, but that doesn't mean that they have to live in Vietnam. I can speak Korean, but I'm in the United States. But this water bottle is specifically sold in Vietnam. So they're like, okay, this is happening in Vietnam. But also on top of that, they find like these very mundane little trivial, inconsequential pieces of items. There's a bottle of dish soap. The netizens have discovered that this is really only sold in the northern area of Vietnam. How do they know this? Because the dish soap is Chinese. It's like a very cheap Chinese brand, and the northern part of Vietnam borders China. So they really only sell this in that area. Because they have Vietnamese dish soap in all the other areas.
Yeah.
So this is like very easy to bring across the border, or like people will go up there and buy it and then bring it back. So they're like, this is definitely only on the northern part of Vietnam. So people start pinpointing it down that way. Okay, so not only is it just Vietnam, it's on the northern part of Vietnam. And then we've got all of these things in the kitchen. So the kitchen doors are this weird avocado green color that's very specific and unique. I mean, there's got to be something. So as they're hunting that down, another YouTube channel pops up. They have been investigating this diligently from the very beginning. They're called Ketomo, which translates to the curious one. They went as far to try and reconstruct the scene of the crime. But because with the suspected homicide taking place in January of this year, with videos being circulated later in July, and then just radio silence, a lot of people thought that this was almost like an urban legend. It's just gonna go down as one of those internet things we never get the answer to. But he somehow is able to track, and he says, I think I know who the butcher is. And he posts a picture of who he believes is the butcher. So this is a picture that he got on someone's personal Facebook account, and he photoshopped a mask on and then compared it to the butchering video, and it looks like the same person. It looks like the same person, but this is where it's weird. It looks like the same person, does not feel like the same person. Clearly, in the one that was from his personal Facebook page, his face is relaxed. He looks like a happy guy. In the other one, he looks like a killer, but you can see the facial features, they're all very similar. The smile lines, the eye shape, the eyebrows, the scar above his eyebrow, everything feels exactly the same. Now, the curious one, the YouTuber, releases a statement that he's going to be withdrawing from this investigation, and that the perpetrator is in a high position of power. And just know that if anything happens to this YouTuber, every single piece of information that he's dug up, he's got like a kill switch, if you will. It's gonna go public.
Wait, so he dropped this high power individual's identity
Just
basic.
photo.
But with that photo, you can find out who he is, wouldn't it?
Yes. More importantly, he drops a screenshot of the individual's social media account, and he
Right.
blurs out the name, but people are very easily
Yeah.
able to unblur it. And the username is Tan Chung 11111. Chung.
Chung.
People start cross-referencing that username with all the different social media platforms, and they find a lot. The two of them, Wen and the butcher, seem to have crossed paths on a gay group chat called Likes Beheading. Wen is really active in the chat, saying things like, I want to be beheaded, I volunteer to be beheaded. There's additionally a supposed leak message thread between Wen and a friend of his, where Wen sends them a picture of his head on a chopping board. He's alive, and he writes, I'm ready, waiting for the time. His friend responds, who's gonna do it? Chung? No, another person. Why don't you just let Chung do it? Waiting around for Chung is difficult. What do you mean? He agreed, but he keeps pushing and delaying the time. The potential suspect, the butcher, their social media history is also pretty extensive. It's also very interesting to see how somebody's interest and taste evolve over time. It starts off with scatology, which is a pretty high entrance for specialized interests, but there's a post that reads, anyone here eat shit in the game? You want to be the shit eater or the shit maker? To which the suspected butcher responds, the shit maker. In 2022, the suspected butcher posts pictures on a forum showing dismembered pieces of a body. He claims that this is just like a scary themed horror post. This is just to get everyone to toughen up through the usage of gore, but it's not real. However, it is theorized now that this could very well be a victim before Wen. He also continues to post pictures of what appears to be men's private parts that have been taken off the body. One of them is delicately spray painted in gold. It's unclear if this is like an artistic piece that he found, if he made it, or if this is a real human body part that he's used to create this. He likes a ton of other posts that have to do with eating meat, and specifically the purchasing of dismembered male private parts. He's buying them, he's selling them, and I don't know.
Like dark web?
No, just like on Twitter, on these forums. I mean, people will write things like, I need to castrate myself. I need money. How much for all my privates? And he'll say, DM me. I want it all. I want to eat it so bad. Now, I don't know if this is some sort of role play that's happening on social media, if people are just engaging in this stranger to stranger fake fantasy land, or if he truly is purchasing a lot of these male body parts. I wouldn't be surprised, judging by the fact that somebody is dead and somebody was killed on camera, but it's just very strange how there is a large community of people doing this. It's not even just one person, and it's not even on the down low. These are just out and about on regular, publicly accessible forums talking about how they want to purchase sometimes 1 ball, 2 balls, the whole set. He also talks about how he wants hands and feet stewed with bamboo shoots and a male body part stewed with lemongrass and chili. And the way that he writes about it, it seems like he's talking about food that he's eaten before. It doesn't seem like, oh, let me use my imagination. I think this would taste good. The answers and responses to these inappropriate messages online seem very firm and confident, as if this is his favorite dish. Other times, he just gets straight to the point. There will be people posting inappropriate videos, and I didn't click on them because I was scared of the links, but they seem to be inappropriate videos. I don't know if there's cannibalism in the topic of the video, but they seem like your run-of-the-mill, inappropriate, X-rated videos, and he's just DMing these creators, I want to kill you so bad. I really want to kill you. So at this point, people start digging and digging and digging, and they find other accounts that are related to Tan Chung, and they realize that Tan Chung is a young kid, a kid in his 20s, a kid to wealthy parents. There's a picture of him sitting on a sidewalk in front of his family-owned red Mercedes, but more importantly, this kid is wearing a distinct athletic tracksuit with yellow stripes going down the sides, exactly like the one from the rehearsal video.
Wait, but in the rehearsal video, it wasn't a young kid, was it?
I mean, the whole face is covered up,
Okay.
but I will say that they seem a lot more stocky in the video, but maybe this young kid just edits his photos. But the frustrating part is, in the other 2 videos, the execution and the butchering, you can clearly see that this is a middle-aged man. This kid is clearly not middle-aged, so how can they be the same person? But if it's not the same person, how are there so many similarities? Someone drives by the house that Tan Chung apparently lives in, this 23-year-old, and they take pictures as they're driving by. And right outside, you see a pair of slippers outside the front door. The butcher is seen in the video wearing the exact same slippers. I mean, maybe it's a very common pair of slippers, but still, all of this is just a growing list of coincidences, but still, it doesn't answer the fact that there's no way that a 20-something-year-old is also a middle-aged man at the same time. OSINT does more digging, and they notice that with every platform that Tan Chung is on, there is another account that is always closely associated. And it's not like they're always interacting, but they're always following each other on every platform. Doan Seng. They go to Doan Seng's account. This is a middle-aged man with a scar above his eyebrow and a big birthmark on his arm. Doan Seng resembles the butcher, at least to the best of netizen knowledge. So how is it that everyone originally thought that Tan Chung was the butcher? Are there 2 butchers? Is this like a whole operation with multiple people involved? If you go to Tan Chung's profile, you'll see that he was born September 13th, 2002. Everywhere else in the world, they do day, month, year.
That's his dad.
Yes. 13th of September would be 139. The tattoo on the butcher is that day. 23-year-old Tan Chung is not the butcher. His dad is. And his dad has been using his son's name to create online profiles to join these group chats where they fantasize about killing and eating people. It's the dad.
Wow. So, but is the son a part of it? Does he...
The son does not appear to be a part of it in any way. It seems like he found out after the fact. And after the fact, it seems he's on his dad's side. Whether
Really?
he believes that his dad is innocent, whether he believes, well, the victim asked for it and my dad was just doing what he asked for, why is that such a big deal? I don't know what his mentality is, but it does seem from very limited evidence on social media of him reposting like memes that he is in some support of his dad.
So the dad's wearing his son's clothes?
It seems like they
As
share
well?
clothes.
Huh.
And the dad is not just a random person. He is the former deputy head of Market Management Department number 4, which sounds like he works at a supermarket, but it's not. This is basically a huge government entity that enforces and inspects all of the commercial activities in a local area. It's a business department of an entire community. This man has a wife, he has 2 sons. I wouldn't go as far to say that he's a great dad, even if I didn't know of this crime. If he has a cup in his kitchen that reads "Best Dad in the World," that cup is a liar. He seems normal, but he's just, like, on his personal account, he posts a picture of abalone porridge. But the piece of abalone, which, if you guys know abalone, it's like a shellfish where it's really good for you. It has a lot of health benefits, but it's like maybe 2 fingers and it's slimy. It's like a giant mussel, like a clam, like a giant clam, a giant mussel, but definitely thicker and chewier in texture, but just look-wise if you haven't seen what abalone looks like. However, like a mussel, all the sides are flat. They're smooth, they're flat, and then the edges, they have like the mussel texture with like the ridges that come up and get a little chewy. But this one, the side is not flat. It has an opening that is very reminiscent of a female body part. Now, some people have mentioned that abalone in general does resemble female body parts, but this, when you see it, this doesn't resemble an abalone. Perhaps abalone looks different in different parts of the world. Perhaps this is a faulty abalone or someone who messed with an abalone to make it resemble a detached female body part. I don't know. I saw the picture of it.
So he posted on Facebook.
Yeah.
And he titled it Abalone Porridge, or he just posted that photo?
Just posted the photo. And it's, I don't know. I can't imagine that he would post it if it was a crime. But then again, I don't know. On his own personal account, he was posting the gold male private parts that looked somewhat artistic.
Right. So, okay. So he's pretty blatant about this.
Yes. He's also just not a family guy. He posted a whole biography of a Japanese adult actress talking about her childhood and then how she gets recruited into the industry, just everything about her. This is a dad and a man who works for the government. He's actually retired earlier last year in 2025, but it was that he was still working in January. And this is very important. Once people find out that it's the dad, they start going through all of his personal accounts, and he has a ton of those like old people videos where they're just
so
yes.
far everything you said is like real-time discovery in the last few months by the internet.
Yes, the police are not investigating
Until like everything was
exactly
crystal clear, the police came in.
Not even was it just crystal clear, it became so crystal clear, and this man is in a government position working as the deputy head of market management. There was outrage. I feel like the arrest only happened because people were able to figure out this is a government official, and people were super pissed about it. Had it not been, I don't know if an arrest would have been made.
Because you were saying like when this came out, there was a lot of suppressing, right? Like
Yes.
nobody can even talk about it publicly. Yeah. Wow.
And then I think that some people, I will say that there were a lot of ignorant non-Vietnamese people who probably added to it, which I think a lot of people were suppressed and could not talk about it. And then I think the people that did want to talk about it, a lot of Westerners would be like, this is why you can't go to Vietnam. Because, I don't know, we're f***ing dumb over here.
I see.
So then it just made it all worse. It's like, I don't know. Have you ever read the news in America? We're not doing so hot. Maybe we should worry about our own problems before saying stuff like that. But you get the idea. Now, the rehearsal video, it was filmed in some sort of office. And this is very important because all of this, people were able to cross-check, and they realized that all the butchering videos happened inside of government buildings, the offices in which he was working, the rehearsal video, even the misalignment of the cabinets. It's in the background of one of his own personal photos that he was filming outside of the office. The kitchen is part of a government building. The green avocado shutter doors, the kitchen tiles with the white and the blue little clover designs, that is all a government building. The bathroom is a government building.
How does he have no fear of, he posts these on Facebook and then he's doing this whole operation inside?
I guess he thought that these photos and videos would only circulate on Telegram, which at that point, if your coworker is on Telegram purchasing these videos, then maybe you just find a friend in the game. You don't find someone who's going to rat you out.
It's impossible for him to be this ballsy if this is his first time
Exactly.
doing something like this.
What makes it even worse is it was timed to perfection. It seems that Wen is murdered near the end of January 25th, 2025 to be exact. That would be the perfect window of opportunity because Lunar New Year is January 26th, 2025. There is a 7 to 10 day holiday in Vietnam and a lot of Asia where nobody goes into the office. The office would have been completely deserted.
Wow.
So with that, November 28th, an arrest is finally made. The believed butcher Do-an Sang is arrested. Authorities allegedly find bone fragments in pipes and drains, 3 teeth found under the sink. But more importantly, he just confesses. He ends up admitting to what he's done. He manages to be a victim blamer the entire way through. He states that he met Wen online, and Wen is the one that gets him wrapped up in all this dark stuff. That Wen repeatedly gets him introduced into beheadings and all of this dark interest of extreme groups, which he naturally did not want. He said he was repulsed by it, but Wen kept asking him, and finally it's Wen that convinces him to commit these atrocious acts against Wen. But after Wen, he does the very normal, common sense thing of separating the body into bones, flesh, and organs. He boils the parts to help with decomposition and odor. For the bones, he smashes them, pulverizes them, and for the flesh, he places them into 10 plastic bags and then feeds them to wild dogs, stray dogs. As for the meat cleavers that he used, he got rid of them. And he still tries to play this all off as if this is his first time and he was just convinced into doing this by Wen.
Wow.
And as for Wen, netizens were able to find which village he was from, and they called the village head. They do confirm that there was a guy with the same name, same age. A few years ago, his dad passed away and he ran away from the village. His mom has really severe mental health struggles, and that seems to be why no one has been looking for him. And it seems like that is where we are with the Vietnamese butcher case. I think it's crazy that none of this would have been discovered without netizens. I think the fact that this was just posted on not even like the dark web is so unsettling. But what are your thoughts? Have you guys heard of this case before?
Yeah.
Let me know in the comments.
I don't know. Do you think they're going to find out more histories of him, or this is probably the only case they're going to be?
I would not doubt that there are more victims. I don't think they're going to look. What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments, and I'll see you in the next one. During the Olympics, if you ever watch the equestrian games, you're looking at a lot of science inside the horse. The horses are the science. They are fine-tuned like cars. I mean, they're basically Formula One cars, but alive and breathing, and that's, horsepower. They are genetically tested. They're bred to make sure that they are well-bred, that they're well-fit for the games that they're entering. One lab testing that you can get done on a horse is for the speed gene. It's a very specific gene. If a horse has this specific gene, they are going to be more predisposed to develop what they call the fast twitch muscles. They're perfect for the sprint, but they're not going to be endurance horses. So the genes of a horse can even tell you if a horse is going to be predisposed to liking dirt or turf, which is very important. The lab says some clients will even have their horses tested as soon as they're born. Then they can just map out a plan for all of their individual horses, which trainer they're going to go see, which type of sport they're going to specialize in. And there's a lot of specialties. There's a lot of different ways you can look at a horse. I mean, obviously, I'm not just talking from like an ophthalmology standpoint. Let's start with English writing. You have dressage, often called horse ballet. It's how a rider is able to guide their horse through a complex movement performance. It's an Olympic sport. It's all about the grace, the control of the horse. If you are me and you are uncultured and you watch this on TV during the Olympics, it looks like the horse
didn't we?
Yes, it's doing like a little dalliance, like a little dance, like a little tippy toe dance. That's what it looks like. The horse is galloping in place. It looks like it's just skipping in place, which, side note, when they skip in place, the horse appears motionless at certain points, but that is exerting an enormous amount of energy on the horse because trotting in place defies the laws of motion for a horse.
Interesting.
It actually is like physically very difficult. They're probably sweating from trotting in place. And I'm just like, look at him, look at the tippy toes. That's what it is. These horses have to train for like a minimum of 8 to 12 years to do the tippy toe dance.
Wow.
That's dressage. Then you head into show jumping. That's where the horses and the riders, they have to clear a course of obstacles. They look like fences without knocking them down. It's about speed. It's about clearing the rounds, although most of them look incredibly graceful, I will say. But with any equestrian event, there has to be a lot of trust and relationship established between the horse and the rider. Show jumping, with that being said, so elegant, so graceful, so beautiful. I could never do that. If you've never seen it, I'm just going to give you a visual in your head for the audio listeners. You know when you have the dog competitions and you have the dog like jumping through the obstacle courses? It's like that, but you're on the Australian Shepherd's back. But also, your outfit is great. It looks good. It looks artistic. I'm uncultured. It's the only way I can describe it. The third of the English disciplines is called eventing, where you do dressage, show jumping, cross country. Cross country is essentially American Ninja Warrior, but on a horse. You go through like a full outdoor obstacle course. You've got logs in ditches of water. You've got water features that complicate the horse, and horses get spooked very easily. So you have to make sure that they don't get spooked, and you get penalized for refusals. That's when the horse is like, yeah, I'm not going to do that. You get penalized for that. You get penalized for falling, obviously. Or, interestingly, you get penalized for going too fast or too slow. I didn't know that was a thing, but you have to be in the sweet spot of allotted time. You actually get penalized if you're faster than that allotted time. Every second faster than that little sweet spot time, you have a penalty.
Why is that?
I think that they're also trying to prevent reckless, dangerous acts on a horse. By going too fast, and it's about like the agility and the consistent speed instead of just like bursts of sprinting through. So they're looking for a lot of different things.
These sports, how much of that is the horse doing the sport versus the person on top of the horse?
Both. So there are really, really good riders, but the horses, that's why horse juice for reproduction is one of the most expensive liquids in the world. If you have a really well-bred stallion, if you have a really well-bred show horse, their specimen to procreate other horses can be very expensive to purchase. So it's all about the horse lineage and also the rider. Yeah. It's a mixture of both. I mean, I don't know. It's hard to say, but I think the Western ones are a little bit more fun. So the Western riding disciplines and competitions, you've got reining. This is about the athletic prowess of the horse. So it's dressage, but kind of more rodeo level. I mean, it's all about how a horse can do a series of patterns, sliding stops, spins, flying lead changes. One Redditor says it primarily focused on moving your horse with very little hand movements. The focus is on using your seat and your legs almost exclusively to control this horse. And the energy is different. It appears that it's taking place inside like a dirt pit in a stadium. And I love horses. I think they're so majestic. I have an irrational fear of sustaining a brain injury on a horse, but other than that, I feel like they're smarter than me. However, when you watch this for the first time, all I can compare it to is like when your dog has the zoomies and they're zooming and they're like skidding to a stop and you're on top of the horse. That's what a lot of the Western competitions look like. And I'm sure it takes a lot of skill. And then you have, interestingly, I mean, you also have like the equestrian events that are more focused on the rider, about how the rider is able to control their horse. Then you have like the show horse events where it's really just about the horse itself and their breeding and their stance and all of that, as well as horse show performances. Cavalia. It's like Cirque du Soleil meets horses. Acrobats on a horse. I mean, these are just a few shows in sports that horses are the center of. And of course, sports like polo. I can't forget polo before everyone gets mad at me. This is a field that's 3 football fields long. Everyone is on a horse. These horses are like 1,000 pounds, even though they're called polo ponies. They're not ponies, they're massive horses. And the riders have to use these little mallets to hit and aim at this tiny white ball. Each polo pony is going like 30 miles per hour. All their tails have to be wrapped so that nobody's equipment or their tails don't get tangled with each other, causing injuries. It's a very dangerous sport. Most elite polo players have at least 10 polo ponies for one match. They swap through the ponies in one match because a few minutes of polo ponying, the pony is tired. And they have to fly these horses in from all over the parts of the world when they have a polo match. But here's an interesting detail. Sometimes the polo ponies are all the same. Not the same breed, not the same look, but genetic carbon copies, genetic clones of each other.
What do you mean?
They started cloning ponies.
Lab made.
Lab made from some of the best polo ponies. They cloned them.
That's crazy.
There's one top player, and he's from Argentina, I believe, and he has 6 of the same exact pony, genetically speaking. They are clones. He has 6 clones. There's a lot of drama there. I mean, some people believe eventually polo is going to be a game of who can clone horses the best rather than who can play polo the best. Other people think it's becoming even more expensive to learn the sport of polo. There's a lot of drama, even who has the rights over each clone. There's so much drama there. There's a lot of scandals. It's a very complicated story where players are now saving genetic samples of their horse's skin in cryogenic storage chambers. The horse world is crazy.
Yeah.
It seems like each division of equestrian sports, the horse world, they've got their own fair share of scandals. And for Valitar, this is a horse show in California, they have a lot of scandals. The owners of the horse show Valitar are this wealthy couple. They're pretty conventionally attractive as well. It's kind of important later, but they're the Remleys. The Remleys look like your standard rich couple from San Diego. Mark Remley, the husband, he's a bit older. He looks very fit, but in a nerdy way. I don't know how to describe it. He looks fit in the way that Jeff Bezos looks fit. Like, you remember Jeff Bezos as a bald nerd, and then now he's like jacked and bald, but you can just tell it just doesn't sit normally with him. Like, he just doesn't move like he's always been fit his whole life.
Like genetically modified.
Exactly. Like, it just doesn't feel like, it just feels like a little weird. I don't know if that's the best look on him. Mark Remley looks fit the way Jeff Bezos looks fit. And then you have the wife, Tatiana Remley. And Tatiana, she's blonde. She's got a Sports Illustrated model cover body. And she's also the star of the Valitar horse show. She's an equestrian. She's a writer. They've invested over $20 million into the show. And they lose every single penny of it. I mean, the list of Valitar scandals goes on, but it includes horses get abandoned with nothing to eat, performers quit over massive creative differences over Tatiana. Later, the owners are known to be swingers at a club that a lot of celebrities attend. And this is not necessarily a scandal, but that was more of an interesting side quest. And former staffers will come out to say more or less, Tatiana doesn't even know how to ride a horse.
Their horse show, what exactly do they do? Like, which branch of the
It's like
division?
Cavalia. They are acrobats on horses. Cirque du Soleil meets horses.
So it's like performance.
Yes.
Not like a competition.
No.
I see.
And Tatiana doesn't even know how to ride a horse well. And you're supposed to be doing a handstand on a horse that's galloping around the atrium. But the biggest scandal to come out of Valitar has to be the decapitated horse head on the Remley's marital bed. It's not real though, thank God, okay? I mean, it happened, but it's not a real horse head. It's a decapitated horse head from one of their very expensive horse statues that they have in their front lawn of their $5.5 million house in Del Mar, California. This is near San Diego. And it's clearly not a mistake. It's not like one of their housekeepers accidentally knocked over the statue while sweeping, and in a moment of panic, they placed the decapitated horse statue head on the couple's bed, changed their government name, ran off to a new state to start a new business. That is not the case here. This is a targeted message. This is a threat. And by the end of it, one of the Remleys, one of the founders of the Valitar Horse Show, will be dead. We would like to thank today's sponsors who made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the National Immigration Law Coalition. NILC is one of the leading advocacy organizations in the U.S. dedicated to advancing and defending the rights and opportunities of immigrants and their loved ones. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. A few disclaimers: there are mentions of potential CA, religious trauma, though very brief, and additionally, mental health and self-exit conversations. So please take care of yourself, and if this becomes too much, take a break, and we will see you in the next one. With that being said, let's get started. When it comes to the ultimate fantasy, the saying is, no two are the same, right? That doesn't apply. Everyone has similar fantasies and interests, apparently. You like watching your partner have intimate relations with somebody else in front of you? Yeah, so did Diddy, okay? Get in line for the chair. There's lots of people. Now, the usage of ropes, there's a whole community built on the art of tying rope on somebody. However, even if you have this super niche, specialized interest where you think there's nobody else that has the same fantasy as I do, they are ready, such as watching Lady Antoinette do the bounce on a champagne bottle. a historical figure from France do the bounce on a champagne bottle, if you have thought about that extensively at night and it keeps you up, you are not entirely alone. And there is someone here to make it happen for you. The Sanctum Club. This is the place where nothing legal is off the table. There are lots of places where you can go and watch your partner have intimate relations with someone else right in front of your face, but none of them are like the Sanctum Club. That's what all the Sanctum members will tell you. Sanctum Club is an elite sex club in Beverly Hills that has been called half pagan sex cult, half entertainment mogul after party sex club.
Wait, say that one more time. Half what?
Yeah, some people think it's like a pagan sex cult. It's like not super religious.
Oh.
Or it's a half entertainment mogul after party sex club. So where all the Hollywood directors go after the Oscars and they watch everybody do the bounce. Okay, that's like, which one is it? We don't know. It's
Is it
up
still
to you.
operating?
It is still operating with new owners.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, one of the members bought out the club. And they operate it. I did go on, like I fell down a rabbit hole on Reddit. Some people say it's past its prime time. So there's like lots of debates of which club. And I think they do a lot of more parties and events in New York. And then I went down the whole rabbit hole and they said, you know, the best parties in New York are the ones that you need an invite to that nobody really knows the club name. Anyway. Okay, it's up to you to decide which is a more fitting description for a sanctum. You usually don't even know who's going to be in attendance beforehand. You have to give up your phone at the door. You have to sign an ironclad NDA before going in. The only reason that we even know about this club is, well, for how secretive they are, they've got a whole season of a reality show online readily available to watch. And we're going to get more into that later because Tatiana and Mark Remley are on the show.
Okay.
That plus a few writers and a few column writers, journalists were allowed inside and were able to describe the party without mentioning any specific guest. Each party is different. Each crowd of attendees is different. But for each party, you have a group of devotees. These are the performers that work for Sanctum. That's what they're called. They are the erotic theater performers. They're the show. Depending on the theme, their performance will differ. Sometimes it consists of them dressing up as bunnies and standing as still as possible as human furniture that you can grow. Other times, after a private dinner party, these devotees will climb on top of the dinner table and carry on with consumption of things that are not food.
What?
They're all eating each other, okay? They're all doing nasty to each other on the dinner table after the dinner party. I do think the health department might take issue with that, but it's not a restaurant establishment, it's a private party, so I guess perhaps it gets a pass. Sometimes the performance will include one of the devotees dressed up as Lady Antoinette, a historical figure, sitting on top of a coffee table doing ungodly, unspeakable things to a champagne bottle that hasn't been popped yet. And the only thing I can think of is that seems really dangerous.
Yeah.
Because at least you should empty it, right?
Yeah, that's crazy.
But the most important part about Sanctum Club,
That's actually really alarming.
yeah, I know. And it was on the
Whoa.
reality show.
Oh.
Oh, yeah.
What is on the reality show? The performances on the reality show?
Lots of stuff was on the reality show.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah, lots of stuff. So, but the most important part about Sanctum Club is that your biggest fears, they tell you, the biggest fears that you have about an intimate club is not going to come true. What is the biggest fear? If you go on Reddit and you look up biggest fear about going to a sex club, an intimate club, everyone is going to be unhygienic and ugly. That's people's biggest fears. What if I go and I'm the hottest one in the room and I'm not even that hot? That's what people say on Reddit, okay? People attending the clubs are scared to go see, God forbid, ugly people. That's terrifying for them. Then the next fear is that everyone at the better clubs, right? Sometimes you go to an elite club and you're like, okay, well, surely the pool's gonna be better here. And then you go and you find really ugly, old, rich dudes and really hot young girls, and that's it. So there's lots of fears. With Sanctum Club, they say this doesn't happen because even the old, ugly, rich guys, they get vetted, and you can't be too old and you can't be too ugly. You can never be too rich though. With Sanctum Club, those that have attended say, you don't have to worry. I mean, first of all, the women outweigh the men in numbers most of the time, and they're all wearing like expensive bras that cost over $1,000 for one bra. High heels, everybody's fit, everybody's attractive, everybody's wearing a mask. It looks like Cirque du Soleil meets a Victoria's Secret fashion show. People People refer to it as, quote, the most glamorous sex party I've ever been to. It's like the movies Eyes Wide Shut with Tom Cruise and Nicole Kidman.
Is it? This is all legal?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Apparently, a lot of the devotees are not hired. Like, they're not paid for performing.
Oh.
So
wait.
I think there's like legal loopholes.
Oh, so, okay. I see.
Yeah. Which
So what is everyone doing there?
each other. Yeah.
Oh.
So you pay to get in, you pay to be a member. First of all, you need to buy membership, and that ranges from 30,000 a year to could be 100,000. And then you pay to get into each party.
That's crazy.
And then once you get in, I'm sure that there are concessions like free drinks and free food, but that's not really what people are there for. They're there
That
to
is-
do other things. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I think the prices have changed. I think those were the prices at its height. If I'm not mistaken, on Reddit recently, they had a couple go in for like $1,000 for the couple. It's insane. Yes, it's insane. But they were not paying a whole salary a
That's
year
so
to be a member.
interesting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Former partygoers would argue Damon, the original founder of Sanctum, he was so selective about who he let into the doors. It wasn't some cheap sex party where everybody brings a date and you automatically swap. There's a very big difference between a sex party and a Sanctum party. The founder, Damon, states, I have no desire for a swingers party here, but I do want to open dialogue about how we can come out of our fear of sexuality. So in order to enter, you must send a message on Facebook to Sanctum. At least that's how it started. Eventually they get so big, they have their own like curated submissions page. It's just very tedious to get an invite. There's no guarantee. To even pay to be a guest at one of the parties, you have to submit photos of yourself. You have to appear presentable. You have to answer questions such as, what turns you on the most? Now link all of your social media handles so we can vet you. You're supposed to be honest, but you can't help but feel like there's a right answer for every question. Like, what do you mean is the hottest thing I've done? I feel like this is, what do you mean? Now I feel like I'm answering an SAT test. You will be likely given an address to pick up your tickets. It's a lingerie shop in Hollywood. You walk in, you tell them what you're here for. The staff walk to the back and they come out with your invite on a silver platter. You have now wasted approximately 2 business days of energy to get this invite, but maybe it's worth it. And it's all on purpose. Damon, the founder, says, it's the opposite of what most club owners want. I absolutely did not want 500 people outside clamoring to get in. I love the puzzle of getting there. But it's deeper than that. It's more meaningful. It's our most basic human desires, but beautiful. The owner calls it, quote, spiritual and erotic utopia, where people of like minds and desires can have as much intimate deeds and romance as humanly possible in as many different ways as the imagination can invent. One former performer at the club says about the founder, he is like the modern day sex Jesus. I kind of feel like he sacrificed himself for the greater good of creating a culture for people that was needed, especially in a city like Los Angeles. I think that's why they call it like half pagan sex club, so. Esquire states about one party's guest list. Among those confirmed are a man who owns multiple hotels in New York City, a billionaire from Moscow, several wealthy couples who have been married for more than 20 years, the producer of a number of well-known television shows, an actress with a reputable IMDb page, the 21-year-old son of a movie producer, international models, and a couple opening a big new store near Rodeo Drive. According to Business Insider, they state that the alleged celebrity guests at events include Gwyneth Paltrow and the founder
way.
of Goop. Yeah, and
They just name dropped?
yeah, but they said allegedly, and Business Insider said it, and they have a lot more money, so go sue them first, right? So
What?
even the devotees are handpicked with strict guidelines. It's not just about being physically hot. One woman was picked on the spot because, quote, one woman said to me, I want to perform at Sanctum. And then I want to become a politician and then get outed in a sex scandal so that I can point out the hypocrisy in society. And they said, you're in.
How do we know this? They just told the
Yeah.
story? Okay.
They do private masquerades, erotic parties, erotic theater, and some of it is very, like, it's not just Eyes Wide Shut. You know how everyone was talking about the Rothschilds parties where they hunt people, where they have like the animal masks on? They
yep.
kind of recreate those. So you'll have very hot women with giant horse heads, very realistic ones that are not hot and not fun. They look very real. And then they'll have, like, Marie Antoinette was doing the deed with her horse, but that horse was a woman who dressed up as a horse with a very realistic horse head.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's elephant heads, and they'll try to stick elephant trunks in places where they probably shouldn't be stuck. They used to do a monthly masquerade in New York, and people will fly in from all over the world for these masquerades. Damon, the club owner, says that every Sanctum member has to pass an application process, run background checks. Basic memberships start at $30,000 a year, and they have Dominus members, which is $100,000 a year, and they will tailor bespoke erotic requests for you. And just because you have money doesn't mean you can become a top tier member. They only offer that level of membership to 20 people worldwide. And one of the main reasons that we actually know about Sanctum Club on a larger scale is because the founder took to Instagram previously to write, Hunter was a member of Sanctum and I canceled his membership after one party because he was a scumbag.
Who's
Hunter who?
Hunter Biden?
Which Sanctum's former founder, this is after he sold Sanctum. He went online and said Hunter Biden was a former member. Allegedly, this is what he said, not what I said, so don't sue me.
That is what?
Yeah.
Wow.
He says the only reason that he would go against his own former club's rules of not outing a member is, quote, posting what I did on my Instagram about Hunter Biden was me letting people know what type of behavior that he exhibited was something that upset me. I knew the consequences could be me not being part of Sanctum anymore, but I was willing to take that risk. Sanctum was bought out by a former member at this point, and they released a prompt statement. Sanctum is a private members club, and they prioritize safety and privacy of our esteemed members above all. Consequently, we neither confirm nor deny the identities of our attendees. Furthermore, we uphold a strict code of conduct, and any infringement leads to a lifetime ban. Please note that Mr. Lawner's membership has been revoked effective immediately.
The previous owner.
Yes, the founder.
When was this? Like, when was it bought
This
out?
was a few years ago.
Really? This is recent. I'm assuming there are many of these clubs that exists then, right?
Yes. I mean, there's one in New York that's very famous on TikTok. It's called The Box. It's very different. So Sanctum is different in the sense of, like, it's an elite club where everyone is free to explore. The Box is like a bar business club in New York. But I believe there's a few in Europe that a lot of Americans like to try to get into. But I think the way that they're described is they're a bit like raunchier. They're a little bit more on the, don't ask me why I fell into this rabbit hole, but there's so many different variations of clubs. So some of the clubs, they're more on that raunchy shock value sex factor. This is where it's just all about shock. People say it's not even hot. It's just shocking because you'll just see someone have bodily fluids empty into a bucket and they're just like swinging it around in the club. It's sometimes unhygienic, just shocking, just what the is happening. And then you have maybe the clubs that are more sexually inclined but more artistic, maybe more so like a burlesque club. And then you have like the super hot clubs like strip clubs. And then you have sex clubs, which are different because you're free to have intimate relations in the establishment or at the party venue. They'll even have beds usually and different types of furniture. And it's set up so that you're encouraged to join in the activity. Most of these clubs in New York, like these public establishments when you're of age, they're not encouraging you to do anything. In fact, you could probably get arrested.
Okay.
It's just like, that's the entertainment. That's the show.
I see.
But Sanctum, there's a show and there's an interactive element.
Okay.
And then there are clubs where there are no shows. Lots in Vegas where there's tons of rooms with tons of mattresses and beds that I think you should probably like do a blue light or a black light, whatever black light on. And they're like swingers clubs. So there's no show, but lots of like-minded people gather and they will do things with each other. So it's like Sanctum without the show.
Right. Okay. I see. That makes sense.
So there's like lots of different variations.
Yep.
And there are an alarming amount of girls on Reddit that were invited to one of these establishments by their boyfriend, and they were not specified on which kind of establishment that they were invited to because they all thought they were going to be like the Box in New York. And then they end up in like a Las Vegas swingers club. So just be very careful.
That's alarming.
Yeah, and there's also lots of Reddit posts of people who have gone to different establishments and had fantastic times, phenomenal times, best times of their lives. Some people write about how it saved their marriage, which I don't know, right? But there are also people who say, just beware of something that no one tells you about. There will be very specific smells that you will never be able to unsmell. No matter how high-end a place is, no matter how hygienic a place is, when you have that many people and you have that many bodily fluids and you have that many activities taking place in a closed space, there will be smells and you will get a whiff of that smell and you will never forget it.
In a bad way.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Even one of the journalists that went to the Sanctum Club, one of the parties, says everything was so high-end, so beautiful. Every woman felt like a supermodel. Everybody was hot. Even the guys were hot, and they're all dressed to the nines with these fancy masks. It's a masquerade party. But then they went into the bathroom to fix their lipstick, and someone had just taken a number 2 because money can't buy your way out of digestive issues. So it was very smelly in that one bathroom. That's all they said.
Okay, but that's a different thing.
Yeah, that's a very different story.
Just like a bathroom smell, yeah.
But there's just scents involved in everywhere. That's
Okay.
what they say. But Sanctum has had its own share of lots of scandals. There was a former member of Sanctum that left, and they accused Sanctum of admitting a performer who had an active STD. That became a whole scandal. But the worst scandal to come out of Sanctum Club, the worst thing, I don't even think you could call it a scandal, is when one member of the Sanctum Club tried to have another member killed. Cavalia is what you would consider an equestrian fantasy. This is the horse show. This is completely unrelated to Sanctum Club. Cavalia, it's Cirque du Soleil meets the horse shows. It's like a blend of horseback riding and doing flips. And it's so much about the horses. The performance is built around the idea that the horses are the main show. Humans are the side plots. So you see this stage and it's enormous. There's water tanks that they have to fill to look like a beach almost. And the horses are galloping through the sand and the water. And there's acrobats flying in the air. There's tight ropes. There's acrobats doing handstands on the horses as they're galloping. One performance, dangerous, one of the most dangerous performances really of Cavalia, includes a rider standing with one foot on one horse, another foot on the other horse, while the horses weave patterns and jump obstacles. There's very little margin for error. And, you have to know a horse really well. These types of performers say you have to be able to see when a horse's ear flicks just a little bit. Because even like a little ear flick of the horse, maybe they're getting spooked by something. Maybe they're agitated. Maybe something is uncomfortable in their hoof, like their little hoof. During its peak, Cavalia was bringing in $40 million a year, but they have since filed for bankruptcy, citing that they are close to $30 million in debt. But that was, that's recent in this year. A few years ago, they were at its peak. That's when Tatiana and Mark Remley decide that they're going to take Cavalia down. They want to compete with Cavalia and make their own horse show, but better and probably hotter. Tatiana, with her blonde hair slightly covering her face, she tells a local reporter in San Diego who's reporting on this, there's like this massive red tent, and they find out it's called Valitar, the new horse show that's coming into business soon. She says, when I was around 14, I went to a Russian Kazakh circus. It's different than your regular circuses in the US. It's just stunning. A lot of amazing riding with a rider going under the horse, under the belly at a, fast gallop, just edge of your seat suspension, just intensity. And it hit me. It was just this desire started going into me to want to create a show that's different from anything that's ever been created. I'm so excited. This is my dream come true, and I want to bring this magic to the lives of everyone that will allow me to bring it to them. A lot of people love horses and can't have them, and so by coming here, they live this dream and they can touch them and come close to them and see them and experience the magic.
What year was this?
This was early. This was I believe they closed down in 2019.
How long did they run it for? Like a few years?
2 shows, 4 shows.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah. It was in production for a really long time, but
Okay.
actively in business, and you could go watch their horse show, 4 shows.
Okay.
The opus of Valitar lies in this gargantuan red tent in the middle of Del Mar, California. It looks like a giant red circus tent for a state fair, but massively bigger. There are also 4 small tents connected to the big one. Collectively, under this tent, it's 45,000 square feet.
Damn.
It's a huge tent. That's bigger than a neighborhood suburban shopping center fit inside of this giant red weatherproof tent held up by this massive steel structure. The tents alone cost over $2.1 million. The plan is this. Mark Remley is a tech entrepreneur. We like some of his software. What the f does he know about horses? Nothing. Mark Remley knows nothing about horses.
The husband.
Yeah. Tatiana, the wife, Tatiana Remley, has been riding horses ever since she was a kid. But is she an equestrian? Is she the best horse rider? Probably not.
You say he's a tech founder? Is he like really loaded, like a billionaire?
No, he's worth about $30 million. He's not a billionaire. His tech corporation was Signal Corp, unrelated to Signal messaging app, but they were a defense contractor.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. I guess we don't like some of his software. But anyway, Tatiana has been riding horses ever since she was a kid. And she thinks, I got it. I'm going to do Valatar. I'm going to plan the show. We're going to fly in all of these writers, all of these directors, producers, performers from all over the country and be a part of this exciting mission. You want to see someone do a headstand on a moving horse? You got to come to Valatar. Or you could go to Cavalia, that's like 20 minutes away, but no, come to Valatar. It's better, it's newer, and Tatiana is going to be the face of it. There are billboards put up all over Southern California and randomly in seemingly bizarre places in the West Coast where Valatar is not even present, like Seattle. We'll get there. The billboard shows these two edited stallions, black stallions with their manes like in the air. And they're facing in opposite directions. And then Tatiana is in the middle holding a stick. It kind of looks like an AI-generated medieval times type of poster or like a strip club billboard. That's what most people describe it as. The marketing feels a bit seductive. Like, I don't know if this is a family-friendly horse show. I don't know what this is, really. But after bringing in a team of producers, directors, they put together this choreographed performance that's ready to go. They have to get housing for all the performers. They have to feed the horses, insurance, a parking lot, administrative work, HR. They got to spend over $20 million on this project. But once they launch in November, they have this whole plan. November and December, they're going to have 45 shows in 2 months. The launch party, the most important night for everybody. The launch party is what sets the tone for the rest of the performances. If I go to a launch party, I'm expecting it to be the vision, the essence of the entire company's mission in one night of good food and hopefully a free drink or two because networking is incredibly awkward. Tatiana, I don't know what's happening here. She's holding a belt in one hand. The rest of the belt is tied around her husband Mark's neck and she's leading him around like a dog. I don't even think you lead a horse around like that, so I didn't understand the marketing vision. But the whole launch party, she's just like walking him around like a dog. Okay,
so he's supposed to be like a horse that she's like walking around? Is that what it is?
I don't even think they thought that far. I don't even think it's cohesive marketing. I think that's just what they're into. And everyone was just confused by what's going on.
Okay.
And there are just full forums about lessons that you are not prepared for until you start your own business. And then you just kind of learn it the shitty way. Like the cheapest client is the most expensive client. I don't know what that means, but a lot of business owners were sounding off in the comments like, exactly.
The cheapest client
is the most expensive client.
That makes sense. Okay.
I guess your cheapest client is going to cost you the most money or whatever,
yeah,
right?
Okay.
But when you start a business with horses, probably the biggest alarming red flag you'll learn as a business owner is when the horses start going missing. Something is very wrong. One producer of the show Valatar, let's call her Emma, she invested over $25,000 of her own money into Valatar. She moved here with her horses, and after 2 performances, Valatar had 2 performances, opening night and the second performance. There's just a lot that could have been done better. They gather all the performers, producers, directors, all the staff in the massive tent. Maybe not the horses. And I imagine there's this very uplifting, motivating, but realistic conversation of like, let's take a few days off. Let's get some rest. Let's recoup. We did good, but we can do better. You know, let's think about all the ways that we can fix these little things. You know, we had one customer who said this, another person did this. Obviously, this was a big, massive failure because we had a line of complaints like this. The shows themselves weren't necessarily horrendous, but the turnout was a lot slower than expected. Way slower. A lot of empty seats. I mean, it just made it an uncomfortable opening night. But also, there were just awkward moments in the show they can fix. Nevertheless, everybody gets a few days off, except Emma. She comes back because she's got to feed the horses. The horses don't know what an off day is. They need to eat. And when she goes to the stables, a good chunk of the horses are gone. They're missing. And they're all the Remley couple's personal horses. It's weird, but Tatiana is always doing weird things. Emma doesn't even think anything of it. She leaves and then comes back that night to check up on the horses again. And pretty much all the Remley horses are gone. And so she's asking around, and one of the other staffers, who's not really part of the performance, but maybe more so keeping the grounds, they're like, oh yeah, the Remley said something about how they were going to do a photo shoot, so they took all the horses for the photo shoot. Emma checks in the back. They didn't just take the horses. They took their harnesses, their tacks. The cabinets were filled with medicine for the horses. All gone. Emma starts freaking out. She tries to calling the Remleys to figure out what's going on, if they know that their horses are missing. And when she gets a response, it's very cold, as if they didn't just spend the past few months of their lives completely intertwined trying to plan this entirely new horse show. She gets a response. The show is being canceled due to poor ticket sales.
This is after $20 million invested?
Yes.
That is bizarre.
That's just it. The Remleys don't come back. They take their horses. They leave everybody else's horses, the giant red circus tent. They just leave 26 horses, 21 performers, 5 kids, 1 dog, and 1 cat completely stranded. Nobody was paid. Nobody has money to transport themselves, let alone a horse, safely back to their home. Wow. Nobody even has money to feed the horses because that was supposed to be included. Everyone, for a lack of better words, they were just left to starve.
Dang.
So what the hell went wrong? A competitive horse rider who was brought in to help direct the show says, yeah, well, the Remleys had no idea what they were doing about anything, which is pretty accurate. Cavalia, the experienced horse show, just 23 miles away. Why would anyone go to Valatar? But even though they have no clue what they're doing, the director says, it quickly became the Mark and Tatiana show, except neither of them are horse people and neither of them are show people. So what are we doing? They have no clue what they're doing, and that is going to lead them to leave a huge group of people and the rest of the San Diego community who now has to pick up, and they're all volunteering to try and feed the horses and get everybody back home because Del Mar, California is a pretty tight-knit community. They are angry at the Remleys, and they want the Remleys to pay their dues, which ultimately ends with a decapitated horse statue head ending up in the Remley family bed. And when they have that many enemies, it's really hard to say who's after Mark and Tatiana. Everybody is left high and dry at the Valatar horse show. The horses are left, the performers are left. That's not even figurative. This is like real. The horses are left to starve. One of the biggest problems with the show that a lot of people say in hindsight is that Tatiana sucks at riding horses. And that's mean, right? She's fine. She's mediocre. But she has nowhere near the riding ability that seasoned professionals have. You cannot compare a weekend golfer to someone at the PGA. But Mark and Tatiana want her to be the star of the show, and everybody else has to accommodate her, even if that means they have to lower their skills to make sure that she shines the hardest. I mean, to give you a little bit more context on Tatiana's capabilities, she would often just go out there. So they had 2 shows. Her face is plastered all over the billboards. If I buy a ticket to Valatar, what am I expecting? When this blonde woman comes out on a horse, I'm expecting a somersault in the air, land on a horse, and then do a headstand, eat your lunch off your feet. Like, I'm expecting some sort of, holy cow, this is the most climactic part of this entire performance. This was worth all this money that I could have used for, I don't know, bills, but instead a horse show. Like, I'm getting something out of this, right? She would just come out on her horse and do a few figure 8s. Not on the horse. Like, she's not doing figure 8s on the horse. She's just riding the horse like a normal person, and the horse is doing figure 8s. It's not like she's walking. Like, the horse is just trotting in a figure 8, and the whole thing is awkward because everybody in the crowd, the customers, they're sitting at the edge of their seat. They're holding their breath. The music is getting more climactic. They're expecting something insane, but then she just disappears. It's said by people who went to the first 2 performances, nobody even knew how to respond. So they were just all looking at the person that they came with, like, what? And clapping, like, what's happening? This caused so much tension that a lot of the seasoned professionals that would have performed to bring in the viewers, they all end up leaving. There are allegations that the couples they also just spent money that didn't make any sense. Some people said that they were willing to spend unreasonable amounts of money on billboard advertisements with Tatiana's face everywhere. They were willing to spend money on Tatiana's costumes, but then when a horse would get injured, they would cheapen out.
So they're trying to do this thing for all the wrong reasons.
Yes.
Like she want to be like a celebrity horse rider.
Yeah. I don't even think she wants to be a celebrity horse rider. A mutual friend of theirs would later come out and say her goal in life was to be a housewife, but not the housewife you're thinking. One of the housewives of a major city on the Bravo TV network. Housewives of
like
Orange County.
Real Housewives.
Yeah, the Real Housewives
That's
of Beverly
crazy.
Hills. That was her goal. Yeah.
And she spent $20 million.
Yeah.
I feel like there's gotta be a cheaper way.
I feel like you could have paid. I don't know who is it still the Cohen guy? You could have paid. I feel like bribery could have been a good answer for that one. Someone in the Bravo TV network, I think you could have bribed them for way less than $20 million.
Yeah.
No offense.
That's crazy.
Yeah. In another instance, this is very dumb, but apparently Tatiana just shows up one day with a new horse and just casually mentions, "Oh, I got a new horse." Okay, these are horse people. They know horses. And there really is no price, no value that you can put on a majestic horse's life. But you can, because that is a $30,000 horse. You can. That's a $30,000 horse. They ask her how much she paid for it. $70,000. Again, you can't put a price on life. You can't put a price on a horse, but that's a $30,000 horse.
She got scammed?
Yes, she got scammed $40,000 more. A mutual friend who witnessed this later says the asking price for the horse at the time was $30,000. So she managed to spend $40,000 more than the asking price just because she decided she wanted that horse and someone saw sucker written on her face, I guess. That was
Damn.
their quote, not mine.
Wow.
Yeah. Let's be real, starting something new it's not just hard, it is terrifying. And when you're launching a business, that fear, I think, gets amplified about 1,000 times. You're putting yourself out there, you're investing your time and money, and you hope that people are going to believe in what you believe and what you're building. And that's exactly why having a partner like Shopify makes all the difference. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the US. This includes iconic brands like Aloe Yoga, Rare Beauty, Chamberlain Coffee. When my husband and I opened Grandpa Mingo's art studio selling his grandfather's limited edition paintings, some of our favorite Shopify features were the ones that we didn't even know that we needed. The marketing tools alone are incredible. You can create email campaigns, social media content that looks like you have an entire marketing team behind you, reaching your customers wherever they're scrolling through Instagram or browsing online. It is time to turn those what ifs into sales with Shopify today. Sign up for your $1 per month trial today at shopify.com/rotten. Go to shopify.com/rotten. That's shopify.com/rotten. After the fall of Valatar, the Remleys come home one day, and one of the valuable horse statues in the house is left decapitated on their bed. Like I said, it's a threat. At this point, Mark and Tatiana, they have a lot of enemies, a lot of people who hate them.
So someone broke into their house? One of the
Yes, forced their way in.
forced their way in.
And Tatiana claims she knows exactly who did this. She knows exactly who's behind it. It's none other than her own husband, Mark Remley. I think stereotypes are inherently really bad, but one could argue that Mark and Tatiana don't really care. They kind of fit it. Everyone around them knew it. Mark is rich, worth close to $30 million. Tatiana is very hot. I would say out of couples I've seen in Southern California, there isn't even a massive discrepancy in appearance between the two. Both of them are conventionally attractive. They seemed like they would hit it off.
How old are they?
He's probably like in his 50s. She's probably in her 30s at this point.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
To 40s.
40s.
Yeah.
Okay.
They meet at a Starbucks, a chance meeting. Mark falls in love, marries Tatiana, moves her into his $5.5 million house, and now they're on a reality show called Naked Sanctum. It's all about the Sanctum Sex Club. It's a whole season, a documentary following the founder, Damon. He goes around and it shows him preparing for these sexual erotic events while his entire family life falls apart. It's like riveting and depressing at the same time. The minute things start getting hot, if you will, in the documentary, it cuts to him being like, yeah, so my daughters won't talk to me anymore because they're getting bullied at school because someone found out about my job on Instagram, and yeah, they're bullying them. And I'm like, oh, that's not the right time to put that part in. And then it cuts to him having like a 3-person intimate party with 2 young girls women of age in his bedroom. And then it's just like a monologue. It cuts to him sitting there being like, I miss my ex-wife.
What?
I think she was my soulmate, but she left me because I chose this life and she didn't. And then it just like cuts to like moaning noises, Marie Antoinette with a champagne bottle. And then it cuts to him being like, I'm actually really lonely. So I'm like, okay,
What?
I don't know how to feel. Damon is a very
Was this
interesting
like
guy. Yeah.
on like a main, like a network or on TV?
I think you can watch it on streaming platforms right now. And there's a lot. Damon is a very interesting guy. He says he has a lot of knowledge of the human intimate experience now just from running Sanctum. He says, you know, a lot of husbands, they bring their wives, and watching their wives interact and have intense intimate relations with another person in front of them is hot. Basically, he's talking about cucks. He says the guys I've talked to directly about it say they get turned on seeing their partner turned on. They genuinely don't have jealousy or fear. They know that the woman's coming home with them. They know that. They're not worried, and they really like to see their partner get pleasure from somebody else. That just turns them on. Also, of course, they're with another woman, so they have freedom too. So I'm like, okay, maybe they're swingers. Even for a couple that don't do anything, you know, a guy sees other guys hitting on his wife and he's like, oh yeah, I forgot my wife is hot. I forgot how hot she is. Or like, you know, the same thing in the other direction. It was healthy for a lot of people. You know, a lot of people told me it saved their marriage. But obviously, it's not just a great therapeutic experience for married couples. He mentions one time there was this very famous actress who came into an open room just having intense intimate relations with her husband and another guy, and he says I could tell she was on too much Xanax or something, and it was like it was not good. We had to break it up because it seemed like she was not in her right mind. Which I believe now that he's left Sanctum, if you're interested in following his life ever, he owns a restaurant bar on Sunset Boulevard in LA called Puzzle. It's kind of like Sanctum. There's dancers, but it's a dinner and you can't have full-blown intimate relations. But one review from someone, I don't think they realized the environment they were getting into. The review reads, we went to Puzzle last weekend for my birthday. We went to the restaurant and the lady who was attending to us, first of all, was clueless. It was a tiny place, barely 10 tables. Music was no good. The singers were singing and dancing literally on top of our heads. The dancing lady did nothing but take off her clothes with the music and stayed almost naked the whole time. I was confused. Yeah. But in the reality show that aired a few years back, there's a very specific couple on there. A couple shows up under the pseudonyms of Vladimir and his wife, Ilyana. But they get invited to this exclusive, so Damon is holding a private dinner at his house in the Hollywood Hills, I believe very close to the Playboy Mansion, which would also make it very close to Sean Diddy Combs' house. Here we are again, right? But they will eat, they will watch each other eat, and they will eat... and they will eat other things and watch each other eat other things and then repeat. And not all the steps are obviously involving food. But Vladimir and his wife are seated at the table. These are pseudonyms. It's not Vladimir and Ilyana. It's Mark Remley and Tatiana Remley just sitting there in the flesh, okay? Mark Remley says, what Damon has created here is an opportunity for people to open their minds. Tatiana is just staring lovingly at her husband as if he just discovered quantum physics. She's like nodding, and then she chimes in, I'm all about pushing limits, and we're going to follow Sanctum, and we're going to go where it goes and just pursue it and enjoy it and life and pursue ourselves and our love and our romance and our sexuality. And I had zero clue what that meant. And once most of the meal is over with, all prepared by this personal chef that had a Michelin star restaurant, I believe, a violinist walks down the steps of the mansion. And in walk 2 girls wearing bunny masks, and they're naked. One has the word touch written on her chest. The other one has eat me written on her chest. So it's very like, the directions are pretty clear. They're climbing onto the table. They just start making out before heading into the final act where they're just both like laying on the dinner table doing things. The violinist later says,
they're showing all of this in the
show?
You don't, like, you see lots of nudity, but you don't see explicit, but like you see where the placement of body parts are.
Right,
so
right.
you infer.
Right, okay.
Obviously, you know, the violinist is standing there and she says, I was just trying to focus on playing the violin really well, which obviously takes a little bit of focus. And then it just like cuts to her playing the violin and her eyes are just staring at the two girls at the dinner table. And I'm like, what am I watching? Then another girl comes in with a maid costume with a cake. The two original girls, somehow there's like giant carrots put inside the cake. They take out the carrots. You know what they do with carrots. And then they're like, there's icing everywhere. And then at one point, Tatiana gets up on the table and starts eating a bunny meal.
Like with one of the girls, you were saying?
Yes, and
Okay.
Mark Remley is just admiring his wife visually and physically, and the camera is like behind her and he's like lifting up her skirt. I don't know. And then she finally gets up and she jokes, I think I look guilty. And he says, you do. The proof is on your mouth, because she has icing on her mouth now. Then it just cuts to them sitting together outside, and Mark Remley says, the entertainment is bar none. And Tatiana looks really serious, as if she is witnessing a profound, enlightening moment. Beautiful. She's like interjecting, beautiful. He says, the quality of the performers, you know, the sexuality that they exude, it just gets you off. It gets you going. It really does. Tatiana says, the bunnies were beautiful. They're sensuous. There's something enticing about their energy and it draws me to them. I cannot stop myself. Like all the taboos of this world, everything just dissolves in their energy. And then it cuts to one of the bunnies coming over to hug Tatiana, and Mark is just watching as they just start getting unclothed, and we see Tatiana unclothed, and they just start doing a lot of things. And Mark Remley tells the viewers, you know, sex is probably the biggest part of our lives. Yes. Tatiana's gonna say yes. Sex is the center of our universe and everything we derive around it, and it revolves around it. And in the beginning of our relationship, we weren't into this lifestyle. But as time grew on and our sexuality grew together, and Sanctum made it all that much more amazing. Mark continues, I'm kind of like an adrenaline junkie, actually. You know, I love to take risks and I love to live life on the edge. I'm drawn to things that push the limits. Tatiana looks at him, and we live life to the fullest every moment we can. I think people have a hard time in this environment, in this country, in this day and time, embracing their sexuality and embracing, you know, being all that you can be. I think they want to embrace it, but they're scared. It's magical. It's amazing. You feel incredible. You feel real. Mark and Tatiana, like I said, Vladimir and Ilyana are their pseudonyms. These are the owners of the failed Valatar horse show.
Do you know if this is before or after, or just happening at the same time?
Happening seems like at the same time.
Okay.
Yeah. And the founder of Sanctum is asked about the couple because, you know, he saw them and then, you know, they make news later, and he says they seem to be really happy with what was going on. They seemed really happy with each other and really excited about the experience. I mean, they seemed really into it. It's just that the wife, Tatiana, didn't really seem like an authentic character to me. She seemed a little bit fake. You know, I've been doing this a while and I've been dealing with people like this a long time, and I have a pretty good sense of character at this point. There was something off about her, for sure, but I don't think he saw it. I think he was in love with her. I think he really cared for her. Whatever she was pulling, I don't think he was aware of it. So he's just saying, like, the way she's describing, like, it was beautiful, it was magical. So unfortunately, I couldn't really find the exact episode that they were featured in. So just to be thorough, I watched the whole season, even though they showed up in like episode 3. I don't know why I did that, but I thought they would show up again. I don't know. But all the other very wealthy couples that go on there, they're very blunt about the experience. They're like, yeah, it's hot. Like, it's hot. We do it. It gets us going. And then we're hotter to each other and we like it. It's hot. But then when you see Tatiana, it's very like ethereal and spiritual. And it's like this moment.
Yeah.
When all the other couples are like, I just like looking at hot people do hot things, and it makes my husband and wife hotter to me. That was about it. So I think that's what he's insinuating. It just felt, and it did feel performative in the sense of, like, you do meet some people who are very into like tantric experiences where they think And they genuinely feel it's like an awakening as they're doing certain things with their partner. And it's like this connection that transcends above all in this very physical moment. But that was not the vibe that she was giving.
She's just performative, like doing a lot. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. A former business partner of Mark's that also knew Tatiana says, I mean, at one point, Mark was just calling him nonstop. Like he's explaining, he's just calling me nonstop.
What does that mean?
So he used to work with Mark. They had multiple failed business deals. They're not really besties anymore. There's no reason for them to be calling each other. They don't really have a friendship outside of that. But Mark keeps calling him and is like, come to San Diego, let's hang out. And he's like, what are we going to do, hang out? Like, are you trying to get me into another business venture that's going to fail? And he's like, no, let's just hang out. He's like, I don't know why you keep saying hang out. We're not really friends. He says, quote, eventually I got sick of dealing with Mark and I stopped returning his phone calls. A month later, maybe 2 months later, a mutual friend of ours was at my place and we were just talking about it. And I just brought it up, like this weird thing, like, why was Mark Remley bothering me? And he immediately knew the answer. And he just said, oh, Tatiana wants to sleep with you while he watches.
Damn.
So apparently they were trying to get me to come down there and have sex with Tatiana while Mark watched for whatever reason. We never did get the answer if he went or not. But here's a very odd detail on the show. They go as Vladimir and Ilyana, which seems like a random choice of pseudonyms for the show. And there is a speculation of a intense interest in Russian culture and Russian aesthetics. And no one really knows if Tatiana is even Russian because we don't think Tatiana is her real name. We'll get to it. But it's not random. Tatiana has allegedly stated in the past that she was essayed by her brother. Now, the people she told about this, she told them that her brother's name was Vladimir.
Okay.
So why would you choose a pseudonym for your husband? That is, first of all, your brother. Even if he didn't assault you, that's a very odd choice.
Right. Or like that's not even her brother's name, right?
Yeah. So it's just all
weird connection.
weird.
Yeah. Very off.
And the mutual friend said, there's something wrong with her. It's a really weird thing to do. I mean, 100% I know that Mark didn't pick the name. That was her idea. Mark's not even that creative to come up with a pseudonym like that. So I'm sure she picked it. And why would she pick that name if that's who molested her brother? Even if he didn't molest her, just her brother's name? Really bizarre. Friends say their relationship was just getting toxic. They had a much healthier relationship in the beginning, aside from the colossal financial failure that was Valatar. At least they were both business oriented. They're always working on something. Is it the best thing in the world? No. Is it something that's going to run them into bankruptcy? Perhaps, but it's something. Eventually, their entire relationship just revolves around sleeping with different people. The Del Mar Fire Department get a phone call. A residential home is on fire. The entire house is up in flames, and it's a big one. It's $5.5 million of the house burning to the ground. Firefighters get to the scene, put out the fire before it can start spreading. But it's just weird. You can tell that this is not a normally occurring fire. This doesn't even seem like an accident. And like, yes, we are in Southern California, but this doesn't make sense. The bomb and arson unit of the Del Mar Fire Department start investigating the cause of the fire. And the first persons of interest are going to be whoever is at the scene of the crime. That makes sense. And they find 2 women. One of them, interestingly, has 3 guns with her and a ton of ammunition. I mean, technically, she does have every right to be there, though, kind of, because it's the house that she shares with Mark. What the hell is Tatiana Remley doing there with guns and ammunition when the house is burning down? Some people just have a lot more targets on their back than others. Some people could go the rest of their lives and no one wants to harm them. And then you have someone like Mark Remley, co-founder of Signal Corp, tech company that lives off of DoD, Department of Defense contracts. They operate, execute large-scale federal IT projects, primarily dealing with high-end government contracts. He was almost a VP there for 20 years, executive VP, chief information officer. The company had an annual sales at its peak surpassing $600 million from the government. I was going to make a smart remark, but I won't. Eventually, he retires. Mark Remley inherits close to $26 million. And that seems to be a mix from his work at Signal when he exits and from his parents' passing. So they're all wealthy. And that's when he meets Tatiana at Starbucks. And it's not the worst of the book tropes, but it does feel like something that only happens in a modern contemporary romance in the category of rom-com that doesn't take itself too seriously. Like, that's the vibe it gives. They get married and suddenly Tatiana has a $218,000 engagement ring the first year that they're married, because now Tatiana has to fit into this higher upper class life. He buys her $200,000 worth of clothes.
Dang.
Yeah.
$200,000
Yeah.
worth of clothes?
Worth of clothes.
Okay.
I saw the clothes.
Okay. It's just like designer on designer on
It's just
designer.
like not a lot of clothes though for clothes.
Really?
Yeah, I think it was a lot of lingerie for $200,000. And she moves into the $5.5 million house. They have multiple properties all over San Diego, Hawaii, California. And by the way, that's not like a weird remark. I think like if you want to, you can wear whatever you want to wear. I was just saying $200,000 is like an unthinkable amount to spend on clothing.
Yeah.
I'm like expecting a house full of clothes. You get the house and the clothes. And it's just, they're living this life. She even posts on Facebook in Hawaii, making lunch in the kitchen. And you just see this massive rainbow across the island. But there are some things that even money cannot buy. Like some things that you can't even pay someone to make you forget. Like your ex. Because 1,300 miles away from Valatar, the horse show, near Seattle, Washington, on a giant billboard taking up the eyeball real estate of a boring highway where there's really nothing to look at except for the exit signs and maybe a Chick-fil-A sign, maybe an In-N-Out sign. There's just a giant billboard of Tatiana, her blonde hair, next to her two beautiful horses. Valatir doesn't really have active plans to do shows in Seattle. They barely have shows in California, but the billboard is there because that is the road that Ken Wilcott, a very wealthy man, Ken is a real estate developer in Seattle, part owner of the NBA Sonics. He's worth close to $40 million. He lives in Seattle and he takes this highway every damn day to get to work. And he has to see his goddamn ex-wife blown up on the side of the road. He might be one of the few people that know a lot about Tatiana, and he's got to look at her every single day.
That's fucking crazy.
Yeah.
So she only did that on that one specific billboard in that city for her ex-husband to look at.
Yeah.
Is it to rub it on his face or okay?
Yeah, they had a very contentious divorce, and he seems like he is the only one that might know a lot about Tatiana. I mean, there's not a lot about her out there. There's so much of her out there, but really not a lot about her out there.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
This is like one of the craziest things.
Her name is probably not even Tatiana. It's speculated that she was born Tanya. Tatiana's parents seem to have like a Russian fixation. Tatiana perhaps leaned into it. It seems like maybe they had some Russian heritage in their family line. I don't know. Her parents are just from Bend, Oregon. Tatiana was born in Phoenix, Arizona, and it's speculated she was Tanya. They never really went to Russia. They never grew up in Russia. Not saying that you have to grow up in Russia to be part of the Russian culture or to celebrate your Russian ancestry. It's just her parents are Vera and Brian, and she just leans into the Russian aesthetic really hard. And then she starts leaning out. I think that's where it gets interesting.
Leaning out as like her look or
Her look, the obsessions that she has. So when she was very into the Russian aesthetic, it was all about how you can be an equestrian in like the Russian way. So every different country has their own style of horse riding. So Russia has a very specific type, and they like specific horses that fit that aesthetic. And you have like the long blowing blonde hair, and then you wear like very swaying fabrics. It's like a very specific look. And then you have like the country girl horse, which is like you've got the tight jeans, you've got the boots, you've got the cowboy hat, also beautiful, but it's like a very different aesthetic.
yeah.
So she just kind of picks and chooses, and some people speculate she picks and chooses depending on what she thinks the guy that she is dating will like.
I see.
So if the guy is like, I love me a cowgirl, she will be a cowgirl. If the guy is like, I love like that Eastern European,
Yeah.
you know. But I will say a mutual friend does say something very interesting. They say Tatiana is perhaps a persona that she made up, and maybe it came from childhood trauma. And she just like needs a character that she would become that wasn't tortured. I don't know. But I don't think any of it is real. So that's what the friend says about Tatiana being a character that she plays. Ken Wilcott, Tatiana's ex-husband, says her childhood was really rough. She grew up near Bend, Oregon, but in the rural area. She didn't have any social interactions really with anybody growing up. It sounds like her parents might have been involved in a religious group that might border the loosely defined word of occult. She wasn't allowed to have traditional medicine or medical care. It's believed that her family fully rejected all forms of any life-saving medicines, any discomfort-alleviating medicines. The way Ken Wilcott saw it and the way he later describes it is he thinks a lot of Tatiana's emotional disruption comes from the fact that she was essentially held captive for 10 years by her parents. They didn't allow her to have any friends. She wasn't even enrolled in school after the 4th grade. Impressively, she got her GED, but it was just a rough life. Before marrying Ken Wilcott, Tatiana had a daughter with a separate guy. She marries Ken, has a son with him, and they are married for a total of 11 months. And short does not mean simple because their divorce is very, very messy. Ken alleges that Tatiana misused his finances. More specifically, he gave Tatiana a card to use to purchase clothes. She would buy the clothes with his credit card and then return the clothes and then ask for cash for the return instead of for returning it back to the card. Which I feel like that's impressive. And I feel like as a husband, you should support that because why are you okay with her spending the money on clothes unless she's spending the cash on something else? I don't know. You would think that a millionaire would be impressed by her financial ability to think ahead. But no, he's very upset. He also accused Tatiana of being inattentive to their son who was born with extra support needs. And that's when they separate. He says that he wasn't going to send her $9,000 a month to care for their son because she's using it fully on herself. She's not using it on their son. So he wants full custody of the son and he wants to stop paying her child support. He also just overall disagrees with the way that she's living her life. So ultimately, he ends up with full custody. But this is where things get interesting. And I think this is where lots of people have sympathy for Tatiana. All the guys in her life still like her to some degree because he continues paying child support, even though he has full custody, out of his own volition. It's not because the judge orders him to.
Okay.
So just keep this in mind.
Okay.
But some of Tatiana's friends say that she had a strong pattern of going after wealthy guys and then depending on them for her financial needs. But she also seems to have an energy that they seem to love. According to friends, the relationship between Mark and Tatiana Remley is interesting. Technically, on paper, Mark is the one with the power. He's got the substantial resources. But friends say he's like a dog, like a little puppy dog. He's obsessed with Tatiana. Whatever she wants, he's doing it, no questions asked. Mark seems so obsessed with Tatiana, even to the point where he still loves her no matter if they fail at their businesses, lose $20 million, if she frivolously spends money purchasing billboards for her ex-husband, if she goes to intimate parties and has intimate relations with other people in front of him, and even when she tries to have him killed. August 2nd, 2023, there is another chance encounter at Starbucks. Or at least that's what it feels like. It's a very casual meeting. A guy sitting on the patio with an iced drink. He's wearing a tank top and shorts. It's August, it's hot. And then you have a woman sitting there. At one point, he leans in, says something to the woman before getting up and walking into the Starbucks and entering the restroom. She leans back in her chair, waiting for him, and that is when 4 San Diego police officers pull up in 2 separate vehicles. Tatiana Remley, you are under arrest for trying to hire an undercover officer to kill your husband for $2 million.
What? 2 million? That's the highest we've ever heard, right?
Yeah, and it's not $2 million that she has. I mean, perhaps the worst part of all of this is that she would be using Mark Remley's money to kill Mark Remley, to get the rest of Mark Remley's money.
Do you know how she did it? Is it just like Googling and...
No, you're gonna... Well, I don't want to say that, but... You're gonna laugh. She reached out. I mean, they're all like swingers. They're reaching out, they're doing things with each other. She reaches out to a mutual friend of them and is like, hey, can you kill my husband? He's like, let me think about it.
It's crazy.
Call San Diego Police Department.
Oh my God. It always happens like this too.
Yeah.
They're just like calling friends and calling someone so randomly.
I don't know who in their life knows anyone that would have any experience with a hitman.
Yeah. Okay, so the mutual friend just called the cops.
Called the cops and was like, I don't know what to do. Calls Mark and is like, hey, Mark, you better watch out.
Oh.
So then the cops are like, we know what to do. Tell her you know somebody who can do it. Undercover cop. They meet at a Starbucks. Something about Starbucks.
Did they record the body cams? And...
No. Oh. Yeah. And so he goes into the restroom. She gets arrested.
So, and you said the friend called Mark as well.
Yeah.
So Mark knew?
Yeah, and Mark actually dates her after she gets out of prison.
Oh.
So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Now, how did we get here? How did she go from everything that they're doing to like all of a sudden attempt murder? Like,
Oh, yeah. Let me tell you, there is a saying that if you want to live a financially stable life, you don't date someone who treats money like water. Because no matter how much you cup your hands, if you try to keep water in your hands, the money's going out. You're not going to be able to cup it. Obviously, this is not towards people who have reasonable bills to pay, and the cost of living is drastically higher than the wages that are being offered in the job market. This is for people that whenever they get extra disposable cash, they buy the most ridiculous thing that they don't even need. And it's not even just them spoiling themselves to feel good about this impending recession and doom and depression. It's like, why did you buy the 12th air fryer of the year? Like, you don't need 12 air fryers. Those are the types of people that it's going to be very difficult to live a financially responsible life. And that might be Tatiana. And Mark acted like he had unlimited water. After the $20 million fail that was Valitar, they open up Rhythm and Power, a cycling studio like SoulCycle. After a year of being open, suddenly members get an email that they're going to have random improvements done in the store. So the store is going to close down. They recheck the website, everything is shut down. They go to the store. The studio had a staff of 5 people, and the full year that they were open, they only made $51,000. Then one day, Tatiana wakes up and she spontaneously decides that she's going to be the head of a women's polo team, which cost Mark $500,000 to get the whole team together. They have to buy horses, they have to invest in the team marketing, team shirts,
That is-
team name, LLC rights. Yeah, and then they enter the San Diego Polo Club, and a few minutes into their very first match, Tatiana falls off the horse, breaks her arm, and quits polo.
wow.
A mutual friend describes their relationship as he did whatever she did, whatever she said. Didn't matter if it was a good idea, bad idea, made no difference. I mean, he got drug around by her doing what she wanted with no real say in it. He just threw money at whatever it is she wanted to do. He was her dog. People also say that Tatiana has always been, quote, a control freak. She likes to push boundaries, push limits. She's an instigator, and her biggest aspirations were to be the Real Housewife of insert major city. That was her dream. And so after all of these business things, Mark Remley files for bankruptcy. And by the end of all of these failed business ventures, they decide that they are going to end their very tumultuous marriage. They are going to get a divorce. Mark Remley files for bankruptcy. They file for the divorce. And then Tatiana decides, I actually think I'm just going to kill him instead.
What's up? Where's that come from? Where's
She was not getting enough financial support from him. And I think if he died, perhaps she thought there was still money left that would go to her.
You think it was a money motivation?
Yes, because even in the divorce filings, her lawyer complains about how she was living off of $50,000 a month as her allowance when they were married, and he's cutting it down to $12,000 to $15,000 a month, which is just like an unreasonable amount.
Wow.
So according to the divorce documents, Mark Remley had invested, he still has, I think this is like after the bankruptcy. I don't even know how this works, right? But he still had a portfolio worth about $8.6 million, a bank account with $400,000, and multiple multi-million-dollar properties, vehicles, jewelry, all amounting to be $8.2 million. And so with that, the shit-slinging divorce begins. Tatiana claims Mark was not only verbally and physically abusive, that he allegedly put a gun up to her head in front of another employee, and another time he chased her around the house with a knife. According to Tatiana's divorce filings, he stole property from her, he destroyed her property, he's mentally unstable, and after the massive financial colossal failure that was Valitar, he had a meltdown and he discharged one of his guns inside of their house, and he has cut her off financially, which seems to be like the most contentious point. Tatiana's attorney argues the wife is experiencing extreme financial strain. She is unable to maintain her realistic monthly expenses of just $12,000, much less than what she was accustomed to at $50,000. She has no income and does not have the same access to funds and assets that the respondent does. In the divorce, Tatiana is demanding $15,000 a month in spousal support and the use of the Del Mar home, the $5.5 million home, 2 trucks, a horse trailer, an ATV, and a few of their pets, including some parrots and some goats. She's like, this is what I want in the divorce. But this is what's weird. That's the house that burned down. It's not like fully burned down, but it's pretty wrecked. Why does she want that Del Mar house?
So the fire happened. I'm confusing with the time.
Yes. Okay. So all of their business failures happen.
Yep.
And then the fire happens And then she very quickly is like, I'm going to hire someone to kill him. And
Wait,
all of this.
where's the gun and the ammos and all that came from? The girl with the gun and ammos.
Oh, yes. Okay. So all their failures happen. They decide that they're going to file for divorce. Then the house fire happens. Tatiana is there with a bunch of guns and ammunition. And now the fire department is investigating it for arson. And then she gets arrested for trying to hire a hit on her husband that they are in the process of divorcing right now.
Right. When the fire department came to the house, they got rid of the fire. What do you mean? Like she's standing in the house holding a gun?
She had them in her possession. And so it gets tricky later, but she does get arrested for this fire later. They don't arrest her that day. They arrest her way later.
They're just investigating what's going on. And then
Yes.
in their record, it's indicating that, oh, she was in the house and she has possession of these
Yes.
firearms. I see.
And then they don't do anything about it. They just continue investigating. Now, the San Diego Police Department arrests her first for trying to hire a hit on her husband that she's in the middle of getting a divorce from. So all of this is happening. But the most disturbing allegation in the divorce comes out where Tatiana claims throughout their marriage, there has been lots of heinous things that Mark has done to her. But one of the most heinous is that Mark coordinated with his friend. Mark's friend breaks into the house, forces their way into the house, holds Tatiana at gunpoint and essays her while Mark is watching, and then cuts the head off of their horse statue and throws it on the bed. This is an accusation that comes out during the divorce proceedings. And so she's saying that horsehead statue, that was Mark's doing because he called his friend to come essay me while he just laughed. He laughed and he watched, and then they cut my horse statue's head off and then put it in the bed like a threat from the movie Godfather, because there's like a scene, but I think it was a real horse head. I mean, a prop for the movie, but like supposed to be real. Again, another mutual friend of theirs does believe that this incident did take place, where someone did force their way into the house and essayed Tatiana. But he says, quote, I think she's the one who orchestrated it, not him. That was totally her. She was always the one trying to get people to do things with her. That was her thing. Mark, I can't imagine Mark. I'd be surprised if he has that many friends, but I can't really imagine Mark actually orchestrating that on his own.
This friend is saying this is something that she orchestrated as like a role play type of thing.
Yeah. I don't know if that's accurate. It just, see, that's why a lot of people have mixed feelings about Tatiana. And even if you take Mark out of the picture, is this somebody who is just very traumatized and is behaving very recklessly, but she is victim and perpetrator? Or some people are also like, yeah, but you probably wouldn't say that to a guy who tries to kill his wife. So it's just very complicated, but he believes that Tatiana is the one that orchestrated all of this, and she was always the one wanting to go to these clubs, wanting to do these types of things, wanting to get intimate with other people. That seems to be the assumption and what the mutual friends are saying. Mark has also claimed to a local news outlet that he believes that Tatiana was the one to burn their house down, and maybe that's not even the only time that she allegedly took measures to harm Mark. There were reports that the day before Tatiana was arrested, Mark had no idea that she was, I guess he knew, he had a heads up that she might try to kill him, but he didn't know what was happening because he ends up running to his neighbor's house, banging on the door, screaming that he's having a seizure. Neighbor said Mark looked horrendous. I mean, this guy is 57. He looked 77. That's how bad he looked. Neighbor calls the police. Mark is taken to the hospital.
When was this?
This is the day before she's arrested at that Starbucks. So some people think that she tried to poison him before and then she got arrested the next day. I don't know. That's all speculation, but this is just something happened the day before the arrest.
Before we go there,
Yes.
about the fire. You're saying the fire, people think she tried to kill him with the fire.
Yeah.
So it wasn't for insurance or
No.
anything else.
Yeah.
What?
And then she, in the divorce, wants to like stay in that house. And so people thought that was weird. So maybe there's some sort of evidence of arson that she thinks if she's in the house, she's allowed to be on the property, only she's allowed there, she could dispose of or get rid of or control the investigation in some way. Was the belief. And then the day before she's arrested, he's like running down the street screaming, I'm having a seizure, and he just looks so rough. That could be unrelated or it could be completely related. And then the next day, she gets arrested. December 18th, 2025. So this is after all of this.
This is a few months ago.
Yeah, this is after their divorce is finalized. This is after she gets out of prison for trying to kill her husband. Yeah, we're going to get into how much time she served. In the middle of San Diego's Little Italy neighborhood, outside of a bar, Tatiana Remley, who served her jail time for trying to get Mark killed, she's a free woman, and she is laying on the curb now with a gunshot wound to her head. She's dead. 2 years before her death, she had pled guilty to solicitation to commit murder and a firearm charge. She was initially facing 9 years in prison for the little Starbucks meetup and trying to kill Mark. However, she's ultimately sentenced to 4 years in prison, but she only ends up serving 1 year before being released. She gets out after 1 year, and when she gets out, she dates Mark here and there, starts dating other guys, and there are a few changes in her life. She kind of starts leaning more into that country girl scene, and she starts posting really intense things on Facebook about how life is about what you make it, and quote, maturity is when you have the power to destroy someone who did you wrong, but you just breathe, walk away, and let life take care of them. Which some people think maybe there was a lot of trauma that she endured in previous relationships. Like, it just, no one really can understand what happened. Like, it's hard to pinpoint directly if she is a victim turned perpetrator or if she's just a straight perpetrator all the way through. So she switches from like the more Russian-centered equestrian aesthetic to country girl, horses, bikes, trailers, snakes, like that kind of vibe. She posts quotes like, everybody wants to be a country girl until the hay wagon rolls up and it's time to start stacking. And a lot of netizens are just confused at the time, like, how did she only get 1 year for arranging to kill her husband? And they all commented, California judges are insane. Which I would have to agree with that sentiment, because court documents state that Tatiana was very thorough about how she wanted Mark to be decapitated, how she wanted his body to be disposed of, how she had all this cash saved up. I mean, she had a substantial amount of cash that they found on her, which was probably Mark's cash.
How much?
They just said substantial amount. And she had 3 loaded firearms that were not registered to her name. And maybe she received leniency for how dumb she was in her plot to kill. And no one knows why she just served a year. Nobody knows. But after her release, she did see Mark on and off again until December of 2018. Well, actually, September of 2025, she gets arrested once more. This time for arson for that Del Mar fire in their $5.5 million house. She's actually awaiting trial. She pled not guilty. So she gets arrested in September of 2025. December of 2025, she's out in Little Italy. She FaceTimes Mark, her ex-husband, in the bathroom of a bar. And she's complaining about the guy that she's with. And he's like, well, if you're really uncomfortable, I can call 911 for you. And she's like, no, I got it. Like, it's under control. It's gonna be fine. She walks out of the bar and she takes out the gun from her purse, fires it once outside in the air, and then the second shot, she passes away.
What?
Yes, it's a very public.
So it was like there were it's in front of a store?
It's just like in the middle of Little Italy. There were a few witnesses who saw and witnessed the whole thing. And usually when people do things like that in public, it's like a last cry for help. It's almost like a lot of psychologists have said, it's like, do you see how much pain I'm in? And I will say that she was high risk for this type of incident, considering she was facing substantial social, legal, financial repercussions in life. But I don't know. I think it's really hard to say. I think people have very strange mixed feelings for Tatiana. I think given the fact that Mark dated her after she got out of prison, her ex-husband Ken Woolcott continued to pay child support even when she didn't have the child for at least an extended period of time out of his own free will. It seems like maybe people close to Tatiana saw something that we probably don't see. Maybe she did have a very unstable childhood and they could see her instability seeping through, but ultimately they thought she was a good person. I don't know. I don't know.
Wow.
Yeah, but she died 10 days after her 44th birthday. But some other people think maybe there's actually something worse happening, because there is an unanswered question in all of this. Tatiana's friend, Cheryl, mysteriously died around the time their house caught on fire. And there have been rumors in their circle that Tatiana could be involved. Tatiana claimed that her ex-husband Mark was trying to falsely implicate her in her friend Cheryl's suspected murder, but she was due back in court for the arson charge March 3rd of 2026. But she is
What
gone
happened
now.
to Cheryl?
No one knows. I tried to look into it. There's not much written about her. There's like barely, yeah.
Wow.
And now the question is, I guess, who killed Cheryl? Was Tatiana a victim and a perpetrator, or just a perpetrator, or does it even really matter?
And what happened? Did Mark make any statements after this?
No, people think he's in Hawaii. His friend says that's where Mark goes when he runs away, to his house in Hawaii. Yeah.
Wow. And ex-husband, nothing? No. Wow.
What are your thoughts? I mean, this was a very bizarre case.
Oh, wow. I mean, I feel like there are just so much more behind closed doors. Even like what we see from the outside is insane.
Yeah.
Right? Their lifestyle already insane. So you can only imagine what's more that's not disclosed.
And then obviously there's questions of course, all of their mutual friends are saying that Tatiana is the one that wanted the lifestyle. But I guess some netizens are also confused of maybe she got into the lifestyle and then was pressured to do things she didn't want to do, or things happened and that led to her wanting people dead. Is that an excuse? No, but I guess there's just so many unanswered questions because it just got so unhinged
Yeah.
so quickly in a way that doesn't necessarily make sense. What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments. Stay safe, and I'll see you in the next one. Bye. The guy in the bright red tomato Hawaiian shirt and a 20-foot-long shipping container filled with cocaine are probably headed to this same exact place. It's a place called Port Miami. Welcome to this tiny floating piece of land in Miami, Florida, where half of it is like a giant international airport, but instead of airplanes, you have megaliners, cruise ships, ushering passengers on and off their cruises, making sure that they go through security, immigrations, customs. And then on the other side, you've got massive ships filled with shipping containers, sometimes, a lot of times, millions of dollars of illicit drugs being smuggled into South Florida, to the point where the vice admiral of the Coast Guard based in Miami has stated in public messages to the cartels, "We own the sea, not you. We will find you. We will hunt you before you harm anyone on our shores." That, coupled with the fact that it is one of the many busiest shipping ports in the United States, it's not going to be the most shocking thing when you see FBI agents, federal agents in Port Miami. I mean, they've also nicknamed Port Miami the cruise capital of the world. In 2025, the Port Miami saw, I believe, close to 8.6 million cruise passengers coming in and out of the port. It is one of the few cruise terminals that can handle multiple mega ships at once. I think they can accommodate 12 vessels at once, which sounds not like a lot, right? But then you realize that these mega cruise ships are essentially skyscrapers. Lay them down on their side, and there's just 12 skyscrapers from New York City lined up in the water, taking you out to an all-you-can-eat buffet out on the deep sea. And it's really cutthroat. They have something called the turnaround day. It's when a cruise ship disembarks one set of passengers, restocks, and embarks a new set of passengers within the span of 8 to 12 hours. And then sometimes out of the 12 megaliner spots that they have open, there could be like half of them that are doing a disembark day. So you've got 8 to 12 hours to get everybody off the ship. That alone can take 3 to 5 hours. Each ship, some of these big ones, they have 4,000 people on there, 4,000 passengers. That's not including crew.
Wow.
There would be about 70 to 80 massive truck trailers pulled up to the terminal to deliver provisions for the next trip. Sometimes you see like 30,000 pounds of just meat going into one ship. Near the end of November this year, there was one point where 10 ships were docked simultaneously, and they had more than 320 trucks coming in to help restock supplies for these cruise ships. But because of how many cruises take place daily and just the sheer logistics of being out in the water with as many good backup plans as a major corporation would have, which is never a lot of things go wrong on a cruise. And a lot of the times, it's the cruise's fault. And that's like a very bold statement. It's merely an opinion. And by cruise, I don't mean the crew, I mean the corporation, like the poop cruise. The Carnival cruise takes off. It's the Carnival Triumph, and it's a 4,100 passenger type ship. So there's a lot of people on board. This is their vacation. A fire breaks out in the mechanical room. All electrical systems are down, which means no Wi-Fi, no entertainment, no AC, no filtered air pumping through generously, no heater. But the most prevalent malfunction is the fact that there are no working toilets anywhere on the ship. Passengers' toilets are just buckets at this point until they start overflowing.
This is the one that happened like last year or the year before?
Yeah,
or?
a few years ago. There was a documentary that was released on Netflix.
Right,
Yes.
okay.
So, I mean, they turned from poop buckets to just poop fountains, poop fecal matter spraying into the staterooms, into the hallways, everywhere. It was likened to fecal lasagna floating on open seas. There's much more to the entire story with Carnival Triumph and Carnival trying to suppress the media attention. The cruise actually knowingly sailed past a fuel leak, which probably should have alerted them to something being wrong with the vessel. The whole poop cleanup itself cost $115 million.
What?
So if you're ever on Carnival Sunrise, just know that's the poop cruise.
Dang.
They renamed it, yeah. But it does make sense because I believe the vessel is itself worth closer to $650 million.
Whoa.
I mean, these are massive ships. And although, I mean, I would say that these are the most common occurrences, I will say that whenever a crime or a missing person on a cruise ship happens, it does make headlines for weeks. But it doesn't occur as often as I guess we are inclined to believe. I mean, usually it's some minuscule variation of a poop cruise. Like typically these are the mishaps on cruises. It's like a small backup toilet that's not flushing well, or there's some sort of malfunction and it inconvenienced a small group of people in a small way, or a drunken fight where everybody is still physically okay, but it was a fiasco.
But we also talked about a few cases, right? That people just
Yeah.
gone missing on the cruise.
I will say that a lot of people do die on cruises every year, and a lot of that has to do with the fact that cruises are a preferred form of vacation for elderly people. So a lot of them will pass away on board, but it's not anything sinister or nefarious, and it's not like a shocking number.
Yeah.
But I'm still inclined not to go on a cruise just because I get a little freaked out. But it doesn't happen as regularly as we are conditioned to believe. But it does happen. November 8th, 2025, a small group of people at Port Miami, they see this small SUV drive up to the Carnival Horizon cruise ship that just docked. The SUV, in comparison to the cruise ship, looks like a tiny little ant, but I feel like the SUV is scarier because it just thick letters on the side of the car. It reads Miami-Dade County Medical Examiner, not ambulance, medical examiner. You don't call a medical examiner until you have a body. Soon after, FBI agents are seen bringing what appears to be a cadaver transport carrier off the cruise ship and into the FBI vehicle. Immediately, people online are trying to piece together what happened, and two things start popping up. One, it's stated that just the day before, while still out at sea, while they're still sailing back to Port Miami, Carnival issued letters to passengers in a specific deck in a specific hallway of staterooms. So if you're staying on this level, on this floor, in this hallway, you're getting a letter on your door. The letter reads, with the Carnival letterhead at the top, dated November 7th, 2025, Dear Carnival Horizon guest, we have made arrangements for you to have priority debarking on tomorrow morning. Authorities will be joining the ship first thing upon arrival to complete an investigation and will be in the area of your hallway. It could be noisy and disruptive, so we kindly ask that you be out of your stateroom by 7 a.m. We will have breakfast for you, Meridian DR Annex Deck 4, starboard side, and then our team will escort you off the ship ahead of other guests. Doesn't really sound, I mean, it sounds urgent because an investigation, you get priority disembarking. I mean, what could be going on? And then you couple it with another TikTok that starts circulating of a woman who was staying in that same exact deck, same exact hallway, and she says that she found out that someone was dead in the hallway. She starts off the video by describing her experience on the cruise ship thus far, and she's been having like back-to-back nightmares, which is not the point, but she's just saying it's just been a weird trip. She's on the same cruise, Carnival Horizon, and she says, we woke up and they're talking about somebody got killed on my floor, the 8th floor, like down the hall. So somebody got murdered on the cruise ship. There's security standing in front of the door. The body is still in the room. The body won't be off until tomorrow. When we go to Miami, when we get off, FBI has to come and investigate. The body is still on the same floor that I'm sleeping on. I will note that it's highly unlikely that the body is kept in the stateroom. It's more likely that security and medical staff respond, notify the captain, notify shore authorities. Usually they'll photograph the entire room and how the body is discovered, along with anything else of importance, before moving the body to the morgue, because every cruise ship has a morgue. But it's likely that security is stationed outside.
Every cruise ship has a morgue?
Every single cruise ship has a morgue. They don't have, a morgue attendee or anything like that, but
It's for like incidents?
yeah, and usually the doctor on board, I believe, will be the one taking care of the morgue. And again, a lot of them have gone onto Reddit because I was intrigued by this and I went down a rabbit hole. A lot of them say it sounds sinister, it sounds creepy because of all the news that we see, but a lot of the times it's elderly people. Wow. Which is still sad. Nonetheless. And they actually advocate that if you are a senior citizen going on a cruise, you should definitely get travel insurance because it can cover and help your family cover transport of your body back home. Huh. Which would be different than if you were to...
Well, my parents going on a cruise.
Okay. Yeah.
Wow. Interesting.
Yeah, every cruise ship does have a morgue. And so it's very likely that the body was placed in the morgue and there is security stationed outside the room to make sure nobody tampers with a potential open crime scene. Now, the TikToker says at one point, her sister had heard someone screaming for help. And then they find out that someone has potentially been killed on the same floor that they're on. I mean, she's understandably very freaked out. She says that she's not even going to leave her room for the rest of the 24 hours. And she's just going to keep her sisters nearby just in case. She doesn't know what's going on. So you have someone on TikTok claiming that someone was potentially killed on their floor, an alleged Carnival letter issued to passengers of that floor advising them that they're going to disembark earlier than the others. Then you have federal agents showing up to the vessel once it's docked, along with the Miami-Dade County medical examiner. What the hell happened on the Carnival Horizon cruise ship? Just 24 hours before docking, a room attendant had walked into one of the staterooms. A lot of people will call them like maids, housekeepers, room attendant. And there were 3 teenagers staying in this specific room together. You have 18-year-old Anna Kepner. You have her 14-year-old half-brother. So they have the same dad. And then you have her 16-year-old stepbrother. They have no blood relations. Okay, so the stepbrother's mom just married Anna's dad.
Got it. Okay.
The rest of their family are also on the cruise. They have 2 other rooms on the ship. And it was supposed to be this blended family cruise ship. They wanted to make it an annual thing. And then, November 7th, 2025, Anna is found by the room attendant under the mattress, wrapped in a blanket and covered with life jackets. She had been killed. And the main suspect so far, it appears, might be her 16-year-old stepbrother. And her dad, her stepmom, they're all just being very suspicious. This is the current ongoing case of Anna Kepner and how every single adult in her life is being oddly weird about her murder on this cruise ship. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the Joyful Heart Foundation. They're working to transform society's response to SADV and CA and support survivors' healing with resources like education, advocacy, policy change. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we would also like to thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. Now, a few disclaimers. Today's episode involves themes of potential SA. Lots of minors are going to be mentioned. All of their names are going to be redacted. There is also a very crazy custody battle that's in the works, so please watch with caution and take breaks if you need to. Today's episode is also currently ongoing. I'm sure many of you guys have been following the news, the updates, the investigations, so this is going to be everything we know up until the release date of this episode. For updates past that, you can probably look for a pinned comment. I'm going to try to follow up as quickly as we get more developing news. No one has been found guilty in a court of law as of right now. I mean, these are all just allegations being shared by the police, the news, the media, and then some of them by the parents themselves. So with that in mind, let's get started. May 6, 2025, a message is sent from a woman named Chantel Kepner. Chantel is very important. Chantel is the stepbrother's mom. Chantel. She's the stepmom. Chantel the stepmom.
Chantel on the ship?
Yes, Chantel was on the ship. So this is 6 months before they get on the boat. Okay. Chantel is texting her ex-husband, Thomas. And there's going to be a lot of names, but I'm going to try to make it clear. Thomas, the ex-husband. Now, this text message reads, "Good afternoon. I wanted to give you a heads up that we have a family trip planned from November 2nd to November 8th. We'll be going on a cruise that departs from Miami and stops in Jamaica, Grand Cayman, and Mexico before returning to Miami. In order to move forward with the necessary travel documents, could you please send me your current mailing address so that I can send you the passport forms that need to be signed? And I'll include a prepaid envelope for returning them. Thanks in advance, Chantel." Chantel and her ex-husband, Thomas, they share 2 kids together. A 16-year-old son, the stepbrother, and a 9-year-old daughter. She's going to take them both on this cruise. And she wants permission because, that's how custody works. About a month later, the ex-husband, Thomas, he's still not sent the forms back. He just responds, "I'm not sure if I'm willing to sign the forms. I'm not okay with my kids going out of the country. Until we can find some common ground and set something up, I'm not okay with them leaving the state. Being that I have not talked to or seen my kids in so long, I will talk to my attorney and see what can be done. Maybe we can agree on something that benefits the kids having both parents in their lives." Chantel will take the kids on the trip anyway. And by the end of it, her 16-year-old son is going to be a suspect in the murder of Anna Kepner. Nearly 32 hours after Anna Kepner is murdered, Chantel is going to text her ex-husband once more. "I need you to call me. It's an emergency." There are apparently 5 main categories for cruise liners. You've got mainstream, premium, luxury, ultra luxury, and expedition, which expedition is essentially a cruise where you go through the Drake's Passage and end up in Antarctica or some other remote location. You're not really there for the all-inclusive buffets and the casinos. You're there for the thrill. You're there to jump out of a helicopter and see a penguin. Obviously, price point is going to be one of the main, if not the main thing about choosing which category of cruise liner you're going to end up on. So starting with ultra luxury, think Ritz-Carlton Yacht Collection, Seabourn, Silver Sea. It's intimate, perhaps only 200 to 750 guests on a boat. I imagine a much older demographic. I've actually heard of a lot of people who are like, I'm going to splurge and go on a honeymoon on one of these ultra luxury yacht trips like the Ritz-Carlton. And by heard of people, I mean on Reddit. And they say that they regret it because you're just with a bunch of 60-year-old rich retirees and there's no fun. It's just a lot of fine dining.
So that's the most expensive one.
Yes, unless you're chartering a yacht, which is not really a cruise at that point.
How much are those? Do you know?
Yeah, so it really depends on how long you're going to be there. What's interesting about the ultra luxury trips is they never start and end in the same place. So you have to think about travel accommodations from the start position to the end position.
That's weird.
For example, Seabourn, 8-day trip in Japan, and then it ends in Hong Kong.
Huh.
Yeah.
You have to fly back.
You have to fly to Japan, and then you might not leave the same day, so then you gotta find accommodations, and then you have to find a flight from Hong Kong back to wherever you live. It's kind of weird. But for that, it depends on the room, $3,500 to $10,000 a person for an 8-day trip. The Ritz-Carlton is even worse, starting at $11,000 to $12,000 a person for a similar trip. And then a small step down from that would be luxury and small yacht cruises. Oceania, Viking Ocean, Windstar. Again, much smaller ships in general, a huge focus still on the food. Lots of focus on fine dining. These are the types of boats that are going to be like, we have a Michelin star chef on board. A lot of companies in this tier are going to try to market the experience as almost like being on your own private yacht. It's very private. Some of these cruise liners, it's a 1-to-1 staff ratio, staff to passenger ratio. Then you have the next step down, premium cruise liners, Princess, Holland America, Celebrity Cruises, Virgin Voyages, which please don't book Virgin Voyages unless, okay, so no, you can, but you should know that from my extensive Reddit researching that I've done as someone who has never been on a cruise, Virgin Voyages has become swingers paradise. It's an adults only cruise line.
Oh,
And-
but some people might be into that.
Yeah, so I'm just saying, don't book it until you kind of know what's going on.
Yeah.
Even if you're not into it, I think it could be fun. I'm just saying you should be aware before you get on the boat, and then you just see like a bunch of upside down pineapples everywhere, which I believe is the symbol for
Got
swinging.
it.
Yes.
I see.
And then you have the Disney cruises, which are very expensive, much the opposite of Virgin Voyages, child-focused, family-focused. And then after that, you've got your mainstream, or what they call mass market cruise lines. And these are your Royal Caribbeans, your Carnivals, and each company has a different energy. People say Royal Caribbean is a bit more laid back, but these ships, Royal Caribbean has the mega ships. When you see those pictures of a giant water park on the sea, it's a Royal Caribbean most of the time. When you see ice skating rinks in a ship, That's Royal Caribbean. Think about entire Six Flags amusement parks on a boat type of feeling. However, that's the most fun you're gonna get out of Royal Caribbean. The parties are not gonna be as fun. The casinos are not as hyped. So you're gonna really focus a lot on going down the water slide nonstop for 8 days straight. That's the point of the Royal Caribbean. Now, Carnival is a lot more social oriented. And by that I mean, it's just a party on water. People say Carnival is like going back to a frat party, but being out at sea. And it's very family friendly. The Carnival Horizon, perhaps not as, amenity focused as any other Royal Caribbean ship, it still has a whole water park. Smaller. IMAX theaters, they've got Family Feud live, they have other live performances, and this specific trip, the Carnival Horizon, so the Horizon is the ship name, is going to set sail from Port Miami, November 2nd. It's going to be at sea for 6 nights, going to Jamaica, Grand Cayman, Mexico, before finally returning back to Port Miami. All in all, 6 days at sea. I believe 2 of those are sea days. So you have port days and sea days. Port days is like when you're docked at the port in Mexico and everyone can get off the ship. They have activities planned by the cruise ship that you can purchase, or you can do your own thing in Mexico. But you have to make it back on time to the cruise ship or they will leave. They're so cutthroat about this. They don't care if you're a 5-year-old child, they will leave you. So you've got your sea days, you've got your port days. And it appears the very first day at sea is the infamous sail away party. This is like the most anticipated part of the Carnival Horizon. You have everyone on deck. There is a DJ, there's entertainment, everybody's dancing, everybody's singing, and there is a passenger who takes a video of everyone doing the Cupid Shuffle. And it pans around the deck and you see a teenage girl in a white shirt, black shorts, doing the Cupid Shuffle. This is not really a magnificent video. It's not spectacularly filmed. It's not the most engaging. It's not something that would typically go viral on social media, but it does because you see Anna Kepner dancing, and you see her grandma in pink standing nearby, and by all accounts, it seems like Anna is very much enjoying her time with her grandparents on this ship. One comment reads, "Sweet baby, just having fun with her grandparents."
Who were all on the ship besides the 3 kids?
Yeah, okay, so we're gonna get into that. Okay. I do need to give you a quick rundown on the family background. 18-year-old Anna's biological parents are Chris Kepner. This is her dad. Anna's dad is Chris Kepner, and this woman named Heather. Heather does not live in Florida with Anna. She does not live in Florida with anybody. She apparently has very little, if any, contact with Anna, and there's quite a contentious relationship between the two. More on that later, but Anna's biological mom is a woman named Heather that lives in Oklahoma. Anna never really sees her. Anna doesn't really interact with her. In fact, Anna seems to have a lot of resentment towards her mom. So she mainly lives with her dad, Chris Kepner. And when Anna is 3 years old, her dad, Chris Kepner, remarries a woman named Tabitha. So this is Anna's first stepmom, is Tabitha. This part is also contentious, but it's been alleged that Chris cheated on Heather, Anna's biological mom, with their babysitter, Tabitha. To add fuel to that theory, I suppose, is the fact that Chris and Tabitha get married, and they do have a very substantial age gap. And so now Heather moves to Oklahoma. She leaves her biological daughter, Anna, moves to Oklahoma. Anna has a new stepmom. Tabitha then gives birth to Anna's first sibling, half sibling. This is September of 2011, which means Tabitha was very pregnant when she married Chris, actually. Wow. That's Anna's first half sibling. Then 6 years later, Tabitha and Chris have another child, a baby girl this time. So just another recap. Chris and Heather have Anna. They divorce. Chris marries Tabitha. They have a son. They have a daughter. 2 wives, 3 kids though, so far. Then Chris and Tabitha have a pretty nasty divorce where Tabitha gets primary custody of the 2 minor children, but not Anna. She's been Anna's stepmom since Anna was 3 to 16 years old, but she can't get custody of Anna, and Anna's, gonna turn 18 soon, turn into an adult soon. And then Chris remarries another woman named Chantel. Now, Chantel has 3 kids of her own from a previous marriage to Thomas. So these are gonna be Anna's step-siblings. She's got an 18-year-old son named Andrew. Andrew is going to be very important later, but he's not on this cruise ship. I don't even think that Andrew and Anna really interacted much because Andrew stayed with his dad. So 18-year-old Andrew stays with Thomas. Chantel brings 2 minor children into this relationship. Her 16-year-old son, the main suspect so far, and then her 9-year-old daughter.
Got it. Okay.
So they get married. So this is where the custody gets a little bit complicated. Okay, I'm just going to give you an overview of all the children, and this is going to be organized in relation to when the children come into Anna's life. You have 18-year-old Anna, her 14-year-old half-brother from Tabitha, her 10-year-old half-sister from Tabitha, and now from Chantel, with no biological relation, she has her 18-year-old stepbrother Andrew, her 16-year-old stepbrother, and her 9-year-old stepsister. And just to clarify, not all of them live in the same house. When you're talking about who lives in the same house, you've got Chris Kepner, the dad, Chantel, the new stepmom. And because remember, Tabitha gets custody of the 2 minor kids,
Yep.
Chris just has Anna full-time. And then Chantel, 18-year-old Andrew, is with her ex, so she's got 2 minor kids.
Yep.
The stepson and the stepdaughter. 16-year-old, 9-year-old.
Yep.
So it's the 3 of them living under one roof.
Got
the
it.
3 kids. But it's a 3-bedroom house. Chris and Chantel, they get a room. Chantel's 16-year-old son gets a room. And Chantel's 9-year-old daughter gets a room. So that's 3 for 3. And 18-year-old Anna is left sleeping in the dining room. She has partitioned it off a little bit to make it a little bit cozier, but it is a dining room at the end of the day. I thought it was going to be more of a dining room. Like, you know how if it's sectioned off with walls on each side and maybe there's an opening into the kitchen? But no, it's like right next to the kitchen. It's more so like a breakfast nook. So in another TikTok, you know, you see bits of this dining room setup, room setup, but you have a lot of TikToks that Anna had posted where it does seem like, and this is obviously speculation, but it does appear that perhaps Anna really was excited to get out of the house soon. She was set to graduate high school in May of 2026. So she's 6 months away from graduating. She wants to enlist in the Navy. She's already taken a military enlistment test. She wants to join the Navy, become a K-9 officer. And there seems to be a lot of tension. I don't know who the tension is directed towards. There are some reports that she didn't like her new stepmom, Chantel, that she was complaining like, these are essentially strangers that moved into our house. I don't know these people. And now I just have to act like she's my new stepmom. There is that sort of energy.
That's
there
a
is
report somewhere.
Yeah, that is like a basically hearsay report.
Okay.
And then there are TikToks that she herself has posted where she expresses a lot of disappointment towards her biological mom for not being in her life and towards ex-boyfriends, but also just life in general. In one TikTok, it's just a photo slide of 3 pictures. And the first one says, a glow stick has to break before it can glow. You swipe. So I broke, swipe, and now I'm wondering if I'll ever be able to glow again. Another one with the caption reads, having a good heart will only get you hurt in this generation. So it seems like Anna's going through a lot. Some people categorize it as teenage angst, but I will say, I think the people around her, the adults in her life, are pretty shit people. And that's not an implication of guilt. I personally think that they're not great.
Really?
Yeah. November 17th, 2025, over a week after the cruise ship docks in Port Miami, a post starts circulating on X. It's from a man named Martin, and Martin writes, I need everybody's help on this. If you haven't heard this story, then you've been living under a rock. This is my niece, Anna Kepner. She was 18 and was on a cruise ship with her dad, stepmom, and the family members. I cannot stay silent about this matter any longer. The stepmom's son killed her, stuffed her naked, beaten body in a sheet, and stuffed her under a bed and covered her with life jackets, then slept on the bed like nothing happened. He told his mom when no one could find Anna on the ship, so yes, they know who did this, and it sickens me that the father, Chris, remains silent about it. Please pass this on till maybe it gets to somebody that can do something about it. If nothing is done, it will all come out on the 20th. At least, that's what the stepmom has said after threatening family if they talk before they're gonna be banned from the funeral, the remembrance of life for Anna. Please pass this so my family can get closure, and the people who did this and lied and stalled to tell the rest of us what happened when it did, now you just look guilty of a cover-up. Martin Donahue is not just a random nobody. Martin Donahue is Tabitha's brother. And Tabitha was Anna's stepmom from when Anna was 3 years old to 16 years old. I mean, she's been like the primary mother figure in Anna's life. I couldn't find any post of Anna talking about her stepmom specifically or what their relationship was like, but it seems like nothing alarming or contentious about it. I mean, they share half-siblings. Anna shares half-siblings that are Tabitha's kids, and she loves her half-siblings. So it seems like they had a healthy relationship, and this is Tabitha's brother saying something's going on, my niece was killed, and her own biological father is being silent about it.
At this point, isn't the police investigating?
Yes.
So what is he,
I think right when the cruise ship docked and FBI showed up to the ship, a lot of Anna's close immediate family members, they were posting like very vague statements of Anna's passing, just talking about how she will be remembered, how she was Anna Banana, how she was bubbly and wanted to be a canine officer and always loved Georgia Bulldogs and wanted to go to UGA. It was
She's from Atlanta?
No, so she's actually from Florida, but
She want to go to
huge
UGA?
dogs fan, yeah, apparently. But it's just, he's saying it's weird because all these people are making it seem like something tragic happened on the boat.
Yeah.
When he's like, no, my niece was killed and I'm pretty sure it was her stepbrother that was on the boat with her.
So nobody's like fighting for justice for Anna.
Exactly.
Got it.
It seems like a very quiet investigation that's happening. And now this is just thrusting it into the spotlight of, okay, so she was killed. I mean, there were some reports that she was found under the mattress, so it was assumed that she had been murdered. But this is the most detailed information that has come out thus far. And there are a lot of weird things about it. Immediately after this post, like 3 days after, Anna's grandparents do an ABC interview. And everyone starts talking about the room arrangements. The room arrangements are very strange. There are 9 members of the family joining the cruise, and you've got 3 rooms. So the first room, you just have the grandparents, Barbara and Jimmy or Jeffrey. He's not as important. Barbara is Mima. This is like Anna's favorite person in the world, it seems like. And she's always posting about her grandma, and she calls her Mima. And Mima has been the more active one in interviews.
I'm sorry, I don't know if I missed this, but are they...
They're Chris's parents.
Got it.
So Chris Kepner's parents, grandma and grandpa, are in one room. So that's 2 out of the 9 family members. Now there are 7 family members left. The second room, you've got Chris, Kepner, and Chantel. And then you have their 2 youngest daughters from separate marriages. So you've got Chris and Tabitha's 10-year-old daughter, and then you have Chantel and Thomas's 9-year-old daughter. So that's 4 of the 9. Now, there's only 3 family members left. You've got 18-year-old Anna, Chantel and Thomas's 16-year-old son, and Chris and Tabitha's 14-year-old son. So you've got Anna's 14-year-old half-brother and her 16-year-old stepbrother. The only child not included in the cruise is 18-year-old Andrew from Chantel's previous marriage, who stays with his dad.
Got it.
But everybody else is on this cruise.
So people didn't like this room setup, or?
Yeah, people do not like this room setup. It's a weird... Okay, I mean, when you do look into the room, it's not like they're sharing beds. The room seems like it has 1 bed on the ground and then 2 bunk beds on top. So these cruise ships, they pack people into these rooms. So you've got 1 bed where it seems like Anna probably slept in that bed, and then 2 of the Pullman bunks, it seems like both the boys slept in that one, the 14-year-old half-brother and the 16-year-old stepson.
Okay.
But it's just, I'm not a parent, but I probably would not do the room arrangements like that. It's very weird to have an 18-year-old girl and a 16-year-old boy who have maybe known each other for 2 years, have no like blood relations, staying in the same room. People thought it was very odd. Because, okay, Anna and her half-brother, nobody thinks that's odd. And they grew up together. Whereas this boy, I mean, Anna just met this boy like 2 years ago.
Yeah, I see.
So there is a lot of just weird, and I'm sure there are many healthy family dynamics where this could have worked out perfectly fine, but clearly this was not one of them. So there's just a lot of uncomfort, and a lot of people, a lot of parents have been sounding off in all the comment sections of how they personally would have handled it. And it seems like most parents are in agreement like this would have never happened in their house. You should at least have an adult in there. It almost seems like they put 18-year-old Anna in there as the adult. I mean, I can get really technical with it if you're interested, because I was even trying to take a poll of what a lot of parents in the comments were saying. So the first one was, a lot of people thought either Anna should have been placed with her grandparents. But then the problem that the Kepners would have had is that you can't put a 16-year-old and a 14-year-old boy in one room. You need to have some sort of adult. So it seems like a irresponsible choice from the adults involved. So it seems like the best solution would have been Anna to be with her grandparents, and then they should have figured something out with the 2 teenage boys. And then the second option would have been that Anna gets her own room, and then maybe the boys are with the grandparents. And then the third option that I saw pulled a lot was like, if you're taking 9 people on a cruise and you're budgeting, you just have to split up. So they were saying you should put Chris Kepner, the dad, with the 2 boys, and then you should put Chantel with the 2 young girls, maybe Anna, and then the grandparents can get their own room. But it just seems like maybe Chris and Chantel were very selfish about the room organization. It was just a weird room organization. No parent really thinks that this was okay.
I see.
Yeah, I think the only parents I see in the comments that are saying, oh, this is perfectly fine, they seem to be from a much older generation. I don't know how that affects it, but it's very interesting. Now, even Anna's own grandma states to ABC.
Whatever happened in that room, the only person responsible is the person that was in the room with Anna.
According to Anna's death certificate, Anna Kepner died by mechanical asphyxia by another person. It has been widely reported that she appears to have been held in a bar hold, and this is even reported by her grandmother. This is her theory and hypothesis of how Anna was killed.
You take the elbow like this. They said when they took her body to the medical examiner's office, it was in perfect condition.
There were reportedly bruises on the side of Anna's neck. And a bar hold, if you're unfamiliar, is when someone wraps and holds your neck in the crook of their elbow. Anna's grandparents are stating that she was not found beaten. There were bruises on her neck from the asphyxiation, but it's not like Martin Donahue's ex post where it says that she was beaten up. There was evidence of SA and all of these other things. Anna's family is refuting that. They're saying, actually, no, there was no signs of drugs or alcohol in her system. There was no signs of SA, but yes, she was killed, basically.
So it doesn't show she had been essayed on the certificate.
The death certificate does not show, but this is not her autopsy.
I see. Right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Anna's grandparents, who she's been really close with, I mean, they might have been some of Anna's favorite people in the entire world, and more on that later, but they do an interview with ABC, like I said, days after Martin Donahue's social media post. And the grandma says,
She was found concealed under the bed. I was told that she pulled back the mattress and found Anna. The FBI contacted my son and family and told us her cause of death was asphyxiation.
They said when they took her body to the medical examiner's office, it was in perfect condition. Anna's grandparents further tell ABC News that there were no signs of SA, drugs, or alcohol. And as for the social media conversation of the stepbrother, the 16-year-old stepbrother being the suspect, Anna's grandparents say,
He was in a room with her. He was the only one seen coming and going. So I can't accuse him because I don't know what happened in that room. But the summation would be that he did something.
Anna's grandma, Barbara, says that she actually sat in on the 16-year-old stepbrother talking to the FBI agents. And he told the FBI agents he doesn't remember what happened. And here's where it gets so weird. Anna is Barbara's biological grandchild. She's known Anna since she was born. And the 16-year-old stepbrother probably entered grandma's life 2-3 years ago, max. But grandma believes the 16-year-old stepbrother that he doesn't remember anything that's happened. She believes him. She says he was an emotional mess. He couldn't even speak. He couldn't believe what had happened. She says about their relationship, they were just like brother and sister. He was a good student, played soccer, very quiet young man. He had demons, I think, in his past that he was trying to deal with those. She ends the interview with a statement.
I hope that we can heal. Whatever happened in that room, the only person responsible is the person that was in the room with Anna.
Why she keep saying that?
Yeah. I mean,
But she says she believes that the brother doesn't know what's going on. What?
yeah. Now, as for what justice looks like for her, because she's asked that, she says, whatever the law says. I'm not going to advocate for anything more or anything less, and that will be for the courts to decide. A lot of netizens find it odd that the grandparents sound like they have so much sympathy for this 16-year-old boy that they probably hardly know, and maybe we are just evil, sick people, and we would want this 16-year-old to be arrested. But it doesn't even just seem like, oh, well, he's 16, so we should take that into consideration, but we still need absolute justice for my granddaughter. I want to know exactly what happened and why it happened and how it happened. I want to know everything, and I want to make sure that society is protected from this child who could maybe be charged as an adult. It's not that energy. It's kind of weird. It's just very calm. It's almost like they're both her grandchildren by blood.
Yeah.
But you've only known one of them for like 2 years. And you also say things like he's had demons in his past that he was working through, but you also believe that he doesn't remember anything. It's just odd.
She didn't say what demon?
No.
Okay.
And then also she's like, he played soccer. He was a quiet kid. I don't know what that has to do with anything. And so netizen comments are reading, they failed her too. Quote, I would be voicing negatively more about the person that killed my granddaughter. I wouldn't be saying he played soccer and he was a quiet and good kid and blah, blah, blah. Another comment reads, anybody else creeped out by this entire family? Another comment reads, he had demons in his past that he was dealing with. Why on earth would he be allowed in the same room with Anna, a teenage girl who in reality was not related to him except through marriage of her dad? What a shame for Anna. God bless her soul.
Okay, so I guess my question is,
Yes.
there were two other people, the 16-year-old stepbrother and the 14-year-old brother.
There's a hearsay statement, if you will, but he was not in the room at the time. Anna's grandmother ultimately states, I can't accuse him because I don't know what happened in that room, but I believe to him that is his truth.
He was an emotional mess. He couldn't even speak. He couldn't believe what had happened.
To which people are commenting along the lines of, he couldn't even speak because he was traumatized or because he was exercising his right to remain silent. People also don't like the fact that the grandparents intentionally describe them as being just like brother and sister, which people are saying to say that almost indicates that they were not just like brother and sister, not indicating that something nefarious was happening, but like it's a very odd thing to say. Rather than something generic like they got along well, they were adjusting well to being a blended family, they shared the same sense of humor. Chantel, the stepbrother's mom, later in a slightly unrelated court hearing, she does confirm that the FBI they believe that her 16-year-old son is a suspect in Anna's murder.
What does unrelated court hearing mean?
Okay, we're gonna get into this whole court hearing in a second, but Chantel and Thomas Hudson have 3 kids together.
Yes.
Andrew, 18-year-old Andrew, is with Thomas Hudson. Chantel had 16-year-old son and 9-year-old daughter in her care. After the cruise, 16-year-old son is sent to a third party to stay with them. 9-year-old daughter is still with Chantel. Thomas Hudson does an emergency court filing for custody over the 9-year-old daughter. He's like, oh, no, like your stepdaughter died on this cruise ship that I didn't want you guys to go on, and our son is a suspect with the Federal Bureau of Investigations. I want my 9-year-old daughter in my primary custody. So there's this emergency court filing. There's 2 different hearings, and it just becomes half about custody, half about the cruise.
Interesting.
That's why we're getting a lot of information about this cruise when typically the feds are very hush-hush about things. And they're hush-hush. They haven't said anything themselves.
But through a custody battle. Wow.
And it's very likely that it's because the custody battle is happening in Florida that we're getting this much information. Florida has one of the more relaxed laws about family courts and custody battles being public information. So states have like different regulations for that, but Florida is a little bit more open.
Wow.
But it's in this custody hearing after the cruise ship that Chantel is like, I mean, the 3 of them, Anna, my 16-year-old son, and Anna's 14-year-old half-brother, they're like the 3 amigos. That's literally her words. 3 amigos. They're best friends.
Did they all get along?
Yeah, the 3 of them are like the 3 amigos. They're best friends.
That is not what anybody else is saying. Anna has been pretty active on TikTok before her passing, and I think if you go through her TikTok, there's a lot of emotions that she's dealing with, and one of them is clearly about relationships, romantic relationships. One from September 4th reads, she isn't trying to argue, she isn't trying to be sensitive, she isn't trying to overthink, she doesn't mean to blow up your phone, she doesn't mean to ask if you still love her and want to be with her still, she doesn't mean to yell, she's like that because she just wants you to see her side of things. She wants to feel loved and heard, she just wants reassurance to make her feel better. She just doesn't want to lose the man that makes her feel like the happiest woman ever. So it indicates like maybe there was a bad breakup. Another TikTok, Anna writes, even after every breakup, being disrespected, being lied to, being cheated on, being used, getting manipulated, getting played, I will always have a smile on my face and a kind heart. I don't know why I've been through what I've been through, but I can promise you I never deserved it. Am I mad at those people for what they did to me? No. Am I upset? Yes. But at the end of the day, we are all human and we make mistakes. I'm glad that I went through that just because it made me realize that I don't want it in my life. At the end of the day, I pray that one day y'all will learn what y'all did was wrong and don't do it anymore to anyone else because no one deserves to be treated like that. So this is from like a month before the cruise. However, we don't know which ex this is about or if it's just like general life experience.
So are you saying the 16-year-old, the name is still redacted? Like people are not reporting on him?
It seems like everybody who is looking into the case knows the name of all
So
the
you're
kids.
just choosing not to say it until there's like an official...
Just because it seems from Chantel, it seems that he is a suspect in Anna's murder, but until there are charges and until we know legally if he's being charged as an adult, this is not like a moral decision on my part. I do think that if he is guilty of killing someone, I mean, I think it's fine to use his name, but I think
just to be safe, got it.
Even Anna's ex-boyfriend's dad So this is now Josh's dad has come forward to state, yeah, the stepbrother was obsessed with Anna and not in a good way. He says when Josh, my son, Josh, and Anna were dating, one time Josh came home and was like, listen, I tried to talk to Chris Kepner, Anna's dad, about how the stepbrother is a creep, and he just wouldn't listen to me. I don't know how true this is.
Wow.
This is, just an allegation at this point. And they mentioned that Anna was always terrified of the stepbrother because he carried around a big knife.
Wow.
Now, these are more allegations, and we don't know, but the half-brother of Anna, so this is the 14-year-old that was also in the room, he apparently told Anna's ex-boyfriend later, after the cruise, that the night that Anna was killed, he had gone to the room after dinner, he had gotten changed, and he wanted to go outside to take pictures. So he leaves, he comes back, and the door is locked. So he's trying to come back to sleep for the night. He's not allowed in, but he hears screaming and what sounds like maybe a chair being thrown inside the room is the report. We don't know if this is true.
You heard him yelling at her, like in a harmful way, of like, shut the hell up and stuff like that. Like something was like banging around and stuff, and like the chairs were getting thrown around in the room.
And I assume that this is pretty normal behavior for the stepbrother because the half-brother just goes back to the deck. He doesn't call his dad. He doesn't call his stepmom. Whoa. He just goes back to the deck, and I imagine it's because either the parents don't do anything when this type of occurrence happens, or this is a regular occurrence. Because if this is the first time it's happening, you would call somebody.
Yeah.
And I'm not blaming the 14-year-old for not doing anything. Like, I'm just saying, this is alarming that this seems to be normal. And then he comes back to the room, and he's let in. He doesn't see a mess. He doesn't see any blood or like anything alarming. He doesn't see Anna, so he just assumes that Anna is out of the room with the adults. And it's not like he's sleeping on the same bed as Anna. He's sleeping on a bunk bed. So he just climbs up to his bunk bed and goes to sleep. And Anna is in the same room, deceased, under her mattress. I think that the life jackets were to level out the mattress a bit. And then probably the comforter on top. I don't think that you probably wouldn't see, especially if you're 14. And I don't even know if a regular adult had opened the door, if they just glanced in, if they would be able to notice something would be amiss. It seems like the room attendant was trying to make the bed. So
that's how it was discovered.
Yeah, I don't think it was just like I opened the door and the room attendant is like, oh, I see something, a lump under the bed. I think she was probably trying to make the bed. So I imagine the life jackets were used to level out the mattress.
So this is like the next morning, they were out like having breakfast and someone was cleaning the room.
Exactly.
Wow.
So he doesn't realize until the next morning that his sister is missing. If you are a parent on a cruise, you have a few very important, pertinent jobs. You make sure that your kid gets back on the boat after they leave the port. You make sure you know where your kids are and that they're safe at any given time. And let's throw in a third one. You make sure that they take their meds. Concerta and Clonidine is a pretty commonly prescribed combination. So Concerta is typically prescribed for ADHD. It's kind of like, I guess, more typically Vyvanse, Adderall are common names. It's not the same drug, it's different, but it's in that family. And Clonidine is for insomnia. So Concerta is like Adderall, it's a stimulant for ADHD. A lot of people report that it's less of a huge up and down. So I know if you've taken Adderall before, you're probably like, oh my gosh, okay, this kid is on Adderall. It could be a little dangerous, but it's not like Adderall, it seems, where the crashes are big. It seems a little bit more of a plateau, but it does keep you up because it's a stimulant. It increases dopamine and norepinephrine in the brain. And of course, this interacts with each person differently. And Clonidine can be prescribed for a lot of things, including insomnia, which can help with the Concerta. So you've got this stimulant in the morning for ADHD, and then you probably take Clonidine at night so that you can kind of release that anxiety and get to bed. And obviously, these medications are going to react vastly different from every single person that takes it. But Clonidine can be prescribed for a lot of different things. For insomnia, which can be caused by Concerta, the stimulant. It can also help with sleep, irritability, aggression, sometimes even for tics. So I know a lot of people with Tourette's will take it, or emotional dysregulation, or even hyperarousal. I would say any sort of stimulant and combination of stimulant and relaxers should not be something that you just take when you remember it. I'm not a pharmacist, my sister is a pharmacist, and Anna's 16-year-old stepbrother is diagnosed with ADHD. And so he takes that Concerta, 1 pill a day every single morning. And then he takes the Clonidine, a pill a night for insomnia every single night. This has been, it's seemingly his medication regimen for 3 to 4 years, it seems. Chantel says that during the cruise, she was the one that held on to his medications.
Did you hold on to the medications?
Yes.
Which makes sense. So every single morning, she gives him that Concerta, the stimulant for the ADHD. And then at night, she gives him the Clonidine so that he can go to sleep, so that he can emotionally regulate, so that this can relax him. It'll help with his irritability, except the last 2 nights. So the night of Anna's death and the night before, she forgets to give him the insomnia medication.
Did you make sure he took his medications every day?
He took his morning pill every day, and he missed 2 doses of his Clonidine at night.
How did we find out about that?
The court hearing for the emergency custody battle. She says the night before Anna's death, he had fallen asleep before needing his medication.
And what do you mean he missed the doses? What happened there?
He went to bed before he got it. He was already asleep.
So he was already asleep. Now, a lot of doctors, I did look into it, they do advise that you don't wake up your sleeping child to give them the Clonidine, but you could probably give it to them the next morning, or you can just make sure that they don't skip another dosage. Then the next night, the night of Anna's murder, she states that she fell asleep before giving him his medications. Which again, Clonidine is not something you just miss. It's not a take as needed type of prescription. If he already fell asleep, that's fine. And I don't know how frequently you can let that happen. But this is, you need typically, it's not even just a take it once a day. Typically, it's a daily medication that you take at the same time every day. You set an alarm on your phone type of medication. Medical guidelines for the drug read, do not stop taking Clonidine suddenly. It must be tapered gradually over days to weeks to avoid dangerous blood pressure spikes and withdrawal. And even if you are to miss more than 1 dose in a row, you are instructed to call your doctor immediately because you're at risk of withdrawal symptoms. It does a lot of things to your blood pressure. You may need to restart on a lower dose and then work your way back up to your normal dose, then just going back at it to avoid cardiovascular and behavioral problems. But Chantel is like, I just fell asleep. And I don't want to speculate, but I do imagine that if the 16-year-old stepbrother is eventually arrested and charged for Anna's murder, and potentially there is a trial where he is even tried as an adult, I would imagine that it's highly likely that the defense attorneys would use this as some sort of argument. Because with Clonidine withdrawal, you're expected to feel high rates of irritability. Your behavioral issues are going to be exacerbated. It's just not going to be a good time. Just like any drug withdrawal, it's not going to be a good time. Does that mean that you're not in the right state of mind and that you are unable to think and make conscious decisions? Probably not, but it seems like something that they would probably use in this hypothetical situation. It's speculated, even by Anna's grandparents, that Anna was killed in that bar hold. And just to mention, even if someone is highly irritable, even if they are going through a drug withdrawal, and I don't know, I think everyone's biology is different, but to kill someone with a bar hold, you are holding on for a very long time. To give you an idea, one netizen explains, with no blood to the brain, you're looking at 10 to 20 seconds to pass out. But it would still take another 4 to 5 minutes for serious brain damage or even death. Notably, with these types of chokeholds, where you are physically restraining oxygen from entering a person's brain, consciousness will be regained pretty quickly as you let go. So let's say they fall unconscious after 30 seconds. If you let go, it's more likely that they're going to regain consciousness very quickly and not die. So it's very unlikely that you can choke someone for 30 seconds and then they die, unless there's some sort of pre-existing condition already there or other circumstances we don't know about. It's technically possible, but usually not. It's going to take like 5 minutes. Another interesting detail to note is everyone kind of gives this vibe that the 16-year-old boy is, some tabloid news articles have described him as having a baby face, as being a very meek, young-looking little boy. In an email from Chantel to her ex-husband, the stepbrother's dad, Thomas, she writes that their son wants to start doing jujitsu. So she's gonna look into that. I don't know if he started. And she also, in another text message thread, after she takes their kids to the hospital, Chantel informs her ex-husband that the stepbrother is now 5'8". And just to give you more, color to the whole picture, further messages show Chantel sends Thomas the 16-year-old son's report card. So she's sending Thomas both of the minors' report cards for the 16-year-old son and the 9-year-old girl. And Thomas responds, and we can't see the report card, it's just attachments. So these are screenshots. Okay. Thomas Hudson, in this emergency custody court filing, he drops like 100+ page document. And half of it are just text messages between him and Chantel back from 2024 and leading up to just like a few weeks ago, days, weeks after the murder of Anna Kepner.
Okay.
So he's like using this all as proof of like, I need to have custody of the 9-year-old daughter. Here's all of our text message exchanges. This I've never really seen happen in a lot of cases because you'll find out after usually the indictment is when you get a lot of information. And then you're going into trial. There's a lot of court hearings. There's other news. There's the investigators will talk. They'll do interviews. And that's how you gather information before a trial starts. But this is so bizarre to have text messages this early on in an investigation where someone has not been charged nor indicted is pretty rare.
Interesting.
So there's a bunch of text messages and it's just screenshots. So we don't see the attachment. We don't see the 16-year-old son's report card. But if you see Thomas's response, it's interesting. He says, what can we do with our son? I'm glad his grades are passing, but attendance and no respect? Have you talked to him? So it seems like the notes on the report card say he has attendance issues and no respect. Chantel responds, according to his teachers, there have been no concerns about respect or behavior. His grades are good and most are close to B's. I haven't received any reports indicating an issue. Thomas responds, in his report card, it says it in the notes, along with his attendance and number of other things. That's why I asked. To which Chantel responds, please reread the report card. It notes that he is very respectful and there's nothing negative stated about his attendance. I've already discussed with him the importance of keeping up with his homework. So we don't know who's lying, who's misreading, who's
Very
misinterpreting. Yeah. Thomas doesn't respond for 2 days and then it's about an unrelated matter when he finally does. But it would appear that if anything, the 16-year-old stepbrother has the physical capabilities of killing his stepsister. We just don't know if he did it. Chantel states later that the last time she personally saw Anna Kepner was the night before. She says this is around 6:30, just before 7, and quote, they were all headed back to their room as far as I know.
Do you know whether or not was present in the room as well?
They all were headed back to their room, as far as I know.
So she's indicating that Anna's half-brother, and the stepbrother are heading back to their room. And here's why I think this is weird. Chantel also states that her room is across the hall from the teenager's room. She sees them all head back to the room. And then she herself goes back to her room at 7:30 p.m. She does not go check up on the teenagers. She doesn't even give her son the medication. She just goes to sleep. And she doesn't hear any sort of screaming, any sort of tumbling noises, no chairs being thrown like the half-brother reported that he heard. Even the TikToker, her sister reported hearing screams of help, but Chantel doesn't hear anything. She just passes out for the night. Anna's grandparents have since come out to do their own interview, where Anna's grandma says,
we had dinner. Anna wasn't feeling well. She just said, Mima, I think I'm going to go back to my room for a little bit. And she must have felt better because she got dressed up. She came down. We were playing in the casino. She didn't win anything. And she said, Mima, I love you guys. I'll see you later. And we never saw her again after that.
So you've got Chantel's story where she's saying, I saw my son, I saw Anna and her half-brother all go to the room together, and then I went to sleep. And then we have grandma saying, oh, at the dinner, Anna left because she wasn't feeling well. And then later, we saw Anna in the casino because Anna's 18, she can be in the casino, and she was just hanging out, and then she left before we did. That's the last time we saw. Both of those things could be true. None of those things could be true. It's just a little bit different. So did Anna go back alone because of her braces, or did they all go back together? We don't know. Anna's grandpa says the next morning after all of this, he's out there grabbing bingo cards. He's starting the morning with bingo cards. And he hears over the loudspeakers that there's a medical emergency in the stateroom that Anna is staying in. So he starts freaking out, and the rest of the family, they already seem to know that something isn't right because they're eating breakfast. Grandpa's not at breakfast, apparently. He's getting bingo cards. Everybody at breakfast is like, where is Anna? Where is Anna? And the half-brother is like, I don't know. I didn't see her when I went to sleep last night. Everyone's like, we haven't seen Anna. We haven't seen her when we woke up. The half-brother's like, I didn't see her when I woke up. I thought she was coming. I thought she was already out here somewhere. So they start freaking out and they start searching the boat for Anna, but they don't go back to the room to search for her. So it might be because maybe the half-brother had indicated he didn't see her that morning, so that makes sense to not search that. And I guess you might be more scared of other people on the boat, other strangers on the boat, like creepy, older predators on the boat perhaps, than someone in the room. So they start searching this boat. I don't know where they go, but they hear the emergency intercom for the medical emergency because the room attendant had gone into that room to make the bed and to clean up, and she finds Anna's body. So they all run back to the stateroom where the teenagers are staying, and that is where Anna is found. Anna's grandma says that she just keeps screaming. She says, I couldn't stop screaming. We don't know really anything else. We don't know the exact time that Anna got back to the room last night. We don't know the time that the stepbrother went back into the room. We don't know when Anna's half-brother went back into the room. We really don't know anything. But if
Is there cameras?
There are, and it seems like something, I imagine the kind of information will be easy for the FBI to determine and verify, but it's very odd that everybody's description is like a little bit different.
Yeah.
And again, they could all make sense and they could have all been true. Maybe we're just not getting it. Maybe it's not explained in a way where it feels as cohesive as it could be.
And you said this, nobody has been arrested. And this happened like, what, weeks ago?
November 7th. Months.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Huh.
There are speculations as to why. Like really crazy speculations. Big theories. Conspiracies, I would say. Which we'll get into. Because you'll see once I read you more text messages, it's a little weirder. And the reason that we know so much about this investigation so far, because it probably would have been just radio silence up until this point, is because of the custody hearing. The 100+ page court filing that was done by Thomas Hudson against Chantel Hudson, and the fight for the 9-year-old girl that is right now in Chantel and Chris's care. And there's this very revealing text message inside of this entire document where Thomas Hudson last year had texted Chantel, "I kept my mouth shut when you told me that you can't jeopardize your marriage for helping your son." And it seems like they're referring to the 16-year-old boy, the 16-year-old son.
What could that mean?
I don't know.
Jeopardize.
What does he mean? That nobody knows. They have these very splotchy text message exchanges where they're talking about something very serious and then they won't talk to each other for a month and then they'll be messaging each other about something completely unrelated. Whether they have phone conversations to fill in the gaps, I don't know. Thomas Hudson alleges that he has not been allowed to have input in any of the minor children's lives, which has negatively impacted their kids. He states now the stepbrother is, quote, "The 16-year-old child is now a suspect in the death of the stepchild during the cruise." Then it continues on a later page, "The 16-year-old's future has been put in jeopardy because of the choices made by the respondent, Chantel." Thomas Hudson believes and states that now the youngest child, their daughter, is, quote, "at immediate risk of abuse, abandonment, or neglect." However, Chantel is arguing the opposite, that Thomas Hudson is a very bad person to place minor children in the care of, stating that the children themselves have been terrified of him since even beginning of 2024. Her attorneys argue at a recent hearing that at one point Thomas had trackers on the kids. He came to the minor children once yelling and screaming at them to get their ass out and come see him. Quote,
"He arrived at the respondent's residence and started screaming and yelling to the other 2 minor children to get their ass out there to come and see him. He was very vulgar and rude with them. And so there was a natural fear that these children had about going there.
Chantel and her attorney allege that if anyone is alienating any of the children from their parents, it's Thomas. That he has not allowed Chantel to have any access to their eldest son, Andrew, who is now 18 years old, by the way, but he was 17 for the longest time. She claims that they were not allowing her to see him. Chantel's attorney argues Thomas is in violation of the very agreement that he's accusing mom of being in violation of. You cannot ask to hold somebody in contempt of an order that they're not themselves in compliance with. But more than that, both of them have agreed to place the 16-year-old son in the care of a third party. So Chantel argues, how can their daughter be in danger from her 16-year-old brother if he's not even in the house anymore? About a month after Anna's murder, Chris and Chantel walk into the courthouse for this custody hearing, holding hands. Chris's daughter Anna had maybe, potentially, been murdered by Chantel's 16-year-old son.
That's crazy.
The attorney for Thomas Hudson, the stepbrother's biological father, so this is
Thomas.
Thomas. Yeah. The attorney states in short, Your Honor, in this case, obviously, it is our position that the youngest child is at risk for a number of reasons. As the court is aware through the pleadings, there's a young lady who's passed away. That matter is still under investigation. That was not my client's child, but the stepchild of the mother in this case. And the remaining 16-year-old is now a suspect in that case. So this is how we figure out that the 16-year-old is a suspect. The FBI doesn't tell us. The court hearings tell us. The mother took the children both on a cruise against my client's wishes.
In this case, the mother took the children both on a cruise against my client's wishes. There's indications that they, because they were in international waters, may have been engaging in activities that they normally couldn't engage in. while they were in the United States properly being supervised.
The attorney accuses, or rather insinuates, that Chantel let the children drink on the cruise, stating there's indications that they may have, because they were all in international waters, may have been engaging in activities that they normally couldn't engage in while they were on the US, properly being supervised. To which Chantel and her attorney argue,
we believe, and I think we filed that in our response, that there's no emergency that exists. There was an incident on the cruise ship.
Like, what does this have to do with anything? Which is kind of like the understatement that everybody has a distaste for. But they continue. The Federal Bureau of Investigations is investigating that. There have been no arrests made yet, but since my client, Chantel, were advised that the stepbrother was the suspect in this after he was released from the hospital. So this is when we're finding out that after they disembark, he immediately is put on a psych hold, or some sort of psychiatric evaluation in a hospital. And then he's placed in the care of a third party. And not only did that happen, but mom contacted dad, and dad signed an agreement to say that the child would be placed with a third party, thereby removing any risk of danger to any of the other children in the house. So that has been resolved. At this point, we're not sure what the FBI is going to do, whether he's going to be charged federally or whether they're going to turn it over to the state. So this seems like there's likely going to be an arrest made, the way that they're phrasing it. I feel like if they were more confident that he was potentially not guilty, the word usage would have been much stronger. Like, everyone's a suspect, doesn't mean anything, okay? But instead, it's like, we don't know if he's gonna get charged federally or in state. It's kind of like, okay, we're getting a little bit of information of how this case is being handled behind the scenes, and it seems like something might happen soon. Chantel also disputes the idea that the children were drinking alcohol, stating,
Do you know if the children, based on being in international waters, could I drink alcohol?
No.
You don't know?
No, they didn't. They're not old enough.
She's asked about Anna, who's 18.
What about Anna?
I don't know.
I think, okay, I don't know if I'm reading too much into it. I just think it's weird because Anna's family have already come out to say that there was no alcohol in her system. So why don't you just say no? Or why don't you just say, no, there was no alcohol in her system? Or not that I know of, but just like, I don't know. It just gave me, I don't know, Anna's crazy. And my boy is not. I know he was not drinking.
I see.
Because then she's asked again, were you aware that the children were gambling at some point?
Weren't you aware that the children were gambling at some point?
Well, Anna's 18, so I know she was in there at one point in time, but the other kids were not.
You're sure that the other kids were not gambling?
I'm sure the other kids were not gambling.
Which again, I am, if anything, a nitpicker at the end of the day. Okay, some people pick and choose their battles. I like to nitpick, and when it comes to these things, this is not an insinuation of guilt or innocence, but the way she talks about Anna feels very, well, that's not my child, she's 18. It's just weird. She just overly emphasizes that Anna is 18 and she was in the casino. It just gave me a very unsettling feeling. Her attorney asks her, Anna was 18, correct? Correct. She was an adult? Correct. And was she given the option of staying in another room? All three of the kids were. And that room would have been with grandma and grandpa. Correct. And they didn't want to do that. No, they wanted to stay together. Which again, I don't know how that would be feasible because if Anna leaves the room, then you don't have an adult in the room. And that could have posed a problem. Thomas Hudson gets on the stand. So this is the boy's father. And he states that he never prohibited their eldest son from calling Chantel. The eldest son did not want to talk to Chantel. Quote, he has his own phone, and I've always left that up to him if he wants to call her, talk to her, or anything. Now, Andrew, the eldest son, becomes very pivotal in all of this for a few reasons. The attorney asks Thomas Hudson to describe an incident where Chantel and Chris allegedly kidnap Andrew and choke him.
What?
The attorney states, Andrew, will testify about the restraint that happened by Mr. Chris Kepner and by Chantel. Basically, they held him in the back of the seat. Christopher Kepner had reached back and had his head pinned against the back of the headrest, and there's photographs to show neck damage.
Wait, Andrew testified?
What is happening?
Andrew does testify. He gets up on the stand, and he is 17 when Chantel and Chris get married, and they move in together. Chantel is trying to take all three kids with her. But Andrew's 17 and he bargains with his mom. He's like, I want to stay back because not only are you just moving in with this like man and all of his kids, I want to stay in the high school that I've been going to with the friends that I'm about to graduate. I'm a senior. Like, this is crazy for me to move to a different county right when I'm about to graduate. So he convinces Chantel that he's going to stay with Thomas. And then eventually, I think at one point, he explains to Chantel that even after graduating high school, he might want to stay with his dad. And that is when, according to Andrew and Thomas, shit hits the fan. He's asked, how did your mother respond to that? This revelation that you want to stay with your dad even after graduating high school?
She said that this is what she was afraid of and that this is why she didn't want me staying over here.
Fast forward to the incident on April 22nd, 2024. Do you roughly remember that day? Andrew says, yes. What happened on that day?
I was called up to the front office and I originally didn't know what was going on, so I came up without my stuff. I realized my mom was there to pick me up, so I had to go back to my classroom and grab my stuff. And when I walked out to the car with them, they asked for me to give them my phone, and they powered off my phone and then told me...
Let me stop you right there. Did you have any knowledge or idea that your mother was going to school to get you on that particular day? No, sir. Were you surprised that you saw your mother? Yes, sir. Was Christopher Kepner there as well? I don't remember if he was in the office at the time, but he was in the car. He says once he gets into the car, they take his phone, they power it off because he has Life 360, which means his dad can see his location in real time. But if the phone is off, you cannot see the location. Andrew says,
I was going to try to text my dad, but I couldn't because they had my phone. I couldn't communicate with anybody.
He's asked, did you want to go with your mother and Christopher Kepner on that day? No, sir. Was that against your will? Yes, sir. Which again, I have a lot of reason to trust Andrew, not just because Andrew is stating it, which I do think that I should trust that to a great degree, but also because there are emails from Thomas Hudson to Chantel that read, I don't think you understand what you put him through, referring to Andrew. I was hoping we were making steps in the right direction. Of course he's comfortable to go with me, but not with people that forcibly took him against his will. Chantel does not immediately refute this over the messages, and Thomas continues to say that it's very hard for Andrew to spend time with his siblings. It's already hard enough for Andrew to see you, who he feels very uncomfortable with because you, his mom, basically tried to kidnap him, but he definitely doesn't want to see Chris, who also tried to kidnap him. And like, what the hell does Chris have anything to do with it? Chris has nothing to do with Andrew. Thomas writes to Chantel, I meant Chris being there in general is what Andrew doesn't want. It's rough enough on him with you there. So they're arranging for the three siblings to hang out. But, you know, Thomas is saying Andrew doesn't really like seeing you. He definitely doesn't like seeing Chris. So it's just rough. Why does Andrew dislike Chris so much? The attorney asks Andrew in court, so what happened once you were in that vehicle and they took your phone? I gave them my phone, they powered it off. They told me where I was going, that I was going to start school over there, which was against everything we've talked about. I told them, no, I wasn't. And when we tried to come to a stop, I had tried getting out. What was your intention of trying to get out of the vehicle once it came to a stop? Trying to get out of the vehicle so they couldn't take me away from everything. And then what did Chris Kepner do at that point?
They had held me against the seat, and he put his arm around the back of my neck, holding me up against the front seat. She held me there as well.
He's in the back seat and they
put his like head up against the front seat headrest.
They were also in the back seat?
They had gotten out,
it
seems.
Wow.
Was your mother still in the front seat or did she go to the back seat?
At that time, she had crawled to the back seat and started holding me.
And then Christopher Kepner, what exactly did he do with his arm?
He put his arm around my neck, like pushed me up against the front seat.
And did you remain conscious the whole time or did you black out?
I believe I blacked out once or twice on the way over there.
This is, I mean, eventually he does make it back to his dad's, but Chantel says that's not at all what happened. Chantel's version of the story is, I mean, Andrew was just being dramatic. He jumped out of the car because he wanted to be with his girlfriend that, you know, goes to that high school. And this is like a boy in love. It's not an abusive, violent situation.
Who jumps out of the car for no reason?
In an email from Chantel to Thomas, she's trying to invite Andrew, their eldest child, you know, to SeaWorld with the other kids. So he's like, the younger minor kids want to go to SeaWorld and they want their older brother there. And I don't know why this irks me so much, but it does. Chantel responds, we have church tomorrow. If Andrew truly wants to see Redacted Unredacted, we will be at Aquatic next Saturday and we'll gladly give him a ticket in. I don't know why. It's like, that's your son. like gladly give him a ticket in. It's just weird. Her energy is just weird. And Thomas is so much more focused on the fact that Chris is going to be there, understandably so. So he writes, okay, Andrew doesn't want Chris there. Will that be a problem? I just don't want any stressful situation for any of the kids. This is going to be a lot for them as it is. Chantel responds, so it's okay for Andrew to go to SeaWorld with his girlfriend last weekend, but not spend time with his brother and sister doing the same thing? Something that both of them have repeatedly asked and invited Andrew to go to either Aquatica or SeaWorld. It gives them something to do that is longer than an hour. You keep bringing up Chris. Never once did I say he was trying to hang out with Andrew. Yes, he will be there, and he will be going with from here on out per Redacted and Redacted's request, but that doesn't mean that he will be interacting with Andrew. We are not trying to corner Andrew, which that doesn't mean anything. Him being there is the problem that Thomas brought up. And she's just saying, like, what do you mean? He's not trying to hang out with him. But that's not the concern. Thomas Hudson has just dumped all of this along with other messages. And there does seem to be evidence pointing to perhaps Chantel alienating the two minor kids. At least that's what Thomas is indicating in this court filing. He keeps messaging her, I haven't seen my kids since April. I haven't talked much with everything that's happened. When can we get things back on track to how they're supposed to be? We will still not be able to have holidays together, in my opinion, after all you've said I've done to you and to the kids. He writes, why would you ever be okay with me being in your house when I was trespassing? So it seems like he's saying your lie doesn't make sense, or your alleged lie doesn't make sense, and then the way that you're finally okay with it again doesn't make sense. And then he responds again, just for showing up for my kid and told I wasn't supposed to be there, help me understand that. In one text message to Chantel, Thomas writes again, you know what's going on. It's going to come to light. Redacted and Redacted are just scared to upset you, not them afraid of me. That's straight from the source. I love my kids and will not give up on them. It's been a long time coming.
Seems like there's so much going on.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay, so Chantel, I don't know if there was a phone conversation or what, but she just ignores that message and she responds, please let me know if you will not be paying child support this week. Redacted 9-year-old daughter wants to go get her Halloween costume. Just trying to figure out if I can swing it this weekend or need to wait till next. Thomas responds, I'm going to hold back on child support and go through the courts, or until things get back in session, I'll be holding my payments. So I just want to clarify that you are withholding child support. You have made it clear that our set in place parenting plan is no longer valid to you. So I'm going to be going through the proper channels to get things done properly moving forward. So he's saying, I'm not going to pay you child support if I can't even see my kids, which is what we agreed upon. And this is, from October to December 2024, it seems like Chantel is mainly ignoring Thomas and all of his pleas to see the minor kids. He's asking to drop off their birthday presents, at least talk to the youngest daughter for her birthday. And then finally, you see December of 2024, Thomas texts Chantel, you should really think about what you're doing and understand what I know, especially for someone who wants to marry a guy that might not want to find more out about things with people. I just want to see my kids, and you can live your lie. I don't care.
Wait, say that one more time with the marrying a guy who wants to find out things?
Yeah,
what?
I will say a lot of their messages don't make sense, and their grammar is not spectacular at all, but that's what he writes. Especially,
what is he implying?
I have no clue. A lot of these are without context, especially for someone who wants to marry a guy that might not want to find more out about things with people.
Oh, like she has more secrets that... Okay.
But I think the main takeaway from these messages, at least from Thomas's perspective and from what a lot of people see online, it seems like Chantel is maybe the type of woman who puts relationships ahead of her kids and might not pay as much attention to her children and their well-being, clearly, because look what happened on the cruise ship, but also it might prioritize her romantic relationships with men that she just meets over her own children. I'm also not sure if he intended to write lie, like you can live your lie, I don't care, or if he meant to write life, but I guess both are applicable. Later, when Chantel still doesn't respond, Thomas writes to her, did you figure out what you want, or did you come clean to Chris about your tough times and who you miss? I'm tired of keeping things to myself when you lie about me. So this makes it seem like maybe she reached out to someone saying that she misses them. Maybe it's Thomas, maybe it's somebody else. I don't know, because it's who you miss. And then it seems that for most of 2025, they move on to a different communication platform where I believe Chantel learns how to run her messages through probably ChatGPT. The grammar is suddenly very formal, and while I have always been a fan of M dashes, before it became, I guess, a tell signal for AI writing, she suddenly starts incorporating quite a bit of M dashes that I had never seen in her messages prior. Is that a crime? No. I'm just saying it's like reading two separate people's messages.
Really?
Her text messages, it's like she doesn't know the difference between there, and there. But then all of a sudden, it's just ChatGPT on this parenting app. Yeah.
So interesting.
But some notable messages include Chantel stating that the two younger children, do not want to see Thomas. Thomas writes things such as, hopefully we go to court soon for everything to come to light in the best interest of the kids. So in the messages, Chantel keeps saying the kids are scared of you. The kids are very terrified of you. They don't want to see you. And you are doing this and this and this. And Thomas just keeps saying, I can't wait to go to court so that everyone will know the truth. So I don't know what's the truth. And at one point, judging from what we can infer from the messages that are in the court filing, it appears that the stepbrother, the 9-year-old girl, were sharing a phone. Thomas is concerned that the boy is not relaying messages from him to their daughter. There are just a lot of messages in between the two talking about their children that we just don't get a lot of context on. And so I'm just going to try to fill in as many blanks as possible. And there's no definitive, oh, this person is right based off of these text messages. At one point, judging from what we can infer in one short conversation, it appears that Thomas is talking to Chantel about how the two minor kids are sharing a phone. And he keeps trying to reach out to the daughter, but he feels that his son is not giving the message to the daughter. And he says, if possible, I would like to talk to our daughter because I'm sure he, the 16-year-old son, has not been telling her or showing her the messages I've sent, especially since I seen how he and you acted at the recital with the flowers, taking them and breaking them apart while you were walking out. I'd like a way to directly contact her. We can infer that Thomas had brought flowers for the 9-year-old daughter at some sort of recital, and he is claiming through this message that he saw Chantel and their son walking away and breaking the flowers and not giving it to her. This is in July of 2025. Chantel responds in short about the flowers specifically. Also, I'm not sure what you're referring to about her flowers being broken. They were placed in a vase as soon as we got home. I don't appreciate the implication that we damaged them because that's simply not true. Thomas responds, I watched it happen. I watched it happen with the flowers and it will be shown, but that's besides the point. Can you at least relay the message to her that I sent? Hopefully all of this is settled and done soon. It's not for a really long time after that Chantel finally texts Thomas back. And this time it's after Anna's murder and she texts him, I need you to call me ASAP, it's an emergency. And there seems to be a lot of phone conversations taking place, so we only just have messages. But in one message, Thomas responds, I know it's probably a no, but can I come get our daughter tonight? Just to get her away from the situation. I promise you, I'm not going to keep her from you or anything. As soon as you guys are able to head home, I can bring her to you. Or is there anything else I can do? To which Chantel responds, I really do appreciate, and I'm not trying to be any which way, but I just think it will be more traumatizing for her to be removed as of right now. She doesn't know anything about the stepbrother being, I guess, suspected. The only thing I told her is that he was having a hard time coping with losing Anna, so he's getting checked out at the hospital. Okay, well, I'm not trying to push it, but the offer is there if when you find more out and we have to handle things. When we have to cross that bridge, you and I will come up with a way to tell her and Andrew. Okay? I will call you tomorrow as soon as I hear anything. Okay, were you able to talk to our son? I'm waiting on the FBI and also the doctor to call me as soon as I know something. I promise that I will tell you as soon as I know anything. You will be the only one that I will be calling. I get that, but I mean, have you talked to him while he was at the facility? I was able to talk to him last night for under 2 minutes briefly. He just keeps repeating over and over he doesn't remember anything. I don't even know if they, were allowed to let me talk to him or not, but the nurse was very nice and let me talk to him just to tell him that you and I love him. Okay, I just want him to know that he isn't just dead to everyone. Regardless of everything, at the moment he needs his parents. I know you know that. I just would like to have a chance to talk to him as soon as possible. Chris, me, and Chris's parents told him that yesterday before they took him. We told him no matter what, you and us are with him. He isn't alone. Why would Chris and his parents say that?
Yeah, because
it's weird.
Yeah, Chris's daughter and their granddaughter just were murdered.
Yeah.
And he's the prime suspect right now. That's so,
I don't know if I would sit there and start immediately filing for divorce I mean, I don't think that I would blame anyone if they did either, but that's besides the point. But I think it's weird to behave in such a way without getting information unless, and I don't know if I'm being way too hopeful, because from what I've seen so far online, I think that I am being way too giving them the benefit of the doubt. Perhaps Chris and his parents are playing the good guys to get more information out of Chantel to help the authorities, but I don't think that's the case. But that would be the best case scenario, because it's just a little weird that right off the bat, they're so like, we're with you no matter what. I want you to know we're standing by. It's weird. But again, maybe Chantel's lying. Maybe none of this conversation even took place. Okay, I know everything is supposed to be hush-hush for now, but I've seen that it's still getting out with posts and comments between Facebook, TikTok, and stuff. I just want to make sure until things are certain that he doesn't get any unnecessary comments towards him. Chantel responds, nobody knows anything about him. He is a minor, so his name shouldn't be anywhere. And when we talk to the FBI again, we will reiterate that we do not want his name out there. And everything that's been posted on TikTok and social media, nobody knows anything, and everybody's just speculating. We know what I told you last night, and we'll know exactly more when the autopsy is done. Once we get the autopsy today, depending on what it says, depends on whether he's booked on these charges, and you will start seeing Anna's name. I understand, and no, his name wasn't mentioned in it. Just want you to be aware if you weren't aware. What exactly did you tell Andrew? I don't want to say something to him if you haven't told him. I've told him what I know, so he doesn't hear or see all the theories that are on social media that I've seen. I mean, there's a lot going on. He is okay, just kind of still hard for him to believe. Okay, he was asking me, I just didn't want to mention our son if you hadn't. So he's like, did you mention to Andrew that his little brother is a suspect? Chantel is like, okay, because he was asking me. I just didn't want to say anything if you hadn't said anything. I did. I didn't want anything else to be said online. I feel like he needs to be told the truth by us just so nothing is twisted. He knows not to tell anyone. Can I please talk to our daughter when you get a chance just for a little while? I won't say anything about her brother. I just want to tell her that I love her. I will call you back in a few. We are on the phone with the FBI victim specialist. Okay. November 10th, 2025. So this is like 2 days after Anna's death. Thomas asks Chantel, anything new? The FBI is on the way here now to talk to us, and we should be hearing from the doctor at around 11 a.m. She later explains that the FBI came to talk to them, but while they're talking, Chantel gets a call from the son's doctor. She goes to talk to the doctor, and quote, I also talked to the doctor in the middle of the FBI, so I don't know what was all said with the FBI. I left to talk with the doctor. As of right now, it's a good possibility that he will be released on Wednesday from the hospital. November 10th, 2 p.m., Thomas informs Chantel. They're calling me already from the news. If they got my number, that means they will find my mom's. I'm gonna have to tell her around what's going on and tell her not to talk to anyone, just a heads up. Chantel sends him the contact for an attorney. And later that day, Thomas asks Chantel if she's busy. I'm with my pastor. Can it wait till tomorrow? We are about to be in the home, and this is the first time we will be home without our son and Anna. We don't know how it's going to be. Okay. Then a few days later, Thomas asks Chantel again if he can talk to their daughter. And she says, I spoke with her. At this time, she doesn't want to talk. I let her know that you care about her and that you love her.
So they just won't let Thomas talk to the young daughter.
Yeah. I mean, it could be as simple as the daughter has bad experiences with Thomas and does not like her biological father. It could be more on the conspiratorial side of things that people have been stating that it is kind of odd that Chantel, who really, I mean, this is like really conspiratorial and just out of pocket, I will say. But some netizens are just saying it's odd that Chantel, who prioritizes her marriage over everything, just won't send her 9-year-old daughter to go back to be with her biological dad so that she can probably comfort Chris and like make things right with Chris. I don't know, right? So they're just saying like it's just all around weird. No one knows what's true. Is Thomas bad? Is Chantel bad? Is every single one of them bad? I mean, I think across the board, it's pretty clear that Chantel is not good. Thomas responds, I want to hear it from her with everything going on. Chantel, I need to hear her. I understand where you're coming from, but I cannot force her to talk to you. Then, November 21st, the daughter does not go on her scheduled weekend with Thomas. We don't know exactly what transpires, but we do have clues. Thomas emails Chantel, per our parenting time, I want it known that you did not allow our daughter to go on my weekend. Yes, I understand she's going through a lot, but it's my time. That being said, I deal with you, the parent, not your spouse. So I suppose Chris informed Thomas that he's not going to be getting his daughter for the weekend. Chantel responds, she refused to get out of the car. I did not withhold her from your parenting time. The decision was made based on her emotional state. Thomas responds, no, the decision was made by your spouse closing the door and saying to get away. Yes, she said she didn't want to, but she is going through a lot. I asked for your help to make it easier. Again, you're the mother. I deal with you, not your spouse. Your spouse has no rights. That being said, I will request that he not be present next meet since he is not capable of allowing the parents handling the exchange. Chantel responds, I'm sorry she didn't want to go with you. I know I had encouraged her to. I don't believe her reluctance has anything to do with Chris being there. She's simply been through so much lately with Anna's passing and her brother being gone. The funeral was last night and this is an incredibly difficult time for her. She will be doing counseling through DCF to help cope with her grief, and I'm hopeful she'll reach a place where she feels ready to spend time with you. I will continue to encourage her to go. Thomas hits back. As I stated, I understand, but there is still a parenting plan in place. I am her father, as you yourself said about this 16-year-old son. We are the parents, and we need to help our kids. I kept my mouth shut when you told me that you can't jeopardize your marriage for helping your son. You look scared tonight, and you need to know that my kids come before anyone. Even though I haven't been able to see them for almost 2 years, I will never hesitate. See you in 2 weeks for the next meet for our daughter. I hope things are more civil and you, the mother, can speak for yourself. And your attorney explains to you how things are eventually gonna go. Hope I can speak and see our daughter soon. Throughout this, Chantel has no problem still ranting to Thomas throughout this like weird custody battle exchange about post online. November 17th, Chantel texts Thomas, some asshole posted something. It seems like she's referring to Martin Donahue. And it appears, that could be the case. Thomas responds, his family. Not Chris's family, the ex-wife's family. So she's like, it's not Chris's family, it's Tabitha's family. Well, part of his kids. So Thomas is like, still his family, because Tabitha is the mother of his other 2 kids. So this is like their uncle. The conversation stops there. And then they resume talking about something else. And during the custody hearing, Chantel does testify briefly. I mean, there's not really crazy explosive questions being asked by either party because ultimately this is a custody hearing. This is not to do with the FBI investigation. But Chantel has to get up there and she has to answer a few select questions about this cruise to see if that she is a fit parent for the 9-year-old daughter. She has the emotional affect of drywall.
And at some point, did you discover that one of the children had passed away?
Yes.
And when was that you discovered that?
Friday morning.
She does not appear like she cares much about what happened. And side note, because I just like to be in weird people's
Is this
businesses.
recorded or is this like just transcript?
No, it's live streamed.
Oh, it's a...
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I just like to be in people's businesses, and we did a FOIA request, and it states that in 2024, there was a civil case opened against Chantel.
From
Thomas's mom.
Thomas's mom.
Okay, so the kid's paternal grandmother.
Yeah.
And Michelle is her name, accuses Chantel of taking one of her guns and not returning them. In a sworn statement, she also attaches an email that she had sent Chantel in 2024. And the email reads in short, hello Chantel, I'm following up on our conversation from June 5th, 2024 at Hernando County Court's 3rd floor, where at which time I gave you a formal letter requesting the return of my guns or you will be held responsible for the cost of replacing them. If it stated the guns and serial numbers at which time you admitted to having guns, saying that you had the bills of sale, at which time your attorney took the letter, as you said, I have the bill of sale, and I replied that you may have the bill of sale in your possession, but if you and your attorney read it, you will not see anywhere on there that says the guns are to go to you. She's basically saying these are not your guns. In fact, it states that they are to go to Thomas, her son, and Andrew, her eldest grandson. Since they are still registered to myself, I need them back until I personally go with them to transfer ownership. And then in parentheses, it has the 16-year-old stepbrother's name, and it reads, and that redacted's gun is being held in a safe by Todd Hall.
The 16-year-old's gun?
Yeah.
Is being held
in a safe by Todd Hall. I mean, this is Florida. Maybe they go hunting. These are hunting. I don't know. But I do want to note it was just interesting to know that he has a gun, has some probably experience firing a gun. And allegedly, Anna had reported to those close to her that she was scared of the stepbrother because he always carried around a big knife.
Right.
And he wanted to learn how to play or do jiu-jitsu. But interestingly, in another email screenshot that's included in the filing of the civil lawsuit, Michelle goes on to include, she messages Chantel, thank you, please. Give my grandson and my granddaughter all our love. We have all loved and missed them dearly. It is absolutely a very sad and heartbreaking ordeal they have been placed in. They should in no way be hurt or manipulated in the ways that they have. I know, as well as you know, that they love their father very much and they are absolutely in no fear of him and were not in fear of him prior to you manipulating, controlling, and brainwashing them for the past month. It's devastating and upsetting. Please stop. Step back and look at what's best for these kids. They need their family. I don't understand why you feel displacing them from their family, their friends, school, everything they loved and knew is helpful to them, when clearly it's done nothing but damage them. I pray everyone get help, including yourself. I never thought the day would come that you would become the person you've become, and that is simply the person you've despised growing up yourself. Please get help. You know firsthand how hurtful it is when your parent manipulates family members to keep them out of your life. You yourself said you blocked 10 years of your childhood abuse because of what your mother did. Please, God, do not do that to my grandchildren, your children. Thomas's children need the entire family. We all love them. Stop this craziness, please. The civil lawsuit has since been dismissed. However, just 6 months later, Chantal and Chris get married officially, and almost a year after that, Anna Kepner is murdered. I mean, a lot of people think that both Chantal and Thomas suck. You know, one comment reads, the parents don't even seem surprised or emotional that their son is being accused of something so horrific. And it seems like both of them know that something is coming. On Thanksgiving, Thomas finally gets to see his daughter in his care, and he asks Chantal if he can take the daughter to go see the stepbrother, the 16-year-old son, with Andrew, stating that it might be the last chance for a long time for, I guess, all three kids to be together.
That is true, huh? Nobody has said much about the stepson or the son.
No, I just think that every single person, all the adults in this story just suck. I think...
that is one thing, like, I feel like nobody's talking about so far. Like, even during all of this, like, nobody is angry for Anna, and nobody is shocked or surprised or confused about the son. Like, there's these emotions that we are all feeling, nobody's showing that.
Yeah. Okay, let me run you through all of the emotions that are being showed. And it's just so bizarre. Clearly, everybody grieves differently. And I mean, it's just, we can't really dictate how someone is going to express those emotions, but he's just put out very formal statements saying basically nothing of he hopes for justice. If the stepson is guilty, he's going to want justice, things of that nature, but nothing particularly emotional, nothing that expresses any sort of anger or shock or disgust at the situation, or even like deep loss for Anna. Any of the words that are being chosen to describe Anna, it feels very bland. Nothing about it feels like, okay, this is someone who deeply understands her as a person and understands the impact that she had, and now she's gone. It's very like, she was so bubbly, she was so this, and that's about it. So that's weird with Chris Kepner. Heather, Anna's biological mother, that Anna has posted many TikToks about, saying that she has never really had her mother in her life, how her mother had abandoned her and turned to drugs and just left her, alienated her, like all of these things. Heather has come back. She's doing news interviews.
Oh, yeah?
And it's become, again, another contentious divorce thing. She says that she had to wear a wig to Anna's funeral because Chris Kepner wanted to get her arrested for back payments on child support.
He told me that when I told him I was coming down there, he said that that he knew for a fact that Anna would not want me there. And I said, that's a lie. I was like, but whatever. And he goes, if you step foot in Florida, I will have you arrested immediately for back child support. Yeah, I wore a wig and I wore some really tall high heels, so that way, you know, if he was looking for somebody short, he wouldn't see me.
I don't know if that is a real threat Chris Kepner had, but then she comes out to tell the world that she had to wear a wig to her daughter's funeral. And people are like, I feel like the way, this is what netizens are saying, the way that she's describing wearing a wig, it almost feels like, haha, Chris, I got you. Like, you told me I couldn't come, but I went. It feels, again, not about Anna. So people just hate both of them for that reason. Tabitha and her family seem to be the only ones that are showing perhaps maybe misplaced anger in terms of maybe they shouldn't have been on X, maybe they should have been with federal investigators, maybe they should have been on X, I don't know, right? But they seem to be the only ones that show very genuine feelings of anger towards the situation. And Tabitha was in Anna Kepner's life from when she was 3 to 16 years old. Anna Kepner's ex-boyfriend Josh also has been one to come out to say that no, the stepbrother is weird and he's creepy.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like there's any ulterior motive. It's not like he's getting paid for any interviews. So that seems to be a very genuine feeling that he has. Now, then you go on to Anna Kepner's Mima and Papa, the grandparents. I mean, these are people that she posted about on TikTok, and she loves her grandparents, and they are out here saying, well, he's a good kid, he plays soccer, and I believe that he doesn't remember what happened, and that is crazy to me. In fact, just don't make a statement. If that's what you believe, I just wouldn't make a statement.
How old are they? Like,
I mean, they don't look that old.
not like 80s.
Oh, no.
Okay.
They look maybe like 60s.
Okay.
They look young.
Okay.
So it's just very odd behavior. I don't understand it. Again, the only way I could justify it in my mind is like, maybe Mima is undercover. Maybe she's trying to get Chantel to trust her so that she can blow the lid and tell the feds everything, but I don't think so. That's not the vibe she's giving.
Yeah.
Then you have Chantel Kepner, who's sitting here, like, doesn't care, has the emotional depth of drywall that has not even been painted with a pretty color. It's flat. She doesn't care. Even the way that a lot of netizens are trying to figure out what kind of personality Chantel is, and it seems like she prioritizes her romantic relationships. She's clearly not a good mom. I don't think you could ever, in any sense of the word, call her a good parent. And that's an opinion. But she just seems like a shit person. And then you have Thomas Hudson, who seems like, okay, maybe his heart is in the right place. But again, we don't know, because we don't know if Chantel is lying and alienating the minor kids or if they genuinely are scared of Thomas Hudson. So that's like a problem there. But on top of that, the bigger problem is in these court filings, I mean, all the minor kids' names unredacted, the full name of the person that this 16-year-old stepson is staying with, fully unredacted in the court filings, just like everyone knows everybody. So much for saying that you're upset that people are talking about it on TikTok. You're the one that's putting out all of this unredacted.
Yeah, I see.
So it's like, again, it just feels like everyone is doing their own thing, and maybe they truly believe in their own hearts that they're doing it for the kids, but it seems like all they're doing is hurting the kids like every step of the way.
Got it, yeah.
That just seems. And then from there to here, I don't know if really any of them have come out in a way that felt impactful towards Anna's life and who she was as a person. In fact, what's crazy, in the obituary, they included the stepbrother's name, because it's like she leaves behind a family who adored her endlessly. And then it lists a bunch of people, including Chantel Kepner, her mother, Heather Wright, her Mima and Papa, Barbara and Jeff Kepner, her siblings, Andrew, and then, all of their names. And then they took out his name later. They also took out Martin's name, because Martin's name was in there too, the uncle that made that angry post.
What is this?
I think it's odd that they would even include Chantel and her side of the family. First of all, they've only been Anna's step-siblings for like 2 years. A year, really, legally speaking.
Yeah, and Chris did this, right? Wrote this?
We don't know if Chris did it. We don't know if Chantel did it. But someone did it. I mean, I'm assuming it had to have been approved by Chris, at least.
Exactly.
Because he's an adult. He was her father. I think it's just very bizarre that they're even included. It just feels wrong.
Yeah, it's really odd.
Like, I think that would be probably the last thing maybe Anna would want, but then they're doing it. So in regards to Chris Kepner's quote about Anna, he says, "I do not stand behind what my stepson has done." So again, does he remember or did he do it? Like, what's going on? Because Grandma was saying he said he doesn't remember, and I believe it. So maybe you're saying, okay, he doesn't remember, but we all know he did it. Or did he confess? There are internet speculations that he confessed to Chantel before Anna's body was found, and that's why they didn't search the stateroom. But that's clearly like an internet speculation that's not based on any sort of logical or evidential foundation, but it's just weird. I want him to face the consequences. I will be fighting to make sure that does happen. I cannot say that he is responsible, but I can't decline. He was the only one that was in the room, and FBI has an ongoing investigation in which they will have to provide the evidence to say that he did do it or did not do it. He was a normal kid. I would have never thought that any of this would have happened. Right now, my best course of action is to let the FBI do what they're doing. They have the evidence that they need. When they make the arrest, then we'll start seeing the justice side of things.
This is like the softest spoken
statement from a father is crazy. Like he has so much understanding and so much. This is even police have more emotion than this.
Yeah.
That's so odd.
And I mean, this is weird because if you compare it to cases where you have two parental figures, like biological parents, and not saying that biological ties to your children make it any stronger or less stronger, but they've raised them since birth, okay? They have biological ties to their kids. And when one child murders the other child, and if one parent wants to support the perpetrator, that can cause just like the most tumultuous, rightfully, understandably emotional journey. Chris Kepner, it sounds like that's his son. And Anna Kepner is like a girl that he was housing.
Yeah, exactly.
It sounds like this is his son. This is his child. When it's like, you've known this kid for 2 years. Anna is your daughter.
Yeah. So what's up with it? Like, do people think something is up? Why is he acting this way?
Okay, this is where things get really conspiratorial. And I think I would have to blame the fact that maybe I was with the RM team. And
so the best case scenario is he's a shit dad. That he gives no fucks.
Yeah, let's say it like
That's
that.
the best case scenario.
Yes. But there's lots of rumors that are going around that point to much darker scenarios. There are obviously the kind of open-ended questions of why has there not been an arrest made yet? Some people are like, okay, well, the feds take a long time. However, others are like, but this is a pretty cut and dry case. I don't think the feds need to take that much of a long time to cross their T's and dot their I's. So that leads a lot of netizens to believe perhaps the child did alert maybe the mom. And so maybe the feds are trying to see
looking into more.
If any of the parents knew what had happened before the body was discovered. And then the conspiracies just kind of spin off from there. But these are all, again, conspiracies and they're alleged. And yeah. And it's just a mess. Even Anna's biological mom is telling the New York Post, why am I the bad guy? He put them in the same room together. Because people are like, you were not in Anna's life. Why are you suddenly showing up all over the news? And then she says, she was my daughter and I loved her with all my heart and soul. The song I Am Not Okay by Jelly Roll is exactly how I feel. It's just...
What?
One netizen comment reads, I'm so tired of people saying Anna's bio mom deserved to know what happened to her daughter and that she had to read it online. So Heather was complaining that she was traumatized because she found out that Anna was deceased from Google. No one told her. And so people are saying if she had been in Anna's life, she would have automatically been notified by the FBI. It's bad when you have to admit that Anna's bio dad was the better parent than the mom because he's an asshole. And some people are wondering about the room situation by stating, well, I've been on Carnival, and technically a person 21 years old has to be in the room with anyone under the age of 21. So, one parent's name had to be on the room with the 3 teenagers. The parents bear some responsibility for not following the rules. I work in the travel industry, and this is a fact. So I don't know if it's 18. I don't know if it's 21. Another party comments, a stepbrother is not a sibling. It's a biologically unrelated male. It's a big difference. May as well be a boy down the street. Grossly inappropriate for them to be put in the same room. And then, of course, other people are arguing their experiences with step-siblings having perfectly healthy relationships. But then, again, people are also arguing, yes, but a lot of that is due to the fact that you probably grew up with them, too. So you might have a more sibling-like bond because you're both 3 and 4 years old when you start getting raised in the same house together. This is a bit different. Some people believe that it's only a matter of time before Chris and Chantel divorce, writing, you can almost guarantee that this is going to end this entire marriage. How can you get past the fact that your wife's son killed your daughter? I see a bitter divorce coming. The stress of the funeral and the upcoming trial will tear them apart. Prayers for the biological mother of this young lady and all the other family members. Others think that there will not be a divorce. Some people speculate that maybe the parents are more suspicious than the internet already thinks that they're suspicious. One of the kind of theoretical supporting factors of that is there is this conversation about if the FBI really wanted, they could have kept this entire custody hearing under wraps. They could have maybe sealed the entire hearing. They could have done something because, if they have an open federal investigation, they could have said, we don't want anything to get out. This is a homicide investigation. This is more important than this custody hearing being televised and live streamed on YouTube or the FOIA requests going through. So there is a speculation that maybe the FBI is also using this court hearing to see how things play out because maybe they're looking into more people than just the stepson or the stepbrother.
So weird.
Yeah.
So weird.
Weird.
Yeah, I have so many questions.
One insane, unhinged, brain dead comment reads, this is on one of Anna's TikToks. This is why. To which people are commenting, question mark, question mark? The commentator, a guy, of course, responds, doing all these sexy videos, he's probably going out of his mind, so he did what he did to her since he couldn't get to her sexually.
That's f***ing crazy.
Another one just reads, I can see why he wanted some of that, exclamation mark. This comment is weeks after her murder. There's a video where Anna is mouthing the lyrics to a country song, What Doesn't Kill You Makes You Stronger, and someone comments, but he did kill you, clapping emoji. Another comment reads, he is maybe just an immature lad who found himself in a difficult situation. If Anna was friendly to him, as she probably was, that being her nature, he may have misinterpreted it and it went downhill from there. To which someone comments, it sounds like you're saying that if a girl is friendly to a boy, he being an immature lad can't control himself and just might take whatever he thinks he's entitled to, including the girl's life. It just all goes downhill sometimes. And now we just have a lot of open questions. Is this going to be a federal case? Are they going to pass it down to the state courts? Are they going to interview every single person on that cruise? Because, I mean, yeah, you might probably want to interview everyone on the Haul. You probably want to interview the crew and the family and all of the witnesses that would normally come in a regular investigation. But could there be other people on that cruise that saw something on the deck? Or during a breakfast buffet one day, they noticed something, they saw something? Are they combing through all the hours of security footage? How long is all of that going to take? And until then, this is what we know so far. What are your thoughts on this case? What do you think is going to happen? Do you think that there are other parties involved, such as any of the adults? If you're a parent, would you do the room configurations like this, or is this just so out of the mind of a regular person? What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments, and I will see you in the next one.